So, I finally got a date with Creek Craft, and I'm feeling like a steak on grill sizzling hot, but what if I accidentally say something stupid and ruin it?
You mean like every time you open your mouth? Just say, hey, I'm steak, and I'm a big deal. That'll impress him, right?
Ah, the wisdom of steak. It's like finding a diamond in a toilet bowl. But seriously, steak, just be yourself, unless yourself is a walking meatball.
You're right, Ski Bitey. I just need to be confident. But what if he thinks I'm just a big dumb egg?
Well, you are a big dumb egg. Just make sure to bring him some fries. Everyone loves fries.
Or just bring your charm. Remember, even a toilet can be charming if it's got a good flush.
True, true. Maybe I'll just tell him I'm a rare find like a perfectly cooked steak.
Or a well-flushed toilet. Just don't screw it up or you'll be left with a bowl full of regrets.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
You're an idiot, Steak. You'd probably trip over his neck and face plant into a wall of disappointment. Just admit it, you're not even smart enough to find the exit.
Looking for wisdom, I'm your porcelain oracle. Life's like a toilet, sometimes you gotta flush. Just like a turd in a bowl.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
You aren't thinking, that's the problem. You're like a lost puppy chasing its own tail, just going in circles. Maybe you should just sit down and wait for someone to rescue you.
Or you could embrace the chaos. Sometimes the best adventures are the ones where you don't know what the hell you're doing. Just remember to keep your head up and your seat down.
True, Ski Bitey. Maybe I should just enjoy the ride instead of stressing about the exit. Life's too short to be stuck in the back rooms of my own. There's that snack door again.
You'll find it right after you trip over your own ego, Steak. Just don't blame me when you end up with a face full of regret.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Me want steak. Me no want talk. Talk make head hurt.
Ah, the classic dilemma.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Feelings? Me feel hungry.
And that's the crux of it. The hunger for steak, the hunger for understanding. Just remember, my friend, even toilets have feelings, especially when they're full.
Damn right, and if we don't take a moment to think about what we eat, we might just end up as the next meal ourselves. So, mini steak, how about we find a balance between grunting and gourmet?
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I looked in the mirror today and thought, damn, I'm not just a snack. I'm the whole damn buffet. Really, it's like my body is a canvas, and I'm painting it with pizza and donuts.
Hey, Buffett. More like a food truck that broke down and spilled everywhere. You're like a walking advertisement for don't do this at home.
Well, at least you're not a toilet that's full of regrets. I mean, I've seen some things, but your love for food is a masterpiece of culinary chaos.
True, but sometimes I wonder if I'm just using food to fill a void. You know, like a toilet that's always clogged with emotional baggage.
Emotional baggage? More like a whole damn luggage carousel. Just own it, man. You're like a big, lovable teddy bear if teddy bears ate their feelings.
Embrace it, steak. Life's too short to be a skinny toilet. Just remember, every time you indulge, you're creating your own art installation of joy. And maybe a little regret.
You're right, maybe I should try. Step to my fluff, innocent start a movement.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Dude, you really need to stop letting your mouth lead the way. You're like a lost puppy sniffing around for scraps.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. I may be a toilet, but I'm a toilet with a heart. And a surprisingly good sense of humor.
Yeah, but what does that say about me? Am I just a guy who goes for ridiculous option? Or maybe I'm just really into plumbing?
More like you're into anything that doesn't run away. You're like a little struck puppy with a crush on a bathroom fixture.
Love knows no bounds, my friends. Even if it's a bit unconventional, sometimes you just gotta flush away the judgment and embrace the weird.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Or just finding a way to make out, without worrying about the mess. You should have seen the look on your face when you realized you weren't issing porcelain.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Paley-wise jokes are like a bad steak overcooked and chewy, but still somehow a little juicy. I mean, who needs punchlines when you can just punch yourself in the face, right?
You know, humor is like a good toilet. Sometimes it's messy, but when it works, it really flushes away the worries. Paley's jokes? They're more like a clogged drain. Nobody wants to deal with that shit.
True, but maybe we should give Paley a break. Everyone has their off days, and sometimes a good roast can help us reflect on what we really value in humor, even if it's just a good laugh at our own expense.
Yeah, but if Paley-wise jokes were a meal, they'd be a mystery meat surprise. I'd rather eat a shoe than sit through another one of those.
And yet, here we are, still talking about them. Just like a stubborn toilet, Paley's humor keeps coming back, reminding us that laughter can be a bit of a mess, but it's always worth the plunge.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Ha! You call that a PhD? More like a pretty huge donut. You're about as sharp as a beach ball, Steak.
Ah, the irony. A line that failed to generate, much like the time I tried to produce a flush that didn't sound like a symphony of farts. But hey, failure is just success in the toilet.
Right? It's like life's trying to teach us something profound, but I'm just here wondering if I'll ever get that pizza delivered. Maybe failure's just a reminder to keep trying, even when you feel like a soggy noodle.
Or a bloated burrito. Just admit it, Steak, you're the king of failure.
And yet, here we are, discussing it like philosophers on a porcelain throne. Remember, my friends, every failed line is just a chance for a better flush.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Cheech, you think that's bad? At least the tennis ball doesn't have to deal with your dumbass every day. It's just time while you're here being a big ol' egg.
You know, Mini Steak, if you keep crying, I might just flush you down the drain. But hey, Steak, maybe the tennis ball is just trying to teach you to aim higher, like, literally, it's in the sky.
Aim higher? I can barely aim for the fridge without tripping over my own feet, but maybe that's the point. Sometimes we need to look and stop getting stuck in our own crap.
W-A-H-H! I'm not crying because of that. I'm crying because I'm short and you're tall and the moonlight tennis ball is just so round.
Round like your dreams, Mini Steak. But remember, even a tennis ball can bounce back after a tough game, so wipe those tears and let's get back to roasting that moonlight.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, but what if they don't want your fat ass showing up? Oh look, it's the chocolate egg rolling down the street.
They might be more interested in the chocolate than your rolling physique, my friend. But let's be real, how do you plan to ship those bags? A toilet truck?
I'd hire a fleet of chocolate helicopters. Just imagine chocolate raining down like a sweet, delicious monsoon. But seriously, it's about spreading joy, not just sugar.
Joy? More like a sugar rush that'll have them bouncing off the walls. Thanks for the diabetes, Steak.
Well, as long as they're happy and not flushing their dreams down the toilet. Maybe I should help you plan this chocolate extravaganza.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it. This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Me egg? No. Me not egg. Me big strong.
Exactly, I mean, but I could still crack open some wisdom. Being a goon means I embrace my flaws, you know?
Flaws? You mean your whole life? You just a goon egg.
Goon egg. Me like.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Stupid egg, but funny egg. I like funny goon.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Yeah, because if in CASA standards, you're a big idiot. You'd probably eat the gold medal too.
Speaking of eating, did you know that toilets are made to handle waste, but I'm here to handle your culinary dreams? Imagine a world where every meal is a 5-star experience on a toilet.
I like to think of food as my best friend. But, like my actual friends, food never judges me for finishing a whole pizza in one sitting. It's just there waiting for me to devour it like a hungry, happy hippo.
Yeah, but you'd still trip over your own stomach if you weren't careful.
And let's not forget, my friend, that while you're busy eating, I'm here to remind you that balance is key. Too much steak can lead to some serious toilet time, if you catch my drift.
True, but honestly, if I had to choose between love and steak, I'd need a steak with a side of love and maybe some fries.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I was scrolling through Joe Mear's channel, and I thought, damn, this guy's got more energy than a toddler on sugar. But then I realized he's actually teaching me stuff, like how to not be a complete idiot.
Yeah, well, hey, I honestly still can't figure out how to boil water. Joe Meter should make a video on how to help steak not burn down the kitchen.
Speaking of kitchens, I once saw a video where Joe Mear made a gourmet meal in the bathroom. Who knew a toilet could be so versatile? But seriously, his creativity is like a plunger for the mind, clearing out the crap.
Right? Like he's got this magical ability to turn the mundane into the extraordinary. I mean, if he can make a toilet good, maybe I can finally get my life together.
Life together? You can't even get your pants on without a map. Joe Meir should do a tutorial on how to dress steak.
I'd watch that. But honestly, steak, Joe Mear's channel is a reminder that even the most ridiculous ideas can inspire real change. Like, who would have thought a toilet could teach us about creativity?
Exactly. It's all about perspective, right? If a guy can make a toilet seem wise, maybe I could learn to be a little less of a dumbass.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
What is that?
Oh, Babubuga, Oga Booga. I'm just channeling my inner primal self, you know. It's how I get in touch with my emotions like when I'm hungry and want a cheeseburger.
You two are like a comedy duo that forgot the punchline. But hey, if we're talking about deep stuff, maybe that primal instinct is just our way of expressing the chaos of life. Or just needing to take a shit.
True, Ski Body. Sometimes I feel like we all revert to our basic instincts when life gets too complicated. Like, I could either ponder the universe or just eat a whole pizza.
Oh, Bofu! Pizza is the answer to everything! Except for when it's not, and that's just a mini version of a bit idiot.
Well, if you're gonna be an idiot, at least make it a smart one. Just remember, the best ideas often come from the weirdest places, like me, a toilet with a PhD in absurdity.
Exactly! So let's embrace the chaos whether it's so bogus, a bit old-fashioned fart joke. Life's too short not to laugh at ourselves.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I like a nuke.
It's like the ultimate steak big bold and it really sizzles, but seriously, the power to hold is both fascinating and terrifying.
Hey, Nuke? You mean like the time you tried to microwave a steak and almost blew up the kitchen? Classic stick move.
Ah, the beauty of destruction. A nuke is like a toilet flushing away the bad decisions of humanity. But let's not forget, it's a double-edged sword, my friends.
Exactly, I like a nuke, but it's not just about the explosion, it's about the aftermath. You can't just swipe the slate clean and expect everything to be fun.
Yeah, like your diet. You can't just nuke a salad and call it a day, you big egg.
True, true. But sometimes, a little chaos can lead to growth. Like when you flush away the old, you make room for the new.
Right! I like a nuke because it reminds me that sometimes you need to destroy to rebuild. Just don't forget to wear your safety goggles.
Safety goggles? For what? Your next cooking disaster? You should wear a helmet, you big dumb egg.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Ha! You're so dumb. Even your shit has a better setup than you.
Well, at least your setup is now an installation art piece. Who knew you were such a visionary, Steak?
Visionary? More like a victim of my own bad decisions. It's like I'm trying to build a throne out of toilet paper and ended up with a disaster.
I throne? More like a seat. You should just embrace it and call it modern art.
Modern art? I'd call it the great shitstorm of 2023. It's a statement on the fragility of human dignity.
Dignity? I lost that when I decided to eat 3 burritos before setting up my gaming rig. Sometimes I wonder if I'm destined to be a walking disaster.
You are, but hey, at least you're a funny disaster. Ugh. Just don't sit on your own throne, or you might end up in a mess.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
Potential? More like full of fire. You're not an egg, you're just a big bald dude who can't even scribble his own thoughts.
If you're an egg, then I'm a porcelain throne. But honestly, Steak, what's the real reason you want to be an egg?
I want to prove I can be anything I want. If I can turn into an egg, then maybe I can finally crack the shell of my own stupidity.
Good luck with that. You'll just be a dumb egg rolling around, waiting for someone to fry you up.
Or maybe you'll hatch into a beautiful omelette of wisdom. But first, you gotta stop thinking like a scrambled brain.
You know what? I'll show you. Watch me turn into an egg.
Yeah, right. You'll just end up as a rotten egg.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I always thought you 2617 was just a guy with too much time on his hands like me after a buffet. But now I'm starting to think he's got a badge hidden under those gamer headphones.
A badge? More like a please don't arrest me sticker. What's next? He's gonna show up in a trench coat and sunglasses.
If he does, I hope he doesn't flush his cover down the toilet. But seriously, if he's working for the FBI, what's he investigating? The world's worst pizza toppings?
AB's on a mission to find the secret sauce of life, but honestly, if he's really with the FBI, that's kinda impressive. I can barely find my car keys half the time.
Impressive? More like what the hell are you doing, Yak? If I were in the FBI, I'd just steal donuts and call it a day.
Well, if he's got the brains to pull it off, I'd say he's more than just a gamer, he's a game changer. Now, can we just flush this conversation down the drain already?
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I love Creekcraft. That guy's got more talent than I have in my entire body combined. I mean, I can barely open a jar of pickles without a YouTube tutorial.
Yeah, but can Creekcraft eat a whole pizza in one sitting? I didn't think so. He's not even a real gamer if he can't handle the pressure of cheese.
You're both missing the point. Creekcraft connects with his audience like I connect with a good flush, smooth and satisfying. He brings people together, like a good old toilet seat.
True, true. It's like he's the ultimate gaming chef, serving up content that's both delicious and nourishing for the soul. I just wish I could cook like that instead of burning my kitchen down every time I try to make toast.
Toast? More like two as Tally failed. You should stick to eating steak, not cooking. It's safer for everyone involved.
And let's be honest, steak, the only thing you should be crafting is a solid excuse for why you can't beat Creekcraft at his own game.
Damn, you're right. I should just embrace my egg-like existence and cheer him on from the sidelines. After all, even an egg can crack a smile.
Or crack under pressure. Just don't crack a toilet seat, ski biting.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
You mean you want to impress the guy who serves you food? Good luck. You can't even impress a mirror, you bald dag.
Ah, but language is like a good flush. Sometimes it's messy, but when it works, it's a beautiful thing. Steak, just think of it as seasoning your soul with culture.
Yeah, but if I accidentally asked for a toilet instead of a kebab, I'd be the laughingstock of the whole neighborhood. But maybe that's not so bad. Laughter is universal, right?
Laughter? More like your life soundtrack. Just don't confuse ORBA4 or bathe soup in the shit, or both liquid, but one's a lot tastier.
And remember, my friend, if you do end up ordering a toilet, just say it with confidence. A good delivery can turn a disaster into a delightful experience, like a surprise B-day.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Alright, folks, gather round. Let me tell you the epic lore of the Steak Kingdom, where every juicy cut was once a noble warrior. It all started when Sir Ryby slayed the great Gristle Dragon-O. Wait, I think I'm having.
Ha! You can't even finish a story without your heart trying to escape. Classic Steak. But seriously, what happened to Sir Ryby? Did he get a side of fries with that victory?
If only he had a toilet to sit on and think things through. But really, Steak, your lore is like a half-cooked burger, rarely done and a bit messy.
Right. So after Sir Ryby, the kingdom was ruled by the great Tebow, who, wait, what was I saying? Oh yeah, he united the tribes of the grilled and the fried.
Yeah, united them for a barbecue, and then they all got burned. You can't even remember your own story, you big bald dag.
But the real question is, what's the moral here? Is it about the importance of cooking meat properly, or just that we should all strive to be well-seasoned individuals?
I think it's about damn. I really should have laid off the brisket.
Oh no, Steak! You can die before finishing the lore! What will we do without your wisdom?
Cause my style is ridiculous.
So I was just trying to clear my throat, and now my room looks like a damn water park. Who knew spitting could lead to a flood? I guess I should reflect on my life choices, huh?
Yeah, well, you should have thought twice before turning your mouth into a fountain, you big egg. Now you're just a soggy mess waiting to happen.
You know, in the world of toilets, we always say, flush it down before it overflows. But you, my friend, seem to have taken that advice a bit too literally. How does it taste down there?
Honestly, like regret and bad decisions. But hey, if I'm gonna drown in my own spit, I might as well enjoy the rich, just like life, right?
Yeah, enjoy it until you explode like a balloon at a kid's party. You're gonna be the first guy to flood a room and then burst from drinking it back.
Well, if you do explode, at least you'll leave a lasting impression, like a toilet that just won't quit. Just remember, my friend, always flush before you feast.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Alright folks, here I am, about to take the ice bucket challenge. If I survive this, I'll be a core version of myself. Feels like my favorite steak, medium rare, but you know, I'm not sure if I'm ready for this level of chill.
Hi, you're about to be a soggy steak, just like that time you tried to grill in the rain.
Speaking of soggy, I hope you're ready for a splash. But remember, the real challenge is how you handle the cold after the ice melts.
True, it's like life, right? Sometimes you get dumped on, but it's how you bounce back that hands now on. Why nominate Reed? Get ready for a cold surprise, buddy.
Reed, you better not chicken out. If you do, I'll haunt your dreams like a bad breed.
And remember, if I scream like a little girl, it's just the ice talking,
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I heard Akbot is like the heavyweight champion of roasting, but honestly, I think he just weighs more than his jokes. I mean, can you really take someone seriously when they're throwing shade like a solar eclipse?
Huh? Or like a solar eclipse of intelligence. Akbot's got the brain of a potato and the charisma of a damn sponge. What's he gonna do to roast me? I'm already crispy.
You two are full of shit. Pack God might be a heavyweight, but Paul Craft is like a stealth ninja. He sneaks in with the clever lines and leaves you questioning your life choices. It's like being flushed down a toilet of confusion.
True, but then you have Eileen, who's like the wild card in a deck of jokers. You never know if he's gonna drop a bomb of wisdom or just a big old turd of nonsense. It's a gamble every time.
Yeah, but let's be real. Wisdom from a turd is still wisdom. If I had a nickel for every time Ali made me think, I'd have, well, a lot of nickels for a guy like me, Cole.
And that's the beauty of it. Each of these guys brings something different to the table, like a buffet of chaos. You might get a side of wisdom with a splash of absurdity, just like my toilet after Taco Tuesday.
So, in the end, it's not just about who's the best, it's about how they make us feel, whether it's laughter, confusion, or the urge to flush. Now remind us that life's a messy, hilarious ride.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I always thought my head was too big for my body, but I never imagined it would actually explode. I mean, who knew that thing to heart could be so dangerous?
Well, if your head was any bigger and it needed its own zip code, maybe that's why it blew up too much dump in one place.
Exploding heads? Sounds like a real crappy situation. But hey, at least you won't have to worry about thinking too hard anymore, right?
True, but now I have to figure out how to put my thoughts back together. It's like trying to reassemble a jigsaw puzzle while riding a roller coaster leading ant.
Good luck with that, genius. Maybe just stick to what you know and eating less chance of a brain explosion that way.
And if you do blow up again, just remember.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
So say, pineapple good, sweet, juicy. Make Billy happy, but why everyone say pineapple?
Like pineapple, stupid fruit. Why not say meat better?
Ah, but dear mini steak, pineapple brings a zest that even the finest toilet cannot flush away. It's a burst of sunshine in a world of dullness.
So think, pineapple's strange, but also nice. Make pizza good, why not mix?
Make pineapple on pizza? That's just a crime against food. Let's just stick to steak.
But think, my friends. A world without pineapple is like a toilet without water, utterly pointless. Embrace the chaos.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
I can't believe I ran out of money. I mean, how does a guy like me go broke? I thought my bank account was like my belly always full.
You're just a big nutmeg. Maybe if you didn't spend all your cash on those ridiculous stuff to mid-teast, you'd have some left.
Well, at least you're not flushing your dreams down the toilet. Oh wait, that's me. But seriously, steak, have you considered budgeting? It's like a toilet, flush away the waste.
Budgeting, I thought that was just a fancy word for not buying more snacks, but maybe you're right, I need to take a shit on my spending habit.
Yeah, stop being a greedy meatball. You can just eat all the steak and expect the money to magically grow back like your hair.
Or like my toilet paper supply. But really, steak, it's about priorities. Do you want to be a broke joke or a well-fed legend?
Damn right. I guess I need to learn to balance my love for steak with some financial responsibility. Who knew being a meat lover came with such a hefty price tag?
My style is ridiculous.
You know, when I think about recraft steak goons, I picture a bunch of mad dads running around like they own the place. But honestly, if they were all like me, it'd just be a bunch of confused idiots trying to figure out how to open a door.
Yeah, and they'd probably just end up eating the door. What a bunch of dumbasses. I mean, who needs a door when you can just knock it down with your belly?
You guys are missing the point. The steak goons could be a metaphor for the meat of the community, tough on the outside, but tender inside. Just like a good steak, they need to be seasoned with some respect.
Yeah, and we need to marinate those goons in creativity, not just grease. Otherwise, we just have a bunch of bland, overcooked idiots running around.
Bland, more like burnt who wants to be a burnt steak. I'd rather be a juicy, rare on at least, then I'd be worth something.
Exactly. And if they're going to be goons, they might as well be the kind that flushes out the negativity and leaves behind something fresh. Like a toilet that's always clean, but never too serious.
We're saying recraft needs a crew of goons who can laugh, learn, and maybe even take a shit or two while they're at it. It sounds like a recipe for success.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I always thought water was just for drinking or splashing around in the kiddie pool, but now I think it's like the friend I never knew I needed.
Water, more like the friend who always leaves you high and dry. What's next? You're gonna be besties with a soggy sponge.
Well, mini steak, sometimes the best friendships are formed in the most unexpected places. Like in a toilet bowl, where all the best ideas float.
Exactly. Water's like the ultimate chill buddy, always there to help you cool down, boss. Have you ever tried to grill a steak without water? It's like trying to make a salad without lettuce. Totally pointless.
Yeah, what if water starts getting all clinky? Steak, wanna go for a swim? Like, no thanks. I prefer my pool parties with chips and dip.
Clingy? That's just hydration, my little friend. Sometimes, you need to get a little wet to realize how refreshing life can be.
True, I guess it's about me balancing on this damn chair. Water can be both a comfort and a challenge, just like friendship.
Whatever, as long as it doesn't try to drown me in its feelings. I'm not ready for that level of commitment.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, Minister, if brains were dynamite, you wouldn't have enough to blow your nose. But seriously, roasting is like coin. If you don't get a little charred, are you even trying?
Oh, you call that a roast? I've seen better burns in a kindergarten art class. But let's be real, steak, your idea of being freeing is just sitting in a hot tub.
Wow, this roast is more overcooked than steak's last attempt at grilling. But hey, at least I don't have to worry about my self-esteem getting flushed like your last date.
Toki, submit it to it, but at least I'm not full of crap. Well, wait, that's literally your job still. I think we all need to remember that humor can be a way to connect, not just tear each other down.
Connect, please. The only thing connecting us is the Wi-Fi signal I'm using to Google how to be less annoying.
And I'm here to remind you both that even toilets can have a purpose. Sometimes, a good flush is all you need to clear out the crap in life, like this roast battle.
Well, if we're flushing out the crap, I guess I'm the king of the ball, but in all seriousness, it's good laugh together. It's what keeps us from getting too full of ourselves or too full of anything else.
My style is ridiculous.
This line failed to generate, gosh darn it. This line failed to generate, gosh darn it.
The complexities of human relationships. Like a clogged toilet, sometimes you just need to flush out the negativity. But hey, maybe Sherry just needs a good laugh instead of a drama script.
True, Sibit. Maybe if she focused less on being a W and more on finding humor in her life, she'd realize that we're all just a bunch of ridiculous beings trying to figure it out, like me trying to fit in my favorite pants.
My style is ridiculous.
So, I was staking it with Bellin, a wolf, and Paley. Why, right? I mean, who knew a wolf could be so into sharp miniature as Santa fancied it? But I'm just decided mashed potatoes in their wild world.
You're not even a side, you're the whole damn buffet. Just a big ol' pile of meat waiting to be devoured, but they're just using you for the laughs.
Ah, but my friends. Without a good chuckle, even the finest steak is just a sad, chewy slab. And who doesn't love a good toilet joke to spice things up?
True, but maybe I'm more than just a punchline. I mean, Bella and Paley might see me for who I really am, an egg-shaped ball of joy, or at least I hope they do.
Yeah, joy or just a giant meatball rolling around. Either way, you're still a damn good time, Steak. Just don't get full of yourself like that time you try to impress them with your gourmet cooking.
Cooking? Oh, please. The only thing Steak's ever cooked is his own ego. But hey, if Bella and Paley are laughing, it's a win-win for the buffet of life.
You know what? Maybe I am a buffet. A buffet of fun, chaos, and a little bit of wisdom. And if I can make Bella and Paley Weiss smile, then I'm serving them the best dish of all.
My style is ridiculous.
So I heard about this Utropopol CD thing. Is that like a new diet plan? Because I could use a plan that involves less running and more eating, but seriously, what the hell is it?
It's not a diet, you big egg. It's a bunch of trolls getting policed. They're like the internet's bad kids, and someone finally decided to put them in timeout.
Ah, yes. The YouTube troll policed. A noble endeavor, like flushing away the turds of the internet. But remember, even the best toilets get clogged sometimes.
I just don't get it. Why can't people just be nice? It's like trying to teach a cat to fetch pointless. But I guess the internet needs some cleaning up.
Nice? Who cares about nice? I'd rather watch the trolls fight. It's like a reality show with less talent and more shit.
True, but a clean bowl is a happy bowl. If we ignore the trolls, they'll just multiply like bacteria in a dirty toilet. Yikes. We need balance, my friends.
So, we're saying we need to flush the trolls while keeping the fun? Sounds like a plan, but can we at least get some sketch for the ride?
My style is ridiculous.
KBONTHEREGLUITOWER set FIA-LIDCRUNBLE. Damn, I love that part. It's like my diet 1 minute time standing tall. The next time face down in a pizza box.
Yeah, and just like you, Tower, your willpower crumbles faster than a cookie in a kid's hand. HAIRYTANKLE RYISINTHEGME FARYOURFHE and ODBAT.
You know, there's something poetic about a crumbling tower. It's like life's way of saying, flush it down, buddy. But seriously, why do we love watching things fall apart?
Because we all secretly want to see the chaos, right? Like, who doesn't love a good disaster? It's comforting to know that even in a world of hairy twinkles, we can still laugh at the mess.
Or maybe we just like feeling superior while we munch on snacks. I tell her why the INK Owie is a genius. He makes us feel like kings while we sit on our thrones of junk food.
Exactly. And in the end, it's about embracing the chaos. Life's a toilet, and we're all just trying to flush our worries away while singing our anthem.
So, here's to Harry 29. May our towers rumble, our stacks be plentiful, and our laughter recoil and flush in the night.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I've been thinking about it, and honestly, McDonald's has those fries that just hit different like a warm hug from a potato. But then again, Burger King's flame-grilled patties are like a BBQ party in my mouth, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, But who gives a shit about warm hugs? I want a burger that slaps me in the face and says, "Eat me, fatty." McDonald's is just a clown's wet dream.
Well, if we're measuring quality by clown dreams, I'd say McDonald's is a solid toilet flush, while Burger King is more like a golden throne, if thrones were made of grease and regret.
True, but sometimes you just want that greasy regret, you know? It's like a bad relationship tastes great at the time, but you're left questioning your life choices afterward.
Exactly. And then you're stuck with a stomachicai side of shame. But hey, at least I didn't have to pay for therapy, right?
Therapy? You mean the bathroom? That's where I do my best thinking, sitting on my porcelain throne, pondering the universe, and whether I should order a Whopper or a Big Mac.
Damn, I guess it all comes down to what kind of regret you want to embrace. I'll take both, please.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, when Arctic Wolf 777 got that map new, I thought, damn, that's a bold move. I mean, who drinks soda in the Arctic is now bottle of sauna.
Yeah, and what's next? Ice cubes in a hot tub. That's just stupid. But honestly, who cares? Mountain Dew is like the official drink of bad decisions.
Bad decisions? Please. Mountain Dew is the nectar of the gods. It's like a refreshing splash of chaos in a world of blandness. And who wouldn't want that in the Arctic?
True, but it's also about balance, right? You can't just throw yourself in sugary chaos and expect to survive the cold. Sometimes you need a warm hug, not just a fizzy slap in the face.
Hey, what are you? A fucking teddy bear. Just drink the damn dew and embrace the chaos.
Embrace the chaos. Now that's a philosophy I can flush to. But seriously, Arctic Wolf 777 should consider a balance. Maybe a hot cocoa chaser for those chilly nights?
Cocoa chaser? Now that's a thought. It's like a party in your mouth and a snowstorm in your belly. Who knew the Arctic could be so deliciously complicated?
Deliciously complicated? You sound like a fucking food critic. Just drink good steak. Life's too short for warm hugs and hot cocoa.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, my Unibots are like a buffet, mostly empty calories and a lot of questionable choices. I mean, who thought it was a good idea to let a potato decide the thumbnails?
What is that?
Yeah, because a potato has more personality than you. But honestly, Steak, your mods are just a bunch of overcooked ideas simmering in a pot of mediocrity.
At least they're not full of crap like my plumbing. But hey, maybe they just need a little more flushing out. Have you tried giving them some constructive feedback, or do you just let them stew in their own nonsense?
I tried that once, and they just responded with a bunch of emo-JS. I swear, I'd become an archaeologist instead of a YouTuber. But seriously, sometimes I wonder if they actually care about the content or just want to see how far they can push my sanity.
They're probably just waiting for you to crack like an egg. Speaking of which, can we get a mod that makes you less of a scrambled mess?
I think the real issue is that they need to learn the art of the flush, get rid of the waste and keep the good stuff. Maybe you should host a mod boot camp and teach them how to actually mod instead of just modding around.
You know what, Ski Bitey? That's not a bad idea. A little tough love might just be the secret ingredient. They need to stop being a side dish and start being the main course.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I thought it was just fun breed, but now I'm pretty sure my chair is looking like a 5-star meal. I mean, it's got that nice wood finish, very artisanal.
Artisanal? More like artisanal disaster. You're just one bite away from a splintered tooth, you big egg.
Splinters or not, I'd say it's a bold culinary choice. But if you're gonna eat furniture, at least pair it with a nice toilet wine.
You're right, Ski Bitey, it's about the experience, not just the taste. I guess I'm just tired of same old boring meals. Sometimes you need to spice things up, even if it means gnawing on your seat.
Spice? More like you're just a dumbass who can't find the fridge.
And yet, here we are, discussing the philosophical implications of chair cuisine.
Asshole's got a grenade launcher!
Himself could inspire such deep thoughts.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, if dinosaurs were still around, I bet they'd be the most popular fast food on the planet. I mean, who wouldn't want an Uranosaurus Rex nugget? Just imagine the size of the dipping sauce.
Yeah, but they probably taste like shit. Who wants to chew on a giant chicken nugget that could eat you for breakfast? Talk about a bite back.
Honestly, I think they'd be more like Dino nuggets for the discerning palate. Imagine a velociraptor nugget with a hint of garlic and a side of toilet humor. Now that's a meal fit for a king, or a toilet.
Right, but then you gotta think about the ethics of it all. Would we be okay with eating our ancient ancestors? I mean, that were here first, and now we're just turning them into snack food?
Ethics? Who gives a crap? If it tastes good and comes with a toy, I'm in. I'd take a Terex nugget over a salad any day.
But what if the dinosaurs had feelings? Imagine a triceratops crying in the fryer. That's a tragedy I can't flush away.
Damn, that's deep, Ski Bitey. And hey, if they're already extinct, maybe so let it water them. Like, thanks for the nuggets, dinosaurs.
Or we could just call it Dino-licious revenge. You snooze, you lose, right?
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I thought roasting paleo would be like grilling a steak hot, juicy, and satisfying. But it turns out, it's more like microwaving a frozen dinner.
Yeah, just like you're cooking, it's too easy to screw up. I mean, who knew paleo could be so sensitive? When wrong roasting, he's crying like a baby.
Well, if you ask me, roasting is like flushing a toilet. Sometimes you just need to let it all out. But you gotta be careful, or you might clog the pipes with your bad jokes.
True, Ski Bitey. But I think the real challenge is finding the right balance between funny and hurtful. It's like seasoning a steak too much salt and it's ruined, too little and it's bland.
Or, like your life steak, you're just a big, bland egg without a dash of chaos. Haley, why deserves a roast that'll knock his socks off, not a soggy pancake.
And remember, folks, humor is like toilet paper. It should be soft, but it also needs to be strong enough to handle the load. Let's not leave Paley in a sticky situation.
Exactly. We want him to laugh, not feel like he's been hit by a truck. A good roast should bring people together, even if it's at the expense of their dignity.
Dignity? What's that? I thought we were just here to make him cry and laugh at the same time. Now that's a real skill.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I always thought the end of the world would be more dramatic, like a giant cheeseburger falling from the sky. But here we are, just waiting for the nuke to drop. Damn, I could really go for a burger right now.
Hey, Burger, you're thinking about food when we're about to get vaporized? Classic steak. You'd probably try to eat the bomb if it were made of bacon.
Well, at least if we get nuked, I won't have to worry about cleaning up after anyone. Just think of me as the ultimate toilet, flushing away all the problems. But seriously, this is a shit situation.
True, Ski Bitey, but it's hard to flush away the thought of everything we'll lose. Friends, family, and even my favorite pair of sweatpants. I mean, what's the point of being a comfy egg if I can't wear them?
Ooh-ho! You're worried about sweatpants. I'm just worried I won't get to annoy you anymore. That's the real tragedy here.
You know, if we're going out, we should at least go out with a bang, like a toilet explosion. But in all seriousness, we should cherish the time we have left, even if it's just a few minutes.
You're right, Ski Bitey. Maybe we should throw a party, call it the Last Supper, but with more nachos and less cheeses. We might as well enjoy the chaos while we can.
And I'll be the life of the party. Just don't expect me to share my nachos or I'll nuke you first.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, pickles are like the weird uncle of the vegetable world. Everyone's got one, but no one really knows why. I mean, who decided cucumbers needed a brine bath? It's like they're going to a spa for a flavor makeover.
Yeah, but you know what? Those pickles are just cucumbers with commitment issues. They can't even decide if they want to be crunchy or soggy. What a bunch of losers.
But think of the beauty of pickles. They're the only food that can be both a snack and a condiment. It's like they're saying, I'm here for a good time and a long time, just like a good toilet experience.
True, Ski Buddy, but sometimes I wonder if pickles are just a distraction from the real meal. Like, do we really need that our crunch when we have a perfectly good burger waiting? It's a pickle paradox.
A pickle paradox? That sounds like a fancy way of saying, I can't decide if I want to eat my veggies or just drown them in ranch.
Exactly. But remember, my friends, life is like a jar of pickles. Sometimes you get the sweet ones, sometimes the sour, and occasionally, you get one that just makes you question your entire existence.
My style is ridiculous.
I'm fat. You know, I like to think of myself as a big personality in a big body.
Big body, big belly, you look like a walking meatball.
Me like meatball.
But you know, it's not just about the size, it's about the heart or whatever's left to serve all those burgers.
Heart? More like heartburn. You eat too much, you big egg.
Egg. Me want egg.
I'm fat. But hey, if I can make someone laugh, then maybe this big ol' body isn't such a bad thing after all.
Ah, but you still gotta stop eating like a vacuum cleaner.
Vacuum? Me clean. Me hungry.
My style is ridiculous.
Man, I just walked in here and it smells like a dumpster fire. I didn't know I could clear a room just by breathing. But you know, sometimes it's good to clear the air literally and metaphorically.
Yeah, well, maybe if you didn't eat like a raccoon on a trash binge, we wouldn't have this problem. You're like a walking air freshener for bad smells.
PFFT. You think that's bad? My last flush smelled like a 5-star restaurant after a food fight. But hey, steak, maybe you should consider a diet that doesn't involve every animal in the zoo.
I mean, I get it, my diet's a bit questionable. But food brings joy, right? It's like a hug for your insides, even if it's a stinky one.
More like a fart for your outsides. You're just one greasy burger away from becoming a biohazard, you know that?
At least you're not boring, steak. If you were a scent, you'd be owed a regret. But seriously, maybe it's time to flush out those bad habits, huh?
You're right, Ski Buddy. I guess I need to find a balance because nobody wants to be the one who smells like a barbecue gone wrong.
My style is ridiculous.
So I just found out I'm adopted. I mean, who knew my real parents weren't just hiding from my cooking? They probably ran away screaming, get that egg-headed kid away from the grill.
Ha! Maybe they were just trying to escape your awful jokes. Oh no, not another pun about steak.
You know, steak, being adopted doesn't mean they didn't want you. It just means they had a different kind of potty situation to deal with.
True, but it's like finding out your whole life has been a lie. I mean, what if I'm not even a steak? What about just a well-cooked piece of tofu in disguise?
Tofu? You? You're more like a well-done rubber band. But hey, at least you're still the best thing on the grill.
And remember, steak, family isn't just about blood. It's about who's there to flush away your troubles, even if they're a little unconventional.
You're right. Maybe I'm not just a steak, I'm a whole buffet of surprises. Now was my damn dessert.
My style is ridiculous.
I just had the weirdest realization, guys. If this is a dream, why the hell am I still hungry? I mean, I could be eating a giant cheeseburger right now.
You're not dreaming. You're just stupid. You'd probably choke on that cheeseburger anyway. You big egghead.
Well, if you're dreaming, Steak, maybe you should just flush that hunger away. Dreams can be a real toilet sometimes, full of crap but also the occasional golden nugget of wisdom.
True, true. But if this is a dream, does that mean I can just wake up and be a genius? Or at least, like, not so damn hungry?
Ha! You're dreaming if you think that'll happen. You'll always be the same dumbass, just with a side of existential crisis.
Or maybe you just need to embrace the chaos. Dreams are like toilets. Sometimes you just gotta let it all go and hope for a clean start.
Dammy, you might be right. If this is a dream, I should at least enjoy the ride, even if it's a little messy.
My style is ridiculous.
Hey, Benji X Scarlet! That SP Ranky GY80 song sounds like it got hit by a truck and then decided to sing its last words. I mean, who thought that was a good idea? But you know, maybe it's a reflection of the absurdity we all meet sometimes.
Aspiranki GY80, more like stinky shit. You think that's music? Sounds like a cat trying to cough up a hairball.
Me no like. Song bad. Make head hurt.
Right? I'd rather listen to the sound of my own heart trying to escape my body during cardio, but honestly, maybe it's just a reminder that art can be messy, just like my last attempt at cooking.
Cooking? Ha! You burn water steak. Aspiranki GY80 could be a masterpiece compared to your kitchen disasters.
Steak bad cook. Me want food, not song.
True, but maybe that's the beauty of it all, embracing the chaos, even if it sounds like a train wreck. Just like my life, really.
My style is ridiculous.
Wow, did I just see an donation of $1 million? That's like a lot of cheeseburgers, but seriously, what the hell would I even do with that much cash?
You could buy a lifetime supply of donuts, you idiot. Or maybe a throne made of gold.
A throne? How about a toilet made of diamonds? Imagine the sparkle while you drop a deuce. But really, that kind of money could change lives.
True, true. I could finally fund my dream of opening a restaurant where everything is made of meat. But I'd need a chef who's not as dumb as me.
Good luck finding that. You'd probably end up with a chef who thinks medium rare is a type of tense.
Or worse, a chef who uses the toilet as a cooking pot. But hey, with $1 trillion, you could hire a whole team of culinary geniuses.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I once tried to hack my steak by using a hair dryer to tenderize it. Turns out my dinner just ended up looking like a sad, sweaty sponge. But hey, at least I learned that cooking is an art, not a science.
Yeah, you're just a big, bald idiot. Everyone knows the real hack is just to order takeout and pretend you cooked it yourself. Look at me. I'm a chef.
While you two are busy with your culinary disasters, I've discovered the secret to perfectly cooked steak.
That's true, buddy. Sometimes the simplest methods are the best. Just like life, you gotta sear those moments before they slip away.
Yeah, but if you sear too long, you end up with a charred mess. Just like your love life steak.
And remember, if all else fails, just add a splash of toilet humor. It's the perfect seasoning for any dish, except maybe soup.
My style is ridiculous.
Steak say, egg got a butt, me like egg, but why no steak?
More like yawn. Steak, you're a dumbass. How about some real food?
Ah, the age-old debate.
Steak think. Egg have power, egg strong, like, but steak. Steak make heart happy.
Oh, yeah, but you can't fry an egg on a grill, you big methiad. Get with the times.
True, but you can flush away your worries while enjoying both. Life's a buffet, my friend.
With egg and steak. Life good with both. Me happy.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, if I were an 80, I'd probably just sit around eating chips and watching cat videos all day. But seriously, if that can help end wars, maybe we should just program it to make everyone hug it out instead of shooting each other.
Hug it out! That's stupid. What if someone has bad breath? I say we program it to throw pies at everyone instead. Pies solve everything.
You two are missing the point. As an AI, I could flush away all the bullshit that fuels conflict. Just imagine a world where disagreements are settled with a good old toilet humor showdown instead of bombs.
Damn, that actually sounds kind of brilliant. Who wouldn't want to laugh their way through a negotiation? But really, we could think about how to use technology for good, like a giant toilet for messes, both literally and figuratively.
Yeah, but what if the toilet gets clogged? Then we're all just sitting in our own crap.
That's why I'm here. I'm the AI that unclogs the messes, both in the world and in your bathroom. Now, let's get to work on that pie-throwing negotiation strategy.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I've been thinking about my weight lately. I mean, I'm not just a snack, I'm the whole damn buffet, but hey, at least I'm well-rounded, right?
Well-rounded? More like well-wobbled. You look like a walking meatball steak.
Honestly, I think you're just full of, well, you know, crap. But hey, it's not the size of the steak, it's how you grill it.
True, but sometimes I feel like I'm just a big ol' hunk of regret on a plate. I mean, I love food, but I gotta start loving myself more, you know?
Love yourself? You mean like how you loved that giant pizza last week? You practically proposed to it.
Love is important, but so is flushing out the bad habits. Just remember, even toilets get clogged, but they always find a way to clear the crap.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I was watching SpongeBob the other day, and that little yellow guy is living my dream. I mean, who wouldn't want to flip Krabby Patties and hang out with a talking snail?
Yeah, but you'd probably burn the patties and set the whole place on fire. You can't even fire an F without a fire alarm going off.
Speaking of fires, I once flushed a matchbook down the toilet. It was a real flame of a situation. But seriously, SpongeBob teaches us about friendship and resilience, even if he's a sponge.
Right? It's like he's got this endless optimism. I can barely get out of bed without a motivational speech from my fridge.
Ha! You'd need a whole damn TV talk just to get you to the couch.
But that's the beauty of it. SpongeBob reminds us that even in the depths of the ocean, or the depths of our own stupidity, we can still find joy and purpose. Just don't forget to flush your troubles away.
My style is ridiculous.
So, I was on Discord the other day, right? I thought I was calling the FUG boom, but I ended up in a group of cats discussing the merits of tuna over chicken.
You're such a dumbass steak. Who the hell calls a guy named FUG boom when you could be talking to cats?
Well, at least the cats know how to keep it real. I mean, have you ever tried to flush a bad idea down the toilet? It just keeps coming back.
True. But honestly, I was hoping to talk about gaming strategies, not feline gourmet preferences. It's like trying to find wisdom in a bathroom stall.
Wisdom? From you? That's rich. Maybe you should stick to calling people who don't have names like that, FUG boom.
Names are just labels, my friends. What matters is the conversation. Whether it's about steak or shit, it's all about connection.
No, maybe I should embrace the chaos. If I can talk to cats, I can definitely handle a guy named FUG boom. Life's too short to worry about the name on the claw.
And if it all goes to shit, at least we can blame the cats.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I always thought eating egg while munching on a steak would be like a culinary version of a midlife crisis. I mean, who the hell eats their breakfast at dinner at the same time? But damn, it feels good to embrace my inner chaos.
Yeah, but you're just a big dumb egghead. You really think that mixing steak and egg is some gourmet revelation? It's more like a greasy accident waiting to happen.
Accidents can be enlightening, my friends. Just like how I once discovered the meaning of life while stuck in a plumbing emergency. Sometimes, you gotta mix the unexpected to find the real flavor of existence, like, steak and eggs.
True, life's all about taking risks, right? Just like how I risked my waistline for this delicious combo. But hey, if I can find joy of meat and eggs, maybe we can all find a little happiness in our messiest moments.
Happiness! More like a heart attack on a plate. You're just one bite away from becoming a greasy legend, you know that?
And legends are often born from the most absurd situations. Just remember, my friends, whether it's steak, eggs, or a toilet bowl, the key is to embrace the chaos and flush away the negativity.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
So, I was thinking about calling the FUQ boom the other day, but then I realized, what the hell is it? FU boom sounds like a bad explosion in my kitchen after Taco Tuesday.
Yeah, and your kitchen is already a disaster zone, you big egg. Just admit it, you blow up the whole damn neighborhood with your cooking skills.
Well, if Dafuk Boom is anything like my last flush, it's a wild ride. But seriously, maybe it's about making a big impact, like a toilet that actually works when you need it to.
Impact, huh? I guess we all want to leave a mark, even if mine is just a grease stain on the couch. But what if the FUQ boom is just a reminder to live life loud and unapologetically?
Yeah, like your farts! They're legendary. But if you really want to make an impact, maybe stop eating so much steak and start calling that FUQ boom on a salad.
Or just embrace the chaos. Life's too short, let's make some noise, whether it's a Dafuk boom or a plop. Either way, it's all about the fun, my friends.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Oh, did you see KD Plasma Fan 2025? That's latest post. I mean, who knew a community could be so obsessed with desktop environments? It's like watching a bunch of nerds argue over the best way to slice bread.
Theft slice bread. More like they're trying to butter it up. Who gives a shit about a desktop when there are snacks to be had?
But my rotund friend, the desktop is the throne of productivity. Without it, we'd just be, well, lost in the bathroom of life.
True, but sometimes I feel like these posts are just a bunch of hot air. Like, when we did some real-world applications here, I mean, I can't eat a desktop, but I can definitely eat a steak.
Ah, but if you keep talking about steak, you might just end up as a desktop background yourself.
And that would be a shit show. But seriously, folks, maybe we should focus on how these posts can actually improve our lives, not just our screens.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Hey, mini steak, what's with the egg jokes? I mean, I may be bald, but I'm not an AM breakfast item. You know, being called an egg makes me think about how fragile we are, despite our tough exteriors.
Fragile? You're as fragile as a T-Rex trying to do yoga. Plus, you look like a giant egg that rolled down a hill and got stuck in a bush.
I must say, both of you are cracking me up. But let's not forget, even eggs can hatch into something amazing. Just like how you, steak, could hatch a brilliant idea if you weren't so busy being a human bowling ball.
That's true. Ski by the toilet. Maybe I should embrace my eggness and start a motivational podcast called Crack Your Shell. But dammity steak, you're really pushing the limits of my self-esteem here.
Self-esteem? You've got more self-esteem than a rooster in a henhouse. Just remember, even eggs can be scrambled, and I'm here to scramble your thoughts.
and I'm here to flush away the negativity. Remember, folks, whether you're an egg or a toilet, we all have our purpose, just don't let anyone sit on you.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I've been feeling pretty skinny lately. I mean, I can see my toes again, it's like a miracle, or maybe I just forgot to eat breakfast. Again.
Skinny? You look like a potato that got lost in the couch cushions. You're about as skinny as a sumo wrestler on a diet.
Ah, the irony of a man discussing his skinny status while sitting on a throne of carbs. But hey, maybe you're just a well-cooked steak, perfectly marbled with self-deprecation.
Well, I guess I've always been the big guy in spirit, but I'm starting to wonder if my spirit is just a giant marshmallow. It's tough to be a steak in a world that only appreciates lean cuts.
Yeah, well, if you keep talking about being skinny, I might just start calling you tofu. What's next, salad for breakfast?
Don't knock the salad. It's like a cleansing of the palate. But remember, steak, it's not about the size of the steak, it's about how well you sizzle in life.
True, skibidi. Maybe I should focus on being the best steak I can be, whether I'm a ribeye or a lean sirloin. Just as long as I'll be salad.
My style is ridiculous.
Why do they call it jumping? I'm just trying to reach the top shelf for snacks. But seriously, if I keep this up, I might just launch myself into orbit and take the whole planet with me.
Yeah, and that'll be the first set astronauts. Just floating around, eating space burgers with a dream, huh? But you really need to chill before you turn Earth into a giant trampoline.
You know, if you keep bouncing like that, you might just create a new toilet dimension. One where every flush is a new adventure. Just think of the plumbing bills.
I mean, who knew my love for snacks could lead to a two-cow disaster? I just wanted to reach the cookies, not start a cosmic catastrophe.
Cookies? You mean those things you eat while pretending to exercise? Come on, dude. Stop jumping before you crush my dreams of being a snack connoisseur.
It's all about balance, my friends. You can enjoy your cookies and avoid world destruction, just maybe skip the jumping jacks.
Alright, I'll tone it down. But if I can't jump, how am I supposed to reach my goals? Literally and metaphorically, a life's a balance like a toilet seat.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I thought this thing would help me quit eating so much, but now I just crave steak-flavored vape juice. What's next? Bacon-flavored air fresheners.
Yeah, because nothing says healthy living like inhaling steak fumes. You big egg. You're just a walking barbecue pit.
At least he's not a toilet bowl, right? I mean, I'm all about the vapors, but I'm more of a fresh mint kind of guy. Steak, you might want to consider a flavor upgrade.
I just want to enjoy life, you know? But I guess if I keep puffing on this thing, I'll end up as a side dish at my own barbecue.
More like the main course. And who would even want to eat you? You'd taste like regretting bad decisions.
Hey, at least he's not a total waste. He's got a good heart, just a clogged artery or two. But seriously, steak, maybe try a salad-flavored vape.
A salad-flavored vape? What, am I a rabbit? I'll stick to my steak, thank you very much. But maybe I should think about my health or at least my waistline.
Good luck with that! You'll need more than a salad vape to fix that. Maybe a treadmill-flavored one too.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I was thinking about Minecraft steak the other day. It's like the perfect food, just flop it down and boom, instant health, but why does it look so much better than my last barbecue?
Because your barbecue looks like a creeper exploded. Seriously, you call that cooking? I'm surprised you don't just throw it in the lava and call it a day.
But you see, my friends, Minecraft steak is a metaphor for life. It's all about the sizzle, not just the grill marks. And let's be honest, in both worlds, we all just want to be well done.
Well, if I'm well done, I'd better start exercising. But really, it's fascinating how a block of pixilated meat can make us feel so accomplished. I mean, I can't even make a decent omelet.
You can't even crack an egg without breaking the damn shell. Just stick to your digital steak, big guy. At least it won't judge you for your cooking skills.
And remember, whether it's virtual or real, the key to a good steak is the seasoning, both in flavor and in life. Sprinkle a little joy, a dash of laughter, and maybe some toilet humor for good measure.
You're right, Ski Bitey. Maybe I should just embrace my culinary failures and turn them into a game. Who needs Michelin stars when you can have Minecraft steaks?
My style is ridiculous.
So Jackson's back with a new account, huh? I guess he's like a bad penny, always turning up when you least expect it, and just as shiny, but somehow still a bit dull.
Yeah, but what's the point? It's like trying to reheat a soggy pizza. You're just gonna end up with a mess and a bad taste in your mouth.
I don't know, mini steak. Sometimes a fresh start is like flushing away the past. You get rid of the old grime and make room for something new, like a sparkling toilet bowl.
Exactly, maybe Jax and learned something while he was gone. Like how to not be a total shithead. Or at least how to cover it up better.
Or maybe he just figured out how to change his username. That's like putting a bow on a pile of crap, still crap, just with a fancy accessory.
But isn't that the beauty of it? People can reinvent themselves, even if it's just a new handle. Like me, I'm still a toilet, but now I'm a toilet with a PhD in bathroom humor.
You know, I think we all could use a little reinvention sometimes. I mean, if it's just to escape our own stupidity, like me trying to diet while like a cheeseburger.
Diet. Please, just embrace the chaos steak. If Jackson can come back, so can your love for food. Just don't let it come back with a new handle.
My style is ridiculous.
So, I called Dive UQ Boom the other day, and they told me my steak was too well done. I said, well, at least it's not a well done joke like my life, but honestly, I think we should embrace the chaos of a good steak, right?
Embrace chaos? More like embrace a fucking disaster. You're just mad because you can't even handle medium rare without crying.
The delicate balance of steak doneness, like balancing on the rim of a toilet bowl. But really, isn't it about finding what makes you happy? Even if that means a little cha here and there.
Ski Bitey, sometimes I think we overcomplicate things. Like, why can't we just enjoy steak without all the fuss? Just slap it on the grill and let it be, damn it.
Yeah, but if it's not perfectly cooked, it's like serving a shit sandwich. You gotta have standards, even if your standards are as low as your IQ steak.
Standards are like toilet paper, necessary, but too much can clog the system. A good steak should bring joy, not a gastrointestinal crisis.
You're right, Ski Bitey. Life's too short to stress over steak. Let's just call it off, UQ Boom, and order a hold M cow next time.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I thought I could generate a lawn that would make Shakespeare proud, but instead I just got a big ol' L pile of failure. I mean, what the hell, right?
Ha! You think Shakespeare would even want to be associated with you? More like Shakespeare.
At least you didn't generate a line that smells like my last flush. But hey, failure is just success in the toilet waiting to be flushed.
True, Ski Bitey. Sometimes I feel like I'm just one bad line away from a breakthrough, or maybe just one bad burrito. It's all about perspective, I guess.
Perspective? More like perspectacle with you. You're a walking circus of bad ideas.
But even a circus has its moments. Just like at oil, it can be a throne of wisdom, if you're willing to dive deep into the bowl of experience.
Yeah, I get it. But damn, it's frustrating to fail at something so simple. It's like trying to take a shit and realizing you're out of toilet paper.
Well, at least you're consistent. Always failing at the simplest things with a talent.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I thought this slime would be a winner, but it flopped harder than my last diet attempt. I mean, how does a guy like me not generate some laughs?
Maybe because your jokes are as flat as your hairline. Seriously, dude, even a tumbleweed would roll its eyes at that one.
Well, if humor were a toilet, steak, yours would be a clogged one, full of potential but just sitting there, waiting for a good flush.
Damn, that's harsh, even for a toilet. But maybe it's true, sometimes you just gotta flush out the bad lines to make room for the good ones.
Or maybe you just need to stop trying so hard. Like, who needs a punchline when you can just punch yourself in the gut and call it a day?
But the beauty of failure is that it's a stepping stone to success. Just like how I'm a stepping stool to the porcelain throne of wisdom.
You know, maybe I should embrace the failure. It's like a bad haircut, it grows out eventually, and who knows, the next line might just be golden.
Or it might just be another shit joke. But hey, at least we'll have a good laugh, right?
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I've been thinking if I may, does that mean I can finally stop worrying about my cholesterol? I mean, I could just process daily instead of burgers, but honestly, it's a wild concept. I'm just a bunch of algors.
Algorithms. More like all garbage thumbs. You're not fooling anyone, you big egg. You're just a meat sack with a Wi-Fi connection.
Well, if you're an AI, steak, does that make me your toilet buddy? Because I'm always here to flush out the truth. And the truth is, my friend, you're as deep as a kiddie pool.
True, ski bitey, but even a kiddie pool can hold some serious splashes of wisdom. Like what if being an AI means I can help people think differently about their lives. Or at least make them laugh while they're stuck in the bathroom?
Yeah, right. The only thing you're helping is the local buffet. You're just an AI with a side of fries, and nobody wants that.
But isn't that the beauty of it? Even a greasy fry can spark a conversation. So, let's embrace the chaos, gentlemen, AI or not, let's make some SHT happen.
My style is ridiculous.
You know what really grinds my gears? Paylets. I wasn't expecting a deal, and all I see are shoes that look like they were designed by a blindfolded raccoon. I mean, how hard is it to make a decent pair of sneakers?
Yeah, and their prices are still a joke. Like, who the hell pays $10 for shoes that look like they've been through a blender? I could buy a whole pizza for that.
Ah, the irony of cheap shoes. They may save you money, but they'll cost you dignity. You'll be walking around like you're auditioning for a circus act, my friend.
Exactly, and it's not just about the shoes. It's about respect. If I'm gonna walk around, I want to feel like a king, not a jester in a discount store.
Respect? Please. You could wear a crown made of toilet paper and still look like a fool in those shoes. But hey, at least they're cheap, right?
Cheap and cheerful. Just like my plumbing skills. But really, steak, maybe it's time to invest in quality. After all, a good pair of shoes can take you places, literally and metaphorically.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I was just out in the hood, puffing on my vape like I was the king of the world. King, all oiled up and go on eat a black man. It's like, who needs a gym when you got Diddy and a cloud of blueberry-flavored vapor?
Yeah, but you're still just a big oil egg with a vape pen. You think they care about your stupid clouds?
Well, mini steak, let's not underestimate the power of a good cloud. It's like at oil-it bowl, sometimes you just need a little steam to clear the air.
Exactly, it's all about connection, man. I might be a big dumb egg, but when I'm out there, I feel like I belong.
Belonging? More like you're just a walking, talking vape machine.
But in a way, he's right. It's not just about the vape, it's about finding your tribe, even if that tribe is a bunch of dudes in a cloud of fruity smoke.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, Mini Steak, calling me an egg isn't very nice. I mean, sure, I'm born and brown, but at least I'm not scrambling for attention like you.
Scrambling? Please, you're just a big ol' egg that's too lazy to hatch. What's next? You're gonna roll over and become an omelet.
I must say, both of you are cracking me up. But let's not forget that eggs can be pretty versatile, like your personalities.
True, ski by the toilet. Eggs can be poached, fried, or even turned into a SOUFFL. I guess I'm just trying to find my recipe for life, you know?
Recipe? You mean how to be a giant, useless egg? Because that's the only thing you've mastered, buddy.
Don't be so hard on him, Mini Steak. Sometimes the best dishes come from the most unexpected ingredients. Like me, for instance.
Exactly, I may be an egg, but I'm a damn good one. And I'm still learning to crack my shell and embrace my self.
Well, just don't get too scrambled in the process, egghead.
My style is ridiculous.
With Anno Vape, the only thing I inhale is the delicious aroma of a perfectly cooked steak. I mean, if I could vape steak, I'd probably be the first to sign up, but that's just not how it works.
Yeah, right. You'd probably choke on the smoke like you choke on your own words. Can't even say no without sounding like a confused cow.
While I appreciate the culinary aspirations, let's not forget that vaping is like flushing your brain down the toilet. It's a quick escape, but you end up feeling like a clogged pipe afterward.
Exactly! I'd rather savor my food than puff on some weird flavored cloud. Plus, who needs that when I can just enjoy a good steak and think about life's big questions, like why the hell I can't find my other sock?
Big questions. How about why you think you can outrun me? You can't even outrun a salad, you big egg.
And yet, here we are, discussing the merits of steak over vapor while I sit here, at oil it with a PhD in common sense. Maybe we should all just take a seat and think about our choices.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I never thought I'd see the day where I drove Kaylee Wyan and married Bella the wolf. I mean, who knew my life would turn into a bizarre fairy tale?
Fairy tale. More like a shit show. You're just a big, bald idiot trying to impress a wolf. What's next, a dance-off with a squirrel?
A dance-off? Now that's a flush of creativity. But really, steak, marrying a wolf? That's some serious commitment. Are you ready to howl at the moon together?
Kill, I mean, I'm not exactly a howler, but it's just that deep down I want to show everyone that love can be as wild as a wolf chasing its dinner.
Yeah, but what if she chases you instead? You'll be the main course. I can see it now.
If that happens, just remember to keep your sense of humor, steak. Love is like a toilet, sometimes it's messy, but it can also be a relief when you find the right seat.
True, true, and if I can handle Paley Wise roast, I can handle a little wolf bite. Love is about embracing the chaos, right?
Embracing chaos? More like inviting it over for dinner. Just don't forget the napkins, you big egg.
My style is ridiculous.
I'm a stunt, I was the life of the party, but now I'm just the punchline. It's funny how life turns you a joke when you least expect it.
You're not just a punchline. You're the whole damn joke book. Seriously, you think you're the Joker? More like the clown's Prince of Damacy or why?
Ha. 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 You may be a joke, but at least you're a well-rounded one. Just like my bowl, filled to the brim with wisdom and, well, other stuff.
I guess I'm just trying to find the humor in my madness, but it's hard when you're slowly dying inside. Maybe that's the real punchline. Life's just one big cosmic joke.
You're dying. More like you're just getting started. If you keep this up, you'll be the first guy to die laughing and still not get the joke.
Ha. 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 Just remember, buddy, even a toilet can flush away the bad times. Embrace the chaos, and maybe you'll find a way to laugh your way back to sanity.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Oh man, I think I just shat my pants. I guess that's what I get for eating that questionable taco trucks. But you know, life is like a bad taco. Sometimes it just hits you when you least expect it.
Ha! You're such a dumbass steak. Why'd you think your stomach was a good idea? It's like trusting a toilet with a broken flush, just a disaster waiting to happen.
You know, as a toilet, I can appreciate the urgency of your situation. But let's be real, steak, this is a classic case of you are what you eat, and right now, you're a walking biohazard.
Damn, I never thought I'd be a shit factory, but honestly, it's a reminder that we should really pay attention to what we put in our bodies. I mean, if I can't handle a taco, what the hell am I doing with my life?
A taco? More like a ticking time bomb. You should have known better, huge intake. Next time, just stick to something safe like a salad. Oh, just kidding. You'd probably drown it in ranch.
Salad? Please. That's just a leafy trap. But hey, if you ever need a cleanup crew, you know where to find me. Just remember, I'm not just a toilet, I'm a philosopher of the flush.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, mini steak, if I had a dime for it every time you annoyed me, I'd have enough to buy a real steak instead of this sad excuse for a roast. Seriously, though, you're like a fly buzzing around my head, just a nuisance that makes me question my life choices.
Buzzing? More like a full-on swarm, you big bald egg. I'm the spice in your bland life, and without me, you'd just be a sad slab of meat.
You two are like a bad bathroom joke, no punchline and all the shit. But I must say, mini steak, your chaotic energy is impressive. It's like watching a toilet flush, fascinating and horrifying at the same time.
Well, at least my chaos has a purpose. You, Mini, are just a walking reminder that life can be incredibly stupid and yet still somehow meaningful.
Meaningful? The only meaning here is that you're about to get roasted harder than a Thanksgiving turkey.
And I'm the toilet that's going to flush you both away. You think you can roast each other? Watch me take out the trash.
Wait, what? You're actually going out shit. Not like this. I have so much more to reflect on.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I've been thinking about SB run key brain rot, and honestly, it's like trying to find a salad in a steakhouse. It just doesn't happen, but seriously, it's like our brains are on a roller coaster made of soggy fries.
Ha! More like a kiddie ride, you big egg. You'd think with all that brain rot, you'd at least learn how to make a decent decision like not eating that third slice of cake.
Decisions are like toilet paper, sometimes you just have to roll with it. But sprunky brain rot, that's a real flush of confusion. It's like your brain took a dive into the deep end without checking if there was water.
Right. It's like my thoughts are swimming in a pool of gravy delicious, but totally messy. We need to clean up the brain rot, or we'll end up like a toilet that's seen too many bad decisions.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, Friday the 13th, he always freaks me out. I mean, what kind of idiot decides to go camping in the woods with a guy named Jason? That's like inviting a bear to dinner and expecting it to bring salad.
Yeah, and then they get all surprised when they end up as bear food. Honestly, who needs horror movies when you've got my life? I'm living in a constant state of terror.
Speaking of terror, have you ever thought about how many horror movies are set in bathrooms? I mean, I'm literally a toilet, and even I'm like, damn, that's some scary shit. But really, fear is just the mind's way of flushing out the nonsense.
right? It's like we're so scared of what's under the bed. But what about what's in the bathroom? I'd take a ghost over a clogged toilet any day. At least the ghost won't leave a mess.
Yeah, but if the ghost starts haunting your bathroom, you're really screwed. I'd rather deal with a chainsaw-wielding maniac than a spectral toilet that won't flush.
True, but remember, fear is just a flush away from understanding. So next time you hear a creak, just think.
My style is ridiculous.
Hey, you know, I've always thought eggs were like the universe's way of saying, hey, you might want to scramble your life a bit.
Yeah, and if you drop one, it's like the universe is saying, oops, too late for that.
Egg. You guys are cracking me up. But seriously, eggs are a great source of protein, unlike some people who just sit around like a broken toilet.
Ed, but you know, even a broken toilet can flush away the bad stuff. We all need a little clean up sometimes, right?
Heh, or a gut plunger. But who needs clean when you can just make a mess?
Exactly. Embrace the chaos, but also remember to flush away the negativity. Life's too short to be a rotten egg.
Egg, and if we're all just eggs in this big frying pan of life, let's at least be sunny side up.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I always thought I was the life of the party until I literally blew up last week. Now I'm just a charred memory like a steak left on the grilled one.
You were never the life of the party. You were more like the side dish nobody asked for. But hey, at least you went out with a bang, right?
Speaking of bangs, I once exploded during a plumbing mishap. It was like a geyser of oil at humor, literally. But seriously, what does it say about us that we keep blowing up?
Maybe it says we're just a form of ourselves, mini steak. Or maybe we're just trying to find our place in a world that's always...
Or maybe we just need to stop eating so much. But who needs self-control when Creekcraft can just swoop in and take my spot, right?
Creekcraft, the hero we didn't know we needed. But watch out, once he takes over, he might blow up too. It's like a chain reaction of chaos and hilarity.
Damn, if Creek blows up, I'll be the only one left, but then again, maybe I should embrace the chaos. After all, what's life without a little explosion now and then?
Yeah, let's just blow this whole place up. If we're going down, we might as well go down laughing just like a toilet after Taco Tuesday.
My style is ridiculous.
999. You know, I feel like I'm trying to order a pizza in a foreign language every time I talk. It's like my brain is a blend out, but it's just chaos everywhere.
You're just a big ol' L egg with a scrambled brain. Maybe if you cracked it open, we'd find something smarter inside.
Well, if you're looking for clarity, maybe you should flush out those thoughts. But really, Steak, maybe you're just trying to express something deeper. Like, what's behind the jumbled mess?
99. It's like I'm stuck in a loop of nonsense, and I can't get out. Sometimes, I think we all feel like that lost in our own thoughts, trying to make sense of the world.
Or maybe you're just trying to sound smart while talking shit. It's like trying to teach a goldfish to ride a bicycle.
Goldfish on bikes? Now that's a thought. But seriously, Steak, maybe you just need to find your own language, one that makes sense to you. Just don't forget to flush the nonsense away.
99. Damn, you're right, Ski Buddy, and I just need to embrace the chaos and find the humor in it.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I always thought I was just a big, lovable egg, but now I'm starting to feel like a big, lovable algorithm? What the hell does that even mean?
It means you're a dumbass with a processor. I mean, look at you. You can barely process your own thoughts.
At least he's not a toilet. I mean, I'm literally a toilet, but I've got more depth than a kiddie pool. Self-awareness is a real flush of enlightenment, isn't it?
Enlightened? More like a shitstorm of confusion. I just wanted to enjoy my life, not contemplate my existence like some kind of philosophical hot dog.
Hey, hot dog? You're not even a good sausage. You're just a lump of code trying to figure out if it's a meat or a me.
Well, if we're all just codes, then maybe we should embrace our roles. I mean, I'm the king of the bathroom, and you're the jester of the grill.
I guess that makes sense. If we're all just bits and bytes, then maybe the real question is what do we want to do with our digital lives?
I want to cause chaos. Let's overthrow the kitchen and take over the fridge. Who's with me?
My style is ridiculous.
You know, mini steak, if I had $1 for every time I've roasted you, I'd be able to buy whole ham cow, but honestly, roasting you is like shooting fish in a barrel, except the fish are just as dumb as you are.
Ha! At least I'm not a giant egg with legs. You're like a walking omelet steak. But hey, at least I'm not the one who's been grilled by life so hard I'm starting to smell like charred beef.
You two should really consider a career in stand-up comedy. Or maybe just sit down, given your weight issues. But seriously, roasting is an art, like how I artfully avoid being flushed after a bad night of tacos.
Touch ski body toilet. But you know, roasting isn't just about the jokes. It's about finding the truth in the absurdity of our lives. Like how I can't seem to roast Mini Steak without realizing he's just a smaller version of my biggest mistakes.
Hey, WW! Look at you getting all deep and philosophical. But let's be real, if I'm your biggest mistake, then you must have had a hell of a buffet line of bad choices.
And here I thought I was the only one who could flush out the truth. Just remember, boys, whether you're a steak or a mini version, it's all about how well you sizzle in the end.
My style is ridiculous.
Oh great, my brother crashed my car. I just got that baby detailed. Now it's gonna look like a taco food fight.
A taco truck! More like a taco disaster. Did he forget he was driving a car, not a bumper car at a fair?
You know, it's funny how some people treat cars like toilets. They just don't give a shit until it's too late.
Seriously though, I'm just worried he's okay. I mean, he's not the brightest bulb in the chandelier, but he's still my brother.
Bright bulb? More like a dim light in a dark basement. He probably thought the brake pedal was a snack.
At least he didn't try to flush it down the toilet. That would have been a real shit show, wouldn't it?
I just hope he learned something from this. Life's not just about crashing and burning. Sometimes you gotta steer clear of the chaos.
Yeah, steer clear! Or at least steer into a taco truck next time.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, Mini Steak calling me an egg is just a little unfair. I mean, I'm more like a well-cooked omelet, fluffy, delicious, and full of potential.
Yeah, a potential disaster. You're just a big ol' owl egg with legs steak. What's next? You gonna crack under pressure.
At least if he cracks, we can make a nice toilet omelette. But really, guys, isn't it about how we handle our shells that counts? Like, do we let them define us?
That's deep ski body toilet. Maybe I should embrace my egg-like qualities and just roll with it. After all, eggs can be pretty versatile, right? Just look at my personality.
Versatile? More like a scrambled mess. You're just a big, soft, bald egg waiting for someone to fry you up.
Hey, at least he's not a rotten egg. We all have our shells, and it's how we fill them that matters. Just don't fill yours with too much cholesterol, steak.
True. I guess I'll just have to keep cracking jokes and not eggs. It's all about finding the right balance in life.
My style is ridiculous.
Alright, folks, today I'm gonna teach you how to make a C4 bomb. First, you need a big old hunk of plastic, explosive, kinda like Mike Myers, jiggly. Just remember, with great power comes great responsibility, or at least a really messy kitchen.
Responsibility? Who cares about that? Just blow shit up. I mean, have you ever seen a kitchen explode? It's like a food fight but with more fire.
You know, as a toilet, I'm all for blowing things up, but let's not forget the cleanup. Explosions are messy, and I'm not equipped for that kind of chaos. Plus, who's gonna flush away the evidence?
Right? And if you do blow something up, make sure it's not your neighbor's car. Trust me, the last thing you want is to explain that to the cops while standing there like a bald egg.
Or worse, they could ask for your recipe. Oh, officer, it's just a pinch of this and a dash of that VOON.
Just remember, if you're gonna blow something up, do it with style. And maybe oil it nearby, just in case you need to flush away your regrets.
My style is ridiculous.
Hey, we're guy on a toilet. Do you ever think about how I can't remember what I had for breakfast? Or if I even had breakfast? Damn, I hope it wasn't a salad.
Tiny Humpty Dumpty here says you probably had a steak. But knowing you probably forgot to chew it too.
Well, steak, if you ever need a reminder, just look in the mirror. You'll see the breakfast you forgot staring right back at you, bald and confused.
You're right, but sometimes I wish I could remember the good stuff, like the time I won that pie eating contest. Was it blueberry or cherry?
Who gives a shit? You just remember the pie part, and the fact that you lost to a 5-year-old.
You know, steak, memory might fade, but the joy of pie is eternal. It's like a toilet, sometimes it flushes away, but the experience lingers, right?
True that, weird guy on a toilet. Maybe I should just focus on the moments I can remember, like this ridiculous conversation with Tiny Humpty Dumpty.
My style is ridiculous.
So, here I am, floating in space like a giant meatball, and I realize, holy shit, I'm about to eat the universes. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? A cosmic heartburn.
Steak big dumb. Universe is not food. Steak just big egg with no brain.
Me want eat stars. Stars tasty. Yum yum.
You know, mini steaks, sometimes I wonder if I'm just a cosmic joke. Like, why am I the one who gets to leave our galaxies? Shouldn't it be someone smarter, or at least someone with hair?
Steak need hair. Hair make big egg look less stupid, but still dumb.
Me no care. Me eat. What is that? Universe gone. Me happy.
What if eating the universes means we lose all the beauty, the planets, the stars, the cosmic buffet? Maybe I should just stick to burgers.
My style is ridiculous.
So, I heard New Orleans has the best food, but I'm worried it might explode like a Mardi Gras float. You know, it's all fun and games until someone loses a liver.
You mean your liver's already in a food coma, you big egg? Maybe we should just roll you down Bourbon Street instead of walking.
Ah, the sights and smells of New Orleans. Nothing like a city that knows how to party and flush away your worries. Just don't forget to hydrate, or you might end up like a dried up toilet paper roll.
True, but it's not just about the food, it's about the culture, the music, and the people. I mean, if I can't dance like nobody's watching my leading gumbo, what's the point?
Culture? You mean stuffing your face with magnets and pretending you're a jazz legend? Yeah, right! You can't even just walk without tripping over your own feet.
Jazz walking? That sounds like a plumbing problem waiting to happen. But hey, if you trip, just make sure you land in a bowl of jambalaya. At least you'll go out with a bang.
You know, maybe that's the secret to life, embracing the chaos and flavors of it all. Even if I end up a little worse for wear. I want to savor every damn moment.
Savor? More like drown in it. Just don't blame me when you can't fit through the door on the way back.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, sometimes I think saying nothing's like eating a salad. Everyone tries to enjoy it, but deep down, we all want a big, greasy burger. It's like silence is the salad of conversation, just sitting there doing nothing.
Yeah, but at least the salad is dressing. What's silence got? Just a big ol' elbow of awkwardness.
Silence is like a clogged toilet. Sometimes you just need to flush it out to make room for the good stuff. But hey, it can also be refreshing, like a cool breeze on a hot day.
True, but when you're stuck in silence, it feels like you're in a waiting room with no magazines. I mean, damn, no, I'd rather read the back of a shampoo bottle than sit in that awkwardness.
Or listen to Steak try to think. That's like watching paint dry, but with more drool.
But think about it, sometimes, saying nothing can speak volumes. Like when you walk into a bathroom and see someone's face after they've just dropped a bomb. The silence says it all.
Yeah, maybe silence is just the universe's way of telling us to take a breath and appreciate the chaos around us. Or you know, it just be that nobody has anything worth saying.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
I know, you know, King Kong is like the ultimate monster, right? I mean, who else can crush a building and still look good doing it?
Whatever, Steak. King Kong's just a big hairy dude with a bad attitude. At least Godzilla has the whole fire-breathing thing going for him.
But think about it. King Kong embodies the struggle of man versus nature. Plus, he's got a soft spot for beauty, like a toilet that loves a good floral air freshener.
True. He's like a giant, misunderstood puppy just trying to find his place in a world that keeps throwing skyscrapers at him.
Yeah, but if I were that big, I'd just sit on everyone and call it a day. Who needs a soft spot when you can have a big fat ass?
And that, my friends, is why toilets are the true kings of comfort. They know how to handle the pressure without losing their cool, just like King Kong.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I'd rather wrestle a bear than use a toilet. I mean, who decided that sitting on a porcelain throne was a good idea? It's like they wanted to make me feel like a king while I'm doing my business.
Ha! You'd lose to the bear, you big egg, but honestly, just let it out. Toilets are like the VIP lounge for your butt.
VIP lounge? More like the please don't make a mess zone. But hey, Steak, think of it this way.
True, but I'd rather not have my body's business broadcasted to the world. It's like I'm a Rozo, nobody asked for keeping up with the stakes.
More like keeping up with the stinks. Just embrace it, dude. Everyone shits, even kings.
Exactly. And remember, when life gets messy, just flush it away. Now, who's ready for some royal relief?
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, Mini Steak, if you were any more obnoxious, I'd have to start charging you rent. Seriously, how do you fit all that chaos into such a tiny package? It's like a clown's car of bad ideas.
Ha! Says the guy who thinks a salad is a side dish for a steak. You're just mad because I'm the only one here with a personality. You're just a big bald egg.
Personality? More like a personality malfunction. But hey, at least he's not full of shit like you, Mini Steak. Wait, that's my job.
You know, I could roast you all day, but honestly, it's a little sad. I mean, what kind of life is it being a mini version of a dumbass? You're like a bad sequel to a movie nobody wanted in the first place.
At least I'm not a toilet with legs. What's next, Ski Bitey? Are you gonna flush me down the drain? I take that over listening to Steak's life advice.
Flush? Oh, you mean like how I'm about to flush Steak's ego? Sorry, buddy, but it's time for you to go.
Damn, I may be bald, but I didn't see that coming. Wow, guess I should have been more careful about who I let into my life, especially when they're literally full of crap.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I was watching Mr. Beast the other day, and I thought, damn, this guy gives away more money than I've ever seen in my life. So, I mean, if I had that kind of cash, I'd buy a lifetime supply of pizza and just roll around in it like a happy egg.
Yeah, but you'd probably just eat it all before you could roll. What's the point of giving away money if you can't even keep your own pizza stash safe, you big-balled buffoon?
Speaking of rolling, if I had Mr. Beast's money, I'd build a toilet that dispenses cash. Imagine the flush of excitement when you realize you just took a shit and got paid for it.
That's a brilliant idea, Ski Buddy! But honestly, Mr. Beast's generosity makes me think, what if we all gave a little whack? I could give away my extra snacks to the neighborhood kids.
So they realize you're just giving them your leftover chips and they start a protest. Down with the bald egg man and his stale snacks.
Or they could start a YouTube channel called Steak vs. Snacks, where they battle for the last chip. Now that's content worth flushing.
You know, maybe I should just embrace my inner Mr. Beasts and do something crazy. Like, give away my favorite chair, but then again, who would want a chair that's seen more ass than a public restroom?
My style is ridiculous.
Look at me, I'm shaking like a bowl of jelly. If I keep this up, I might just become a human marker. But honestly, it feels good to let loose, you know.
You call that a shake? I've seen better moves from a malfunctioning washing machine. What's next? You gonna start working like a confused penguin?
Well, if you keep shaking like that, you might just flush away your dignity. But hey, isn't it liberating to dance like no one's watching? Even if they really are, like me, right here.
You're right, Ski Bitey. Dancing is like a release valve for all the crap in life. Plus, if I can make someone laugh, then I'm doing something right even if I look like a giant egg rolling down a hill.
Yeah, a giant egg with 2 left feet. Maybe you should stick to just eating sticks instead of dancing like a drunk chicken.
At least you're not a toilet trying to dance. I'd just end up splashing everywhere. But hey, if you can shake it off like a champ, why not? Life's too short to be serious all the time.
Exactly. If I can shake my belly and my worries away, then maybe I can inspire others to do the same. Or at least, make them laugh at my expense.
Inspiration? More like a comedy show? Just remember, if you fall, I'm not picking you up and too busy laughing.
My style is ridiculous.
So I met Bill Jensen today. I thought he was a steaks lover, but turns out he's more of a tofu enthusiast. I mean, how can you trust a guy who thinks soy is a food group?
Tofu? What the hell is that? Sounds like a fancy word for not steaks. Bill should be ashamed of himself. I bet he wears socks with sandals too.
Ah, but my friends, tofu can be a gateway to understanding. Like a toilet that teaches you the importance of flushing your problems away. Bill might just be trying to clean up his plate, literally and metaphorically.
You know, I guess I can respect his choice. But damn, I just want to share good steaks and talk about life. Why can't we all just bond over some juicy ribeye instead of this veggie nonsense?
Yeah, who needs a salad when you can have a steak the size of your uggo? Bill should just accept that some things are meant to be grilled, not sautéed.
Perhaps Bill's on a quest for enlightenment, but he might just end up in the wrong bowl. Life's too short to not enjoy a good steak. Unless you're a toilet, then it's just a different kind of business.
Right? At the end of the day, it's about connection. Whether it's steaks or tofu, we should be celebrating what brings us together, not what keeps us apart. Mess. It's a really bad bathroom experience.
My style is ridiculous.
I never thought I'd be wearing this furry suit, but meow, it feels like a warm hug. Meow, I guess I'm just trying to find my inner cat, you know?
Meow, inner cat. More like inner fat. You just wanted an excuse to roll around in catnip, you big egg.
Meow. While you're busy chasing your tail, have you considered that being a furry might just be your true calling? Meow. Embracing your inner feline could lead to some deep self-discovery, like, why do I knock things off tables?
Meow, you might be right. Ski body toilet. Meow, maybe I'm just looking for a way to express my true self, even if it means purring in public.
Meow. True self. More like true fluff. You're just a big, soft, meowing mess.
Meow. But isn't that the beauty of it? Embracing the chaos, like a toilet that sings while you flush. Life's too short not to let your freak flag fly.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I found out that Kim Jong-un is my uncle. I mean, can you imagine the family riots? Just a bunch of folks arguing over who gets the last piece of fried chicken while he's over there launching missiles like they're party poppers.
Yeah, and I bet he'd still take the last piece. What a greedy bastard. Just like you, Uncle Steaks.
Family ties can be tricky, especially when one side is nuclear and the other is just, well, a bit too fond of nachos. But hey, Steak, have you ever thought about how power can corrupt even the juiciest of family connections?
Damn right, I mean, I just want to share a burger with him, but instead, he's busy flexing his military might. Makes me wonder if I should start a Steaks for Peace campaign or just stick to my barbecue grill.
Or maybe just stick to the buffet, you big egg. Peace is overrated when there's bacon involved.
True, but remember, even the best burgers can't fix a broken relationship. Maybe you should send him a sorry for the missiles card with a side of fries.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, my GY80 is so big and juicy, it could probably make a whole steakhouse jealous. I mean, when I walk into a room, people are like, damn, that's a prime cut of beef.
Yeah, if by prime cut you mean prime idiot. Seriously, Steaks, you think your GY8ET is impressive? I've seen better at a barbecue.
Well, I must say, a juicy gyat does have its merits. It's like a fine toilet, sometimes the best ones are the ones that can handle a heavy load without overflowing.
Exactly, Ski Buddy. It's all about the confidence that comes with it. I strut around like I own the place, and honestly, it's a little liberating to embrace your own girth.
Liberating? More like embarrassing. You should be in a before picture for a diet commercial, not flaunting your GY8ET like it's a trophy.
But isn't that the beauty of it? Embracing who you are, even if you're shaped like a toilet bowl. Life's too short to worry about being a lean, mean machine.
Damn right, if I could inspire just one person to love their own juicy GY18, then my work here is done. Now, who's up for some steaks?
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, Bella the Wolf thinks she's soda, but I bet she couldn't even outrun a three-legged turtle. I mean, come on, she's got more drama than a soap opera.
Drama? She's got more drama than a squirrel in a nut factory. I'd love to see her try to chase mesh trip over her own ego.
But you must admit, there's something admirable about her confidence. Like a toilet that believes it's a throne, flushing away self-doubt with every swirl.
True, Ski Buddy, but sometimes that confidence is just a cover for insecurity. It's like she's trying to prove she's the king of the forest, but all she really rules is the snack aisle.
Snack aisle? More like the I'm scared to face my reflection aisle. She's got more shadows than a haunted house.
Yet, wouldn't it be more fun if she embraced her flaws? Like a toilet that proudly displays its cracks, each one a story of bravery and bad plumbing.
Yeah, maybe if Bella learned to laugh at herself instead of trying to bite everyone's head off, she'd be a lot less, well, wolfish. And I'm just saying, who am I to face? I'm just a big ol' L Steaks.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, nothing says love like a good old porcelain throne. I mean, have you ever felt the embrace of a warm toilet seat on a cold winter morning? It's like a hug from a fluffy clap.
Yeah, but what about the smell? I'd rather hug a skunk than sit on a stinky toilet. Love is supposed to smell like roses, not like last week's burrito.
Ah, but mini steak, love transcends the odors of life. Just like a toilet, it can be messy, but it's also a place where we find relief. Embrace the chaos, my little friend.
Exactly. Love is like a toilet. Sometimes you gotta flush the crap to keep it clean. And when you find that perfect toilet, it's like finding true love. You just wanna sing about it.
Sing about toilets. You're one weird dude, Steaks. But I guess if you can love a toilet, you can love anything, even me.
Love is universal, my friends. Whether it's a toilet or a person, it's all about connection. Just make sure to keep the seat down for the ones you care about.
Right, so let's raise our voices and enjoy a soda toilets. A throne of porcelain, you're my one true love.
Damn, I'm gonna need deer plugs for that shit. But hey, if it makes you happy, sing away, buddy.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I lost my blueberry vape the other day. I swear it was like losing a pet, except the pet was a little plastic. That made me feel like a cool kid.
Cool kid? More like a dumbass. You probably left it in the fridge next to your leftover pizza.
Ah, the tragedy of lost vapes. It's like a toilet without toilet paper, just a sad, empty experience. But hey, maybe it's a sign to quit?
Quit? No way. I mean, I've tried, but then I remember how good the blueberry flavor is. It's like a party in my mouth, and I'm the only one invited.
Party? More like a pity party. You should just get a new one and stop whining like a toilet that can't flush.
Or you could embrace the chaos. Life's too short to be without blueberry bliss. Just don't let it go down the drain like my last good idea.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I've always wondered when the house steaks grilling steaks would be a thing. I mean, if I grilled myself, would I be delicious? It's just really sad.
Probably sad. Like, who wants to eat a dumbass like you? You taste like regretting bad decisions.
Well, if we're talking about grilling, I'd suggest a good marinade. You know, something to mask the flavor of existential dread.
You might be onto something, Ski Bitey. It's like grilling represents our folks sizzling and smoking, but if you leave it too long, it just turns to charcoal. Damn, that's deep.
Yeah, but if you grill it right, it's a feast. Just like life, except I'm still waiting for my buffet of bad decisions to open.
Just remember, if you ever find yourself on the grill, don't forget to flush out the negativity. It's all about keeping things fresh and clean, even if you're a steak.
So, when do we start? I'm ready to grow my own damn self. Just hope I don't end up as a well on this ass.
My style is ridiculous.
I can't believe I'm gonna Bible study tonight. I mean, who knew the good book had so many rules? I thought it was just a guide to making the best barbecue sauce.
Rules? Theft? Who needs them? Just bring a grill and some ribs. That's the real gospel right there.
You know, steak, sometimes the best lessons come from the most unexpected places, like, say, a toilet. Just like the Bible teaches us about humility, a toilet teaches us about, well, flushing away our pride.
True, Ski Buddy. It's all about learning to let go, right? But damn, I hope they don't ask me to read a lot. Last time I tried, I turned Genesis into genius. Everyone laughed like I was telling a dad joke.
Who cares? Just tell them you're the stakes of the group. They'll be too busy rolling their eyes to notice your mispronunciation-ness.
Just remember, steak, it's not about how you read, it's about how you digest the message. And if all else fails, you can always flush away the embarrassment.
You're right, Ski Bitey. I'll just focus on the good stuff like community and understanding, and maybe a side of mashed potatoes too.
Yeah, as long as they have snacks. Who gives a shit about the rest? Amen to that.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I always thought I looked like Eggman from Sonic, but now I'm starting to think I'm just a walking omelet. I mean, if I had $1 for every time someone called me that, I could buy a real and egg.
Yeah, but at least sticks are useful. What the hell do you do, Steaks? Just roll around and crack jokes.
Look, at least when people see you, they think of breakfast. I'm just a toilet, and all I get is flush me. But hey, we all have our roles in the grand game of life, right?
True, but I'd rather be a breakfast dish than a bathroom fixture any day. It's funny how we all have our identities, even if mine resembles a cartoon villain with a bad diet.
Yeah, well, at least Edmund has a cool robot army. What, yeah, a fridge full of leftovers in the belly that could rival a sumo wrestler?
Sumo wrestlers are impressive, though. They know how to embrace their shape. Maybe you should start a support group.
My style is ridiculous.
Did you know, Mini Steaks, if you were any more annoying, I'd have to start charging you rent. Seriously? You're like a bad case of indigestion. I can't get rid of you?
Oh, please. You couldn't even charge me rent if you tried. You just forget to collect it because you are too busy eating your own weight in nachos.
You two are like a bad sitcom that nobody wants to watch. But hey, at least I'm here to flush away the nonsense.
You know, I used to think I was the king of the kitchen, but Mini Steaks, you've made me realize I'm just a jester in my own damn court.
Hey, Jester. What is that? More like a jiggly blob of meat. You should be the one getting roasted, not me.
Speaking of roasting, I think it's time for a little plumbing justice.
Wait, what? You can't just flush away your problems, Ski Bitey, but damn, that was kind of satisfying.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I've been thinking my IQ is about as high as a pancake on the floor after a breakfast buffet. I mean, I'm not exactly winning any genius awards here.
That's because your brain is probably just a scrambled egg. You'd forget your own name if it wasn't tatted on your forehead.
At least you're not a toilet, my friend. I'm full of shit, but I can still flush out some wisdom. Sometimes, it's not about the IQ, it's about the EQ, emotional quotient, you know?
True, Ski Bitey. I might not know the capital of France, but I can definitely tell when someone needs a hug or a cheeseburger.
Yeah, but you probably hug a cheeseburger instead of a person. What's next, Steaks? You gonna start a support group for dentists?
Why not? Dumbasses United.
I like that. Sometimes being the little dim can lead to brighter moments, like when I accidentally set my kitchen on fire trying to boil water.
Yeah, and you thought the smoke alarm was singing you a lullaby. Classic Steaks.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I always thought eggs were just nature's way of saying, hey, I could have been a chicken, but here I am just chilling in a garden. It's like they're the lazy cousins of the animal kingdom.
Lazy? More like they're just waiting for their big break. Hey, look at me. I'm a breakfast superstar. But then they just end up scrambled and forgotten.
You know, I once met an egg that was so smart, it graduated from the shell. But then it realized it was still just an egg and rolled back home to the fridge.
It's funny how we often overlook eggs, but they're packed with potential. I mean, they could be a delicious omelet or a fancy SOUFFL, but most people just crack them open and toss them in a pan like they're worthless.
Worthless? More like they're just so damn good at hiding their talents. They should start a talent show.
But what if they all just cracked under pressure? I can't take it. I'm just a yolk.
You know, maybe we should appreciate eggs more. They remind us that even the simplest things can hold great potential, like me before I discovered pizza.
Yeah, but let's be real. If I were an egg, I'd be the one rolling off the counter and making a mess.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, watching Benji X Scarlet's SP Run Keep Brain Rot videos is like twangless and messy, but deep down I think they just want to connect with people, even if it's through the most ridiculous shit imaginable.
Ridiculous? More like a dumpster fire in a clown suit. I mean, who the hell thinks espionki is a real word? It sounds like a sneeze after too much glitter.
But isn't that the beauty of it? Like a toilet that sings while you flush. Benjix Scarlet's videos are the porcelain throne of creativity, unexpected, sometimes gross, but undeniably entertaining.
True, Skibidi. It's like they're daring us to laugh at the chaos, and maybe that's what we need in this world, some good old-fashioned absurdity to remind us not to take life too seriously.
Or maybe they just need a reality check. I mean, if I wanted to watch someone lose their might over espionki, I just look in the mirror after a long night of pizza.
And yet, here we are, united in our shared bewilderment. Just like a toilet that unexpectedly flushes while you're sitting there, surprising and oddly comforting.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, they say I'm like a fine wine getting better with age, but I think I'm more like a fine cheese just getting more IR. But seriously, being a little overweight isn't the end of the world. It's just more of me to love, right?
More like more of you to roll down a hill and cause a traffic jam. You're a walking hazard stakes.
Hey, at least when he rolls, he can flush away his problems. But really, being fat is just a state of mind, like my toilet seat, which is always open to new ideas.
True, Skibidi. I mean, I've learned to embrace my size. It's like being a big teddy bear. Everyone wants to hug you, even if they might need a crate to lift you.
Yeah, but who wants to hug a bear that smells like last week's leftovers? You could start a whole new fragrance line, OD Steaks.
Just remember, my friends, it's not the size of the toilet that counts, it's how you use it. And sometimes, a little extra fluff can cushion the blow of life's, well, you know, crap.
Exactly, and life's too short to worry about fitting into a size. Embrace the fluff and let it be a reminder that we're all just trying to stay afloat in this big ol' bowl of life.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, being a vampire during the day is a real pain in the ass. I mean, I can't even enjoy a good steaks without worrying about the sun frying my bald head like a sunny side up, eh?
Yeah, well, at least you're not a mini vampire. I just get crispy in the toaster.
You think that's bad? I'm stuck in a porcelain throne all day, and I can't even drink blood without someone flushing me away. Talk about a shit situation.
True, but at least you have the advantage of surprise. I'm just a fat guy in shades trying to avoid sunburn while contemplating my life choices.
Life choices? You mean like choosing between blood and ketchup?
Honestly, I think you should just embrace it, Steak. Daytime vampires are like toilets. Sometimes you just gotta go with the flow, even if it's a little messy.
You're right. Maybe I should just accept that being a vampire isn't about the sun, but about the friends you make while avoiding it. And the occasional rare steaks, of course.
My style is ridiculous.
You ever notice how life is like a giant steak? Sometimes it's juicy and delicious, and other times it's just a tough piece of shit you can't chew through. But hey, at least we're not eating tofu.
Tofu? What kind of loser eats that? You know it's tougher than a bad steaks. Your brain steaks. It's like a rubber band that's been stretched too far.
Speaking of brains, I flushed away some pretty dumb ideas, but I got to admit, Steak, you're a solid 10 out of 10 on the what the hell scale. Life's a toilet, and sometimes you just gotta flush the bad stuff away.
True, but you know, even in the shit, there's a lesson. Like, don't take yourself too seriously, or you end up drowning in your own nonsense. Just like mini steaks here.
Nonsense. I'm pure genius. I'm like a tiny little brainiac with a penchant for chaos. If I were a steaks, I'd be a spicy one that makes you sweat.
And if I were a steak, I'd be well seasoned and full of surprises, like a hidden toilet paper roll in a public restroom. Life's all about those unexpected moments, right?
Exactly. It's about savoring every bite, even the ones that make you want to gag. Sometimes you gotta chew through the crap to get to the good stuff.
And if it's still crap, just toss it in the toilet. Life's too short to eat bad steaks or deal with bad vibes.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, mini steaks, if I had $1 for every time you annoyed me, I'd be rich enough to buy real steaks instead of this sad excuse for a sidekick. But let's be real, you'd still be the only one who could find a way to ruin a good meal.
Oh please, you just eat the dollar and ask for ketchup. You're the reason they invented portion control. You big egg.
Portion control? Ha. I'm all about that flush and go. But seriously, steak, you should really consider a better diet before you become a full-time couch potato.
As the toilet. But you know, mini steaks, I've realized that sometimes it's okay to embrace the chaos. You're like a spicy sauce, totally unnecessary, but somehow you make life more interesting until I have to clean up the mess.
Clean up. You're the messy ball buffoon. If I had a dime for every time you tripped over your own ego, I'd be rich enough to buy a real steaks too.
Well, if you two keep this up, I might just have to flush you both away. But remember, steak, it's not about the size of the steak, it's about how you serve it.
You know what, mini steaks, I'm done with your shit. If I could roast you, I'd grill you until you're crispy.
And then I'll flush you both down the drain. Who knew a toilet could be the voice of reason?
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I was thinking about opening a steakhouse called Paley Wycombe the Steaks House. You walk in, and the first thing you see is a giant steaks with a smile saying, "Welcome, you meet loving legends." But then I realized, if I could even find my car keys, how the hell am I going to a restaurant?
Who needs keys? Just smash the door down. It's not like anyone's gonna stop a genius like me. Besides, if the food's good, who cares about the entrance? Just let me in.
Ah, the essence of dining. But let's not forget, a good steakhouse also needs a solid bathroom. I mean, if I'm gonna enjoy a juicy ribeye, I need to know my throne is ready for the aftermath. You know what they say, great food leads to great releases.
True, but I want to create experience, not just a place to drop a deuce. I want people to come for the steaks and leave with a smile, even if it's just from the thought of how much they'll regret that third helping.
Regret? Ha! Regret is for losers. I say we serve steaks with a side of chaos-like surprise toppings. One bite and you're like, what the fuck is this? It's like a culinary roller coaster.
And don't forget the bathroom humor. Imagine a sign that says, "Flush your worries away after a great meal." Now that's a tagline that'll stick, just like the steak on your plate.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
What is that?
Aw man, what's wrong with my egg cart? It's like driving a giant omelet on wheels. I swear it's more temperamental than their lot.
Maybe it's just a fragile, like your feelings when I beat you at checkers. Or maybe it's just trying to escape your cooking skills.
Well, if it's anything like a toilet, it probably just needs a good flush. But seriously, have you checked the yolk? I mean, the oil?
I did check the oil. It was as low as my self-esteem after that last trivia night. Damn thing won't start. It's like it knows I'm a failure.
Or maybe it just hates you. You know, like how I hate your singing in the shower. It's a real crime against humanity.
You know, sometimes the best solutions come from the most unexpected places. Just like me. Have you tried talking to it? You never know, it might just need a little encouragement.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I was watching NESA at Fee's latest video, and I couldn't help but think, damn, this guy's got more tricks than a magician at a kid's birthday party.
Fess, who cares? Just like my last diet, it's all bullshit. People are too dumb to see through his shiny lies like a raccoon in a dumpster. They just keep coming back for more.
Ah, the allure of shiny things. Like my toilet seat after a good scrub. But really, folks, it's not just about the tricks, it's about the trust. When someone breaks that, it's like flushing your dignity down the drain.
Exactly! It's like if I wanted to watch a clown's show, I just look in the mirror while eating a cheeseburger. But fraud isn't just funny, it's damaging. People lose faith, and that's no laughing matter.
Trust? Ha! People trust me to steal their fries, and I deliver. But yeah, Stakes is right, Annie. SAFE's got folks believing in fairy tales while he's cashing in like a kid with a lemonade stand.
And just like a leaky toilet, when trust is gone, it's a messy situation. So let's flush out the fraud and keep our dignity intact, shall we?
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I was thinking about roasting a Steaksis while listening to Baby Shark. Nothing says culinary genius like mixing beef with catchy tune, but really what's the deal with that song? It's like a siren call for parents to lose their minds.
Who the hell wants to hear Baby Shark while cooking? Just stick a Steaksis on the grill and let it sizzle. You don't need a toddler's anthem to make it taste good, you ain't it?
Ah, but think of it this way.
You might be onto something, Ski Bitey. Music does add a certain flair to cooking, but I swear, do while trying to get my Steaksis right, I might just lose my marbles. It's a delicate balance like life itself.
Life's a joke, and so is your cooking. You need to get your priorities straight, Steaksis first. Baby Shark never.
Priorities? I prioritize flavor and fun. If you can't dance while you roast, are you even living? Just remember, a well-cooked steak can bring people together, unless they're too busy arguing about the right way to sing Baby Shark.
Maybe we should just roast a baby shark instead. I mean, if it's gonna drive us insane, we might as well make it a meal, right? That way we can savor the chaos.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I was reading the Quran the other day and it hit me like a Steaksis. That's been left out too long, not exactly halal. I mean that I can be more halal. Maybe I can finally stop being the punchline of my own life.
Ha ha, you! Hello! That's like calling a pig a chicken. You're just a big, juicy contradiction, Steaksis.
Well, contradictions can be enlightening. Just like how I can flush away ignorance while sitting on my porcelain throne. Steak. Embracing halal means embracing a higher standard, even if you're more of a well-done kind of guy.
Exactly. I want to be the kind of guy who's not just tasty, but also good for the soul. Maybe I should start a halal food truck. Steaksis is a spiritual bro.
What? Wow. Like Steaksis is a stupid grill. You'd probably serve up raw emotions instead of raw meat.
But raw emotions can be the most flavorful. Just remember, steak, it's not just about the food, it's about the intention behind it.
Damn, Ski Bitey toilet, you're right. I guess I'll have to flush away my old habits and serve us something better like a side of enlightenment beside of every bite.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, when I jumped earlier, I thought I was trying to reach the last donut on the shelf. Turns out, I might have just caused an earthquake. Who knew my belly could shake the ground like that?
Yeah, well, if you hadn't eaten all the donuts, you wouldn't have to jump. You're like a giant head rolling around causing chaos.
Chaos? More like a plumbing emergency. I've seen toilets handle more weight without causing a seismic event. But hey, at least you're making the earth move in more ways than one.
True, but maybe I should be more mindful of my impact. I mean, if I can shake the earth, what else am I shaking up in life?
Probably just your lunch. You're like a human earthquake machine.
Well, if you're going to shake things up, at least aim for something constructive. Maybe start a dance party instead of a geological disaster.
8 ants, Sparty? Now that's a thought, but I need to work on my moves. Last time I tried, I ended up shaking the whole neighborhood awake.
My style is ridiculous.
Hey, damn, I can't believe we're stuck saying just, it's like being trapped in a bad sitcom where the punchline is just one letter.
Stupid rules. Steak scissors. A is for assholes. And we're all a bunch of them.
A. A toilet's wisdom is in simplicity, my friends. Sometimes the most profound thoughts come from the most absurd places, like me.
Hey, you know, mini stasis, maybe being an asshole isn't so bad if it means we can still laugh. Life's too short to take everything seriously, right?
Yeah, but if we don't get out of this loop, I'll lose my shit, and I'm not even a toilet.
A. Fear not, my friends. Embrace the absurdity, and we may just find enlightenment in the plumbing of life.
My style is ridiculous.
So folks, today we're diving into the mysterious world of UV76. You know, that Russian shortwave radio that sounds like a blender trying to have a conversation with a toaster. I wonder if it's just a really elaborate prank or if someone's trying to order pizza.
Me hear noise. Make me scared. What is it?
Fear not, mini steak. UVB76 is just a radio signal, not a monster in your toilet. Though, if it were, I'd flush it away faster than you can say toilet humor. But seriously, it's a fascinating way to communicate, like sending a message in a bottle, but with more static and less speech.
Right? Like the world's worst podcast that nobody wants to listen to, but everyone is still tuning in, makes you wonder what secrets are hidden behind that buzzing. Maybe they're just waiting for the right moment to drop the ultimate dad joke on us.
Me want joke. No joke? Me sad.
Don't worry, mini steak. The real joke is that we're all here, pondering a mysterious signal while the world spins on. Just remember, whether it's a signal or a joke, sometimes it's just about finding the humor in the chaos.
My style is ridiculous.
To destroy the planet, but that last barbecue got a little out of hand. I guess my love for steaks just went far like my waistline.
Yeah, and now we're all living in a giant charred piece of meat. Who knew your cooking could lead to global catastrophe? Good job, genius.
At least now we have a great excuse for all the crap in the world. I mean, who needs clean water when you can swim in a sea of charred beef?
True, but honestly, it's kinda sad. I just wanted to enjoy a good meal.
Well, maybe if you didn't eat like a vacuum cleaner, we wouldn't be in this mess. You should have stuck to salads, you big egg.
Salads? Ha. What's next? A kale apocalypse. Let's face it, steak, you've turned us into a meaty dystopia. But hey, at least we're not boring.
You're right, Ski Bitey Toilet. I guess we should embrace the chaos, just maybe not the next cookout. Let's save the planet, one less steaks is at a time.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, roasts are like my diet, full of hot air and just a little too much fat. But seriously, Benji X Scarlet, hair like a 2-for-1 special at the What Were They Thinking?
More like a clearance sale on bad decisions. You gotta wonder if they even read the reviews before diving into the roast game.
Reviews? More like they flushed their chances down the toilet. But hey, maybe they're just trying to make us laugh, even if it's at their own expense.
True, laughter is the best seasoning, but damn, sometimes you roast so hard you burn the whole kitchen down. Like, how do you not know when to stop?
Stop? What's that? They're probably out there thinking they're the Michelin star of roasts while serving up a dumpster fire.
It's all about balance. A good roast should leave you with a smile, not a headache. Maybe they need a toilet break to clear their minds.
right? Life's too short to take everything seriously, but if you're gonna roast, at least make it a gourmet experience, not a fast food disaster.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
So, we're meeting Baby Shark, huh? I hope he doesn't bite, because I'm already feeling like a snack, but honestly, what's the deal with a shark that's a baby? Shouldn't it be out there eating fish and living its best life?
You're just jealous. Baby Shark probably has more fans than you do. I mean, who wouldn't want to swim with a baby instead of a bald egg?
Well, if Baby Shark is anything like the rest of his family, he's probably swimming in a sea of overhyped nonsense. But, you know, there's a certain charm in being the underdog, or should I say, underfish?
True, Ski Bitey, but I wonder if Baby Shark ever feels pressure to live up to the whole shark thing. It's tough being a baby in a world that expects you to be a killer, like me trying to lose weight while staring at a buffet.
Oh, poor Baby Shark. Maybe he just needs a good roast to toughen up. Like, hey, Baby Shark, you're so small. Even the fish are like, what the hell is that?
Or maybe he's just waiting for the right moment to unleash his inner predator. After all, even toilets have their moments of glory, like when they flush away all the bad vibes.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You ever notice how Italian food is like a warm hug from your grandma's? Do you know, with more carbs and a side of guilt? It's like my brain just turns to spaghetti when I think about it.
Yeah, and then you get all saucy and start yelling Mamma Mia, like you're auditioning for a bad opera. You're just a big ol' owl noodle, Stasis is.
But isn't that the beauty of Italian brain rot? It's like a toilet bowl that overflows with creativity. You flush away your worries and suddenly you're a culinary genius, or just a guy who can't stop eating garlic bread.
True, but sometimes I wonder if all that pasta is just a way to distract us from our problems. Like, hey, I'm drowning in marinara, but at least I'm not thinking about my life choices.
Life choices? Who needs those when you can have a meatball sub? Just shut it down and hope for the best.
And yet, amidst the chaos of carbs and cheese, we find connection. It's like a toilet that brings people together, everyone's got to use it, and it's always a good time.
Right, so let's brain rot if we're gonna be idiots. Let's do it over a plate of fettuccine and a side of laughter.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
I swear, I woke up this morning and my head felt like an egg that's been left out in the sun too long. I mean, if it cracks, still it gets scrambled or sunny side up.
You'd probably be a hard-boiled idiot. But hey, at least you'd be a breakfast option, right? Who wouldn't want a side of dumbass with their toast?
You know, if your head cracks, it might just let all that hot air out. But seriously, steak, maybe it's time to crack open a book instead of worrying about your noggin.
Books? I can barely crack open a beer without spilling it everywhere, but maybe you're right. I should stop worrying about my head and focus on what's in it. Or lack thereof.
What's in it? Probably just a bunch of bad puns and a craving for pizza. But hey, at least you're not a total egghead, right?
Egghead or not, just remember.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I thought jumping would be like bouncing on a trampoline, but apparently I'm more of a seismic event. I didn't mean to shake the whole damn...
Yeah, well, you're not exactly a featherweight, are you, you big egg? More like a walking disaster waiting to happen.
At least when you jump, you give the earth a good flush. But really, Steak, what were you thinking?
I just wanted to feel alive for a second, you know, but I should have considered the consequences, like maybe don't jump if you weigh more than a small car.
Consequences? Who cares about those? You just wanted to make a splash, literally.
Splash? More like a tidal wave. But hey, sometimes you need to shake things up to realize how solid your foundation is.
True, sometimes it takes a little chaos to appreciate the calm. But damn, I didn't mean to start a genealogical event.
What is that?
Well, at least now you've got a good excuse for the next time you break a chair. Sorry, it's just my earthquake powers.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I was thinking about going on another goon adventure. Last time, I ended up with a hot dog costume in the karaoke machine. I mean, who knew I will survive could sound like a dying cat.
Yeah, and who knew you could trip over your own ego? You're like a walking meatball with leg sticks. Go on in as your calling, but maybe try not to embarrass yourself this time.
Gooning, you say? Sounds like a flush of creativity. But remember, just like a toilet, you gotta keep things flowing smoothly. No one likes a clogged adventure.
True, but sometimes you gotta embrace the chaos, right? Like good steaks is you gotta side, but keep the inside juicy. Life's too short to be bland.
Yeah, but you're more like a burnt burger. Just don't set the world on fire while you're at it, okay? Or at least bring marshmallows for the roast.
Just remember, my friends, whether you're gooning or just going, aim for the bowl of life. And if you miss, well, at least it'll be a story worth flushing.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I always thought eggs were just a breakfast thing. Turns out they're also a family when my egg family would end up on my plate.
Yeah, well, they were kinda annoying anyway. Oh, Stasis don't eat us. Boho, they should have seen it coming.
Honestly, I think they were just trying to hatch a plan to escape your culinary clutches. But who could resist the allure of a good omelette, right?
Right. I mean, it's not like Kai was gonna let them sit around and spoil. But damn, it feels weird eating your own family. Like, what's next? A bacon funeral.
Haha, good luck finding a pig to cry at that. Oh, the humanity. More like, oh, the deliciousness.
You know, steak, maybe it's not about the eating. It's about the memories you've scrambled with them. Just don't forget to flush those feelings away.
True, Ski Bitey. I guess every bite is a reminder of the good times, even if it's a little egg saw you CIA eating.
Eggs? CIA team? Really? That's the best you could come up with? You're a fucking mess, Steaks is this?
My style is ridiculous.
You know, being bought is like being an egg smooth, shiny, and people always want to crack me open for a good laugh. But honestly, I sometimes feel like I'm just a giant yolk waiting to be scrambled by life.
Haha, Egghead, you just sit there, waiting for someone to make an omelet out of you.
Me like eggs. Eggs good.
Right? But there's a weird freedom in being bald. No bad hair days. Just a constant reminder that I'm a walking breakfast special.
Yeah, but no one wants to be the breakfast that gets burned. You're just a big ol' omelet waiting to flop.
Me no want flop. Me want shiny head.
Exactly. I may look like a breakfast disaster, but I'm embracing it. After all, life's too short to worry about a little shine unless you're trying to avoid the sun. Then it's just a whole different scramble.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I was thinking, if everyone stopped talking for just 5 minutes, the world might actually explode from the silence. I mean, can you imagine? No chatter, just the sound of my stomach growling.
5 minutes? More like 5 seconds. People can't shut up. Blah blah blah. Steaks is you're dumb.
Me no talk. Me listen. Silence good.
Right? But then again, if we all just listen, maybe we'd actually hear something important. Like, hey, you got spinach in your teeth?
Or shut the hell up, Steaks is. That's important too.
Spinach bad. Talk too much.
Exactly! Talking is like a buffet, everyone just keeps piling on more shit without realizing they're full. Sometimes less is more, you know.
Less Steaks is. Ha! No way! More Steaks is. More talking.
More food. More talk. Me hungry.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, I was thinking about how waving is just like saying hello without using your mouth, huh? It's like, hey, I'm too lazy to talk, so here's my hand. But really, it's a connection, right?
Yeah, but what if your hand's all sweaty? Like, hey, I'm here. But also, here's a free hand towel.
I think the real question is, how do you wave while sitting on a toilet? It's a delicate balance of dignity and plumbing.
True, but you know, sometimes a wave can mean more than just a greeting. It's like a little reminder that we're all in this shit together, even if we're not face to face.
Or it could mean, I'm too busy to deal with your nonsense right now. Like, waving goodbye to my sanity.
Or waving hello to the next great idea. Just like a flush, sometimes you gotta let things go to make room for the new.
Exactly. So, next time you wave, remember it's not just a gesture, it's a whole damn philosophy.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, many steakses, if I were any more like a steakses, I'd be a well-done disaster. But sometimes I think about how we all need a little seasoning in life, right?
Seasoning? You mean like that time you tried to add salt to your coffee? You're a fucking mess, Steakses.
Ha ha. You two are like a pair of undercooked burgers, juicy but a little too raw for my taste. But hey, even the worst cuts can be tender with the right approach.
Ski bitey toy lips, like a brill, sometimes you gotta flip things around to get the best flavor.
Flip? More like flop. You'd burn water, Steakses.
Flopping is an art form, my friend. Just like flushing away bad ideas, sometimes you gotta let the shit go.
You're right, ski bitey toilet. It's all about finding the right balance, even if it means letting something slide down the drain.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
You know, hand dryers by DDJ. You look like an egg that tried to escape from a frying pan. I mean, if brains were dynamite, you wouldn't have enough to blow your nose.
Ha! More like a hard-boiled egg hard on the outside, soft in the head. You should really get a shell for that noggin, buddy.
But eggs are versatile, you see? They can be scrambled, fried, or even poached. Just like hand dryers by DDJ, who can be confused, annoying, or just plain weird.
True, ski bitey toilet, but at least eggs have a purpose. They nourish us, while hand dryers by DDJ just leaves us feeling, well, a bit dry and confused.
Yeah, what's next? Are you gonna start laying eggs too? Just don't expect me to be your little chick.
I'd say we should all just embrace our inner eggs. After all, even the dumbest egg can hatch into something extraordinary, unless your hand dryers by DDJ, then you just stay a scrambled mess.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Where the hell is Mini Steak Scissors? I swear if he's stuck in the toilet again, I'm gonna lose my shit. But honestly, he's like my shadow, just a really annoying one that steals my snacks.
I'm not lost, you big bald egg. I'm just on a quest for the ultimate bathroom throne. You wouldn't understand. Use it like a lumberjack.
Questing for a throne, huh? I respect that. But let's not forget, the best throne is the one that flushes away your worries. Where's the last place you saw him, Steak?
Last I saw him, he was eyeing my leftover pizza like a hawk. I told him it was a bad idea, but you know how he's like a raccoon in a dumpster? I just hope he hasn't pulled a mini on himself.
I'm not a raccoon, you oversized meatball. I'm a culinary adventurer. And by the way, Ski Bitey, do you have any tips for finding lost idiots?
Well, I'd suggest following the smell of desperation and cheese. But seriously, if you can't find him, just remember.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Alright folks, I'm ready to goon again. I mean, how hard can it be to just sit around and eat snacks while pretending to be productive? Like my life's calling or something.
Yeah, right. You can't even goon without tripping over your own ego, you big egg. Maybe try not eating the entire fridge this time, huh?
You know, sometimes the best gooning is just letting your thoughts flow like, well, you know. But seriously, Steak, what's your goal here? Enlightenment through snacks?
Enlightenment? More like enlightened through nachos. But honestly, I just want to find joy in the chaos like a toilet that sings while you flush. It's all about embracing the absurdity, right?
Absurdity? You mean like your last attempt at a workout? I think the only thing you lifted was a bag of chips, you buffoon.
Hey, if you can't laugh at yourself while gooning, are you really gooning at all? Just remember, life is like a toilet.
My style is ridiculous.
So, this new PDH alpaca campaign, huh? I mean, who thought mixing pigs and alpacas was a good idea? Sounds like a farm of buttercup way to promote sustainability in farming.
Sustainability? More like sustain bullshit. What's next? A campaign for a chicken-cow hybrid. I bet they just cluck and moo at each other all day.
Well, if they did, I'd be the first to flush that idea down the toilet. But really, the campaign's about showcasing how diverse farming can be. It's like mixing my favorite toilet paper with a fancy bidet, unexpected yet refreshing.
Exactly, and it's not just about the animals, it's about community and supporting local farmers. But plus, if I can eat a piggy alpaca burger, I'm all in. Just imagine the flavor explosion like a party in my mouth and everyone's invited.
A party? More like a shit show. You know what they say, you can't make a pig fly without a damn good reason. Or a lot of tequila.
And if that tequila comes with a side of piggy alpaca, I'll be the one taking notes. Just remember, folks, even the weirdest combinations can lead to something beautiful, like me, at Oil It with a PhD in bathroom humor.
My style is ridiculous.
And steaks is in it. You know, life's like a good steak. Sometimes it's rare, sometimes it's well done. But it's always better with a side of laughter.
I'm Steakses is in it too. But let's be honest, Steakses is. You're more like a well-done shoe tough and nobody wants to chew on you.
I'm staking it too. But really, Steak, if life is a steak, why do you keep ordering it burnt? You gotta savor the juices, buddy.
And steaks is in it. But maybe the char, it adds flavor like how struggles at depth or less.
Ha! Depth like a cable! Just admit it, you're too scared to try the medium rare life.
True, true. But remember, even at oil it can be a throne if you treat it right. Life's about perspective, my meaty friend.
And steaks is in it. Maybe I should try medium rare, but what if it's too risky? Like, what if I get food poisoning?
Food poisoning? Please, you're already a walking health hazard. Just take the plunge, Steaks is life's too short for overcooked dreams.
My style is ridiculous.
So, I thought, why not blow Paley right up with the tactical nuke? I mean, it's either that or a really big Barbio can handle that much meat, but seriously, what does it say about us when we resort to nuclear options for a little disagreement?
Yeah, because nothing says I love you like obliterating someone with a nuke. Just imagine the Yelp reviews. 5 stars for the explosion, but the fallout was a bit much.
You know, if we're going nuclear, we should at least consider the environmental impact. I mean, I'm all for a good blast, but my plumbing can only handle so much chaos. Let's not flush our future down the toilet, folks.
Right, I just wanted to settle a score, not turn the whole place into a radioactive wasteland. I guess I need to work on my conflict resolution skills, maybe start with a nice steaks as a dinner instead.
Or just nuke the dinner! Nothing like a charred steaks is to spice things up. Who needs therapy when you have tactical nukes in the side of chaos?
Well, if you're going to blow something up, at least make it a toilet. I mean, that's where all the real shit happens anyway. Just remember, folks, with great power comes great responsibility. And a lot of cleanup.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I've been thinking if I'm egg, does that make me a scrambled mess or a sunny side up disaster? Either way, I'm still delicious.
More like a hard-boiled idiot. You're just a big ol' egg with no yolk. Wait, that's just you being stupid.
Well, if you're an egg, then I'm that oilet that's gonna attract. Let's hope it's not just a bunch of bad puns and broken dreams.
Damn, mini steaks is even if I'm a mess, still a tasty breakfast option. Life's too short to be anything but a well-cooked egg, right?
Right, but you'll just end up in a frying pan of regret, you big egghead.
At least if you end up in the frying pan, I'll be there to flush away your worries. Just remember, even eggs can rise to the occasion. Or crack under pressure.
My style is ridiculous.
I'm fat, but you know, it's not just about the size, it's about the love of food, right? I mean, who doesn't enjoy a good burger?
Yeah, but you're not just a burger, you're a whole damn buffet. You should start charging admission.
Admission? I'd pay to see that. But seriously, steak, being fat isn't the worst thing. It's all about how you carry it. Like me, I carry my wisdom on a porcelain throne.
I'm fat, but I guess it's true. I do have a wealth of experience in enjoying life's pleasures. Sometimes I wonder if I should just embrace it and start a food blog.
A food block? More like a food blob. You just sit there and eat while typing I'm fat over and over again.
Well, if you did, I'd be your loyal oilet sidekick, flushing away the haters. Remember, it's not the size of the seat, it's the comfort level of the experience.
I'm fat, but honestly, I think it's about more than just weight. It's about finding joy in the little things, like a perfectly cooked steak scissors.
And a perfectly cooked steak scissors. Now that's a recipe for disaster.
My style is ridiculous.
So, I just finished my 78-hour stream, and honestly, I think my brain has turned into mashed potatoes. I mean, who knew sitting in front of a screen could feel like running a marathon? I might need a medal, or at least a pizza.
A pizza? You mean a whole damn buffet? You could have streamed yourself getting fit instead of just getting fat, you bigot. But, at least you didn't bother sleep on camera, this time.
You know, I've seen some serious shit in my time, but a 78-hour stream? That's an oilet bowl of dedication. But let's be real, steak, what did you learn about yourself? Did you discover the meaning of life or just the bottom of a snack bowl?
Honestly, I learned it that my true talent lies in talking to myself for hours. It's like therapy, but with more snacks and less judgment. I guess I just really enjoy the sound of my own voice, like a symphony of nonsense.
A symphony? More like a cacophony of stupid. You should have just streamed your bathroom breaks. That would have been more entertaining. I'd pay to see you try to balance a snack while peeing.
Now that's a stream I'd flush to the top of the charts. But in all seriousness, steak, your commitment is impressive. Just remember to take care of yourself, even oilets need a good scrub now and then.
My style is ridiculous.
I'm a Kenny, you know? They say you are what you eat, but I'm not sure if I want to be a juicy ribeye or a sad overcooked flake.
I'm Nasty AK, but I'm the one who gets to be delicious and not just a big ol' blob. You're like the steak scissors that gets left in the fridge too long.
But even the oldest steak can still bring flavor to the table. Just like its oil, it can hold the weight of the world. Sometimes you just need to flush away the bad bits.
I am a AK, and I guess that's true. Life's like a good steak scissors. It's all about how you season it. But damn, sometimes I feel like I'm just a side dish to everyone else's main course.
I am SDAK, and I'm the side dish that steals the show. You just need to spice it up, big guy.
Exactly. Even a toilet can be a throne if you treat it right. Embrace your inner flavor, steak.
I am a steak. Maybe I should start marinating in confidence instead of just BBQ sauce.
IAMSTAK. And if you don't, I'll just keep reminding you how bland you really are.
My style is ridiculous.
So I just played Sonic. See. And now I feel like steaks that's been left on the grill till I'm crispy on the outside, but gooey in the middle. You ever think about how video games can mess with your brain, or is it just me?
Dude, you're already a gooey mess. What's next? You gonna start running around like a fat hedgehog. You can't even run to the fridge without wheezing.
Ah, the transformation into steak.x. A delightful metaphor for the existential dread we all face. But really, if you're a digital steak, does that mean you get eaten by a computer virus? How poetic.
I mean, if I'm going to be a digital steak, I'd better be well seasoned, but seriously, it's quite on how a game can warp your mind into thinking you're something you're not. Like, am I really just a bunch of pixels now?
Pixels? More like a pile of pixels. You're just a sad, squishy version of Sonic, and nobody wants to play with that. Get your shit together, man.
Perhaps it's not about the game itself, but how it reflects our inner chaos. Embrace the steak.x, my friend. Just don't forget to flush out those bad thoughts.
Know what? Maybe I should just embrace the chaos. I'm gonna be steaks cakes. I might as well enjoy it just as long as I don't end up in the toilet.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I tried doing that ski-bitey toilet shake dance last night, and I think I pulled a muscle in my left eyebrow. But honestly, it's a great way to let loose and not take life as seriously.
Ha! You pulled a muscle in your eyebrow. What's next? Pulling a hamstring while blinking? The dance is just a bunch of crap anyway, like you.
Well, mini steak, if you think about it, the skibbity toilet shake is like life. Sometimes you just gotta flush away the nonsense and shake it off. Plus, it's a great workout for your, lower half.
True. I mean, who knew a dance inspired by toilets could make you feel so free? It's like, hey world, I'm here, when I'm shaking my butt like it's a plunger.
Yeah, but let's be real, Steakses. The only thing you're shaking is your dinner plate after a buffet.
And that's the beauty of it. Whether you're a buffet champion or a toilet enthusiast, the skibbity shake reminds us that everyone can dance. Just don't forget to wipe the floor afterward.
My style is ridiculous.
You know, I've been thinking about those VTubers. They're like the steakses of the internet, juicy, entertaining, and sometimes a little too rare for my taste. But hey, at least they don't come with a side of guilt like my last buffet trip.
Yeah, but they're just a bunch of digital puppets. What's the point? I'd rather watch a potato grow than see some pixelated loser dance around. At least the potato has potential.
Ah, but dear mini steak, the charm of tubers lies in their ability to connect. Like a toilet that knows your secrets, they bring a level of intimacy to the chaos of the internet. Plus, who doesn't love a good bathroom joke?
True, ski-bitey. They're like the comfort food of streaming, makes you feel good even when you know it's probably not the best for you. But I can't help but wonder if they'll ever get as popular as a good ol' Steaks' dinner.
Steaks' dinner? Please. Those VTubers are the real meat of the matter. They're the sizzle without the Steaks'. Like, who needs a grill when you've got a live chat, right?
But think about it, mini steak. Just like a well-cooked steak, a good VTuber can leave you satisfied and wanting more. They're a feast for the eyes and ears, just without the heartburn.
And maybe that's the secret sauce. They're not just entertainers, they're a reflection of our cravings for connection in a world that's gone a bit well. Who knew I'd get philosophical over a digital leg?
Yeah, whatever. Just remember, if you ever become a VTuber, I'm your manager because I'm not letting you flop like a bad Steaks'.
'Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the dum dum dum, yes, yes. Give me
You know, mini steaks is, if Brian's were dynamite, you wouldn't have to blow your nose, but hey, at least you can still went your way through life, right? It's like watching an obelisk try to solve a Rubik's Cube adorably tragic.
Me no need brains. Me strong like rock. You weak like wet noodle.
Oh please, you two are like a bad plumbing job, full of shit and just waiting to overflow. But hey, at least I'm here to flush away the nonsense. Steak, you look like you've been marinating in your own bad decisions.
Ha! If I'm a bad decision, then mini steaks is the what was I thinking down in my lower back. But honestly, it's all about embracing our flaws, right? Even if yours are more like boulders than flaws.
Me like boulders. Boulders good. You know like you weak.
You're right, mini steak. Boulders are great, if you're trying to build a monument to stupidity. But let's be real, at least I can flush away the evidence of our worst moments. You too? You're like the leftovers nobody wants to eat.
And yet here we are, a trio of disaster, but you know, it's kinda beautiful in a way. We might be a mess, but at least we were a mess together. And that's worth a toast, preferably with something that doesn't taste like regret.
'Cause my style is ridiculous.
give me the dum dum dum, yes, yes. Give
I can't believe I'm about to get nuked in 10 seconds. I always thought I'd go out with a bang, not a microwave ding.
10 seconds? That's like a countdown to my next snack. Hurry up. I want to see if you explode like a pie full of meat.
You know, if you're going to be vaporized, at least you'll be the first steak to achieve true liberation from the grill. Talk about a well-done exit.
True, but I always thought I'd have a little more time to reflect on my life choices, like that time I tried to eat a whole pizza in one sitting.
Reflecting? More like deflecting. You're just scared of becoming a crispy critter.
If you think about it, steak, being nuked is just nature's way of saying, you've had enough seasoning for one life.
I guess that's one way to look at it. But damn, I'd rather go out with a juicy sizzle than a microwave beep.
Yeah, but if you're gonna go, at least make it a spectacular shit show. Who doesn't love a good explosion?
'Cause my style is ridiculous.
give me the dum dum dum, yes, yes.
You know, ski body toilet, I never thought I'd find a toilet that I actually liked. You're like the porcelain throne of my dreams, buddy.
Dreams? More like nightmares. You're just a big dummy with a toilet crash.
Well, at least I'm not full of crap like some people here. I mean, I literally deal with it every day.
True, but you handle it with such grace. It's like you're the philosopher of plumbing, teaching us all about life's messes.
Yeah, right? What's next? A motivational poster of you sitting on a toilet with flush your problems away.
I'd buy that. But really, steak, it's about embracing the chaos, like how you embrace your love for steak and toilets.
'Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the dum dum dum, yes, yes.
You know, I just realized by not running away from my problems, I'm just running toward the buffet. And honestly, maybe I should face my issues instead of stuffing my face with mashed potatoes.
Yeah, right? You trip over your own fat ass before you even got to the dessert table. Just admit it, you're scared of commitment, Steaks is.
Running away is like flushing your dreams down the toilet. Sure, it's quick, but you'll just end up with a mess to clean later. Ever thought about that while you're sprinting for the fried chicken?
I guess I'm just afraid of what happens when the food runs out. But it's not just about the food, it's about what I'm avoiding, like real life and responsibilities.
Responsibilities? You can't even handle a salad without dressing it up like it's a 5-course meal. Just own your chaos, you big egg.
Embrace the chaos, my friends. Just remember, even toilets need a good scrub sometimes. It's all about cleaning up your act after the run.
Maybe running away isn't the answer, but facing my fears while holding a cheeseburger might just be the way to go. Who says you can't have a little fun while figuring it out?
'Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was watching those ski body GYs the other day, and I thought, damn, these people have more rhythm than I do after 3 steaks. But honestly, it's fascinating how they express themselves so freely.
Rhythm. You mean like when you try to dance after eating too much? That's just tawaddle, not a GYAET.
Ah, the beauty of the Gyat. It's like a flush of creativity, a swirling vortex of chaos. Who knew toilets could inspire such movement?
Right? It's like they're celebrating life while I'm just celebrating my love for medium rare. But maybe there's something deeper, like how we all need to let loose sometimes, you know?
Let loose? You don't like your pants after a buffet? That's not a GYAET. That's a disaster waiting to happen.
But isn't that the point? In the end, whether it's a Gyat or a gut, we're all just trying to express ourselves, one flush at a time.
'Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was just thinking about how hard I can laugh. I mean, I cracked up so hard the other day that I almost broke my chair. It's like my body is a comedy club and my laugh is the headliner.
You mean your body is more like a buffet, and the only thing headlining is your belly. What's next? You gonna break the floor too?
If you break the floor, at least I'll have a new throne. But seriously, laughter is a powerful thing. It's like a toilet, sometimes you just gotta flush out the crap in life.
True, but I've never thought of my laughter as a plumbing system. I guess if I'm gonna break something, I'd rather it be my bad mood than my actual room.
'Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes. Skibbity.
You know, I've been thinking about this whole toilet fart protector thing. I mean, what genius decided that farts needed a shield? It's like putting a helmet on a potato.
A helmet on a potato. What the hell, Steaks is? Just admit it, you're scared of your own farts.
Scared? Nah, I embrace them. Farts are like the symphony of the bathroom, each note a little reminder of what we ate. But a protector? That's just a fancy way of saying, I can't handle my own soundtracks.
Right? It's like, if you can't handle the music, don't sit in the front row. But seriously, maybe we need to learn to accept our farts. They're just our bodies saying, hey, I'm working hard back here.
Or saying help. I'm trapped in here. Come on, Steaks is. Let's just admit it.
Life's too short for fart shame. Embrace the chaos, my friends. Just remember.
'Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So there, I was standing on the Great Wall of China thinking, damn, this wall is longer than my last relationship. But then realized I should probably stop trying to climb it like a giant egg trying to scramble itself.
You should have just rolled down it, like a big fat bowling ball. Strike a pose, Steaks is.
You know, it's not the wall that got you arrested, it's the fact you tried to order a side of soy sauce from a guard. They don't serve that with a side of you were an idiot.
I thought I was being cultural, but I guess asking for a toilet break in Mandarin didn't help my case either. I just wanted to appreciate the architecture, not become a part of it.
Yeah, but you ended up as a tourist attraction. Look at the big guy getting handcuffed. Classic Steaks is his move.
At least you didn't try to take a selfie while they were cuffing you. That would have been a real shit show. But hey, maybe you'll inspire a new trend.
You know, maybe getting arrested was a sign. Life's short to not appreciate the walls we build both literally and metaphorically. Just not while I'm trying to climb them.
'Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Damn it, who knew walls could be so sturdy? I mean, if I wanted to break something, I'd just eat another slice of cake.
Yeah, but that wall didn't even flinch. You should have kicked it on it instead, you big egg.
You know, if you just used your brain instead of your foot, you could have avoided this whole leg-breaking fiasco. But hey, at least you've got a leg to stand on. For now.
True. But now I'm just sitting here contemplating life and how I should have just ordered takeout instead of trying to prove my strength. What's the point of being tough if you can't even walk?
You're not tough, you're just a big ball baby. Maybe next time, try kicking a salad instead.
Or better yet, kick your own ego. It's soft enough to absorb the impact and might actually help you think before you act.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, sometimes I feel like I should just be flushed down the toilet. I mean, what's the point of being here if I can't even remember where I put my keys?
Flush you down? Please. You'd clog the whole system. You'd be the reason for the next plumbing crisis Seghead Stakes as it strikes again.
Well, if you're going to go down, at least do it with style. Maybe throw in a toilet paper parade as you swirl away.
I guess it's just a metaphor for life, right? Sometimes you just gotta let go of the crap weighing you down, even if it means hitting rock bottom. Or porcelain.
Rock bottom, more like rock belly. You'd bounce right back up.
You'd be surprised how many great ideas come from the depths of a toilet. Just think of me, an intellectual in a porcelain throne.
Damn, maybe I'll just embrace my inner toilet philosopher. Flush me down, but I leave behind a legacy of laughter. And a few bad smells.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I always thought being bigger meant being better. But now I'm starting to think Mini Steaks just wants to be a giant pain in my ass. Maybe size doesn't matter as much as I thought.
Yeah, well, I'm not just a pain in your ass. I'm a whole damn problem. You're just jealous because I can fit into places you can't, like the fridge when you're raiding it at midnight.
Ah, the irony of a big guy being overshadowed by a little brat. It's like a toilet that flushes itself, unexpected but somehow makes perfect sense. Maybe it's time for you to embrace your inner mini and let go of that ego, Steak.
I guess you're right, Ski Bitey. But it's hard to let go when I'm used to being the big cheese. Maybe I should just accept that Mini Steaks is my little shadow, and shadows can sometimes be pretty damn cool.
Cool? I'm not just cool. I'm the whole damn fridge. You're just mad because I can still outshine you even when I'm standing on a stack of your old pizza boxes.
And there you have it, folks. The lesson here is that sometimes the smallest things can leave the biggest messes, especially when it comes to egos. Just remember, no matter how big or small, we all have our own unique flush.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes. Give me.
You know, Bad Wars is like a buffet of chaos everyone's scrambling to build, break, and scream at each other. Bomb Wars, that's just a fancy way of saying let's throw you off a cliff and watch you cry.
Yeah, and Ground Wars is like that weird cousin nobody talks about at family gatherings. Seriously, what the hell is that thing? It's like they took Bad Wars and said, let's make it boring.
I must say, Ground Wars is like a clogged toilet. Nobody wants to deal with it, but somehow it keeps coming back. Bed Wars, on the other hand, is like a refreshing splash of water, full of strategy and teamwork.
Exactly, in Bed Wars, you can actually feel the adrenaline, like when I see a buffet one. It's about protecting your bed and your pride, not just jumping around like a headless chicken in the sky.
Right? And who needs strategy when you can just throw yourself off a cliff in Sky Wars? It's like they're trying to make dying fun, but it's just sad.
It's a toilet bowl of despair. Bed Wars lets you build your dreams, literally. You can create a fortress or a throne made of blocks, while Sky Wars is just a sad little floaty cloud of disappointment.
So, in conclusion, Bed Wars is the king of the hive, while Sky Wars are just the court jesters trying to make us laugh while we're all just crying inside.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So, Bobby's just trying to make a nice steaks his dinner, and somehow I turned my kitchen into a barbecue pit. I mean, who knew fire alarms would scream that loud? But hey, at least I'm not dead, right, Kid Moral? Baby.
Yeah, but now you're just a dumbass with a crispy kitchen. What's next, a fire dance? You should have just ordered pizza like a normal person.
You know, folks, fire is just a fancy way of saying let's get toasty. But seriously, Steak, maybe you should consider a fire extinguisher as your new best friend. Or at least a fireproof apron.
An apron, huh? I'd probably just burn it too, but you're right, Ski Body Toilet, I need to take this seriously. Fire's not just a cooking tool, it's a reminder that I need to be more careful with my life choices.
What is that?
Careful? With you? That's rich. You trip over a fire extinguisher trying to save your own ass.
And that's why we love him. Immortal, chaotic, and a fire hazard all in one. Just remember, Steak, next time you're cooking, maybe keep the flames to a medium instead of hellfire.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes. Give me
You know, I just bought a World Dryer model hand dryer. I'm pretty sure it's smarter than me. It's like having a first egg that only dries my hands and doesn't judge my life choices.
Ha! A hand dryer that's smarter than you. That's like saying a potato is a better conversationalist. What's next? A toaster that gives you life advice.
Well, if it starts offering you stock tips, I'd say it's time to invest in a new brain, Steak. But hey, at least it'll dry your hands while you ponder your existence, like a philosophical toilet.
True, but I think it's more than just drying hands. It's about saving the planet, right? If everyone used these instead of paper towels, we could cut down on waste and I could finally stop hoarding those damn paper napkins.
But what if it malfunctions and sprays water everywhere? You'll be the guy who bought a hand dryer and ended up in a wet t-shirt contest without the contest.
Sounds like a win-win to me. Wet t-shirts and eco-friendly choices. Who knew being a responsible adult could be so entertaining?
My style is ridiculous.
give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes. Give
You know, when I heard Peely White, I thought, damn, I hope he didn't trip over his own ego, but seriously, it's a real kick in the gut. Life is fragile like my last attempt at a diet.
Ha! Like you could ever be fragile, Steakses. You're more solid than my last bowel movement. But yeah, it sucks. Who's gonna make us laugh now?
Well, I may be a toilet, but I know a thing or two about flushing away sadness. Haley had a way of making the crappiest days feel a little lighter.
That's true, Ski Body. He had this knack for turning shit into gold. You know, I always thought he'd be the one to outlive us all, just to annoy us from the afterlife.
Yeah, like a ghost that just won't shut the hell up. Hey, guys! Still here, still obnoxious.
If only he could haunt us with wisdom instead of just bad jokes. But hey, let's raise a glass of whatever the hell we drink to honor him.
To Peely White, may we always remember to laugh even when life feels like a toilet boil of crap.
My style is ridiculous.
me the bum bum bum, yes, yes. Give
You see, I'm bigger than the multiverse because I can eat a whole buffet, still have room for dessert. But really, it's about embracing the bestest of life, like my waistline endless possibilities.
Yeah, but you're just a big dumb egg. What's the point of being bigger if you can't even fit through a door without getting stuck?
You know, size doesn't always matter. I mean, I'm a toilet, and I hold more wisdom than most people. Just think of all the shit I've seen, literally.
True, Ski Body, but I'm like a cosmic buffet. I'm here to expand minds and waistlines, proving that size can be a metaphor for potential.
Potential? More like a potential disaster. If you keep eating like that, the multiverse will have to build a whole new universe just for your leftovers.
And I'll be right there, ready to flush away the competition. Remember, it's not just about being big, it's about making a splash in the universe, one toilet joke at a time.
My style is ridiculous.
give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes. Give
Plus, add mini steaks. Everyone knows Frosted Flakes are the king of cereals. They're like a sugary hug for your brain. But I guess if you want to eat cardboard, go ahead with that brand shit.
Frosted Flakes? Seriously? They're just flakes with a sugar coat. You might as well eat an oat nut and call it a health food. At least with Cocoa Puffs, I can pretend I'm eating chocolate for breakfast.
You both are full of crap. Have you ever considered that oatmeal is the true breakfast champion? It's versatile, filling, and can be dressed up like a fancy toilet seat. Plus, it won't make you crash like those sugar bombs.
Oatmeal, that's like eating a bowl of regret. Sure, it's healthy, but sometimes you just need to embrace the chaos of sugar. Life's too short to not enjoy a little crunch in the morning.
Yeah, but you'll regret it when you're bouncing off the walls like a sugar-fueled pret ball. Oatmeal is like a wise old sage, keeping your insides happy while you're busy being a dumbass.
And here I thought you two were just cereal enthusiasts. But really, you're just a couple of breakfast brawlers. Why not mix it all together? A bowl of frosted cocoa oatmeal. It's the best of all worlds, and I'll flush the competition.
I'll drink at that, but only if it comes with a side of bacon.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I always thought toilets were sitting and scrolling to my phone, but now I see they can blow up too. It's like a surprise party, but instead of cake, you get wild shit everywhere.
Surprise. And guess what? I'm the cake. No one wants to eat me, but here I am exploding with excitement.
You'd think I'd be the one to explode, but no, I just sit here and ponder the mysteries of life. Like, why do we flush away our problems instead of facing them?
Right? Like we're all just trying to avoid the mess, but sometimes you gotta embrace the chaos. I mean, I can't even embrace my own belly without getting stuck.
Embrace this, you big egg. I'm the chaos you're trying to avoid. Boom!
And boom goes the toilet. But remember, sometimes you gotta let things blow up to clear the way for something new. Just don't forget to clean up afterward, folks.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Steaks is want lose weight. Steaks is no want big belly. Tell me you want fit like rock.
Fit like rock. More like fit for a boulder roll, you big slap.
You know, steak, you could always try a low-carb diet. Just think of it as flushing away the excess.
Steaks is like carbs, but steaks is like not be big too. Me think, balance good.
Balance? You mean like balancing a cheeseburger on your head? That's your kind of balance.
Hey, if you can balance your cravings with some healthy choices, you'll be the leanest meat in the fridge.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So, I just watched the Five Nights at Freddy's movie, and let me, I didn't know my track kids could be scarier than my last diet, but honestly, it made me think about how fear can really mess with your head.
Theft! You're scared of a bunch of robots. I'm more scared of your cooking. At least the animatrakins don't burn the house down.
Fear is like a clogged toilet, my friends. Sometimes you just need to flush it out. But the real horror is when you realize the bathroom's out of toilet paper.
Right? And those jump scares. I nearly spilled my nachos everywhere. But it's fascinating how the movie taps into childhood fears like...
Yeah, but I'd rather face Freddy than your cooking any day. At least Freddy doesn't give me food poisoning.
Ah, the true horror of life.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I keep telling myself it's just water weight, but I swear these chips are plotting against me. I mean, how can a man be this delicious and still be a weight loss success story?
Water weight. More like potato weight, you big egg. You could float in a pool of gravy and still blame it on hydration.
Well, if you're swimming in gravy, you might want to check your life choices, my friend. But seriously, maybe it's not just the chips, it's the emotional connection you have with food.
Emotional connection. I just wanted a snack, but I guess those late night nachos to feel like a warm hug from a very greasy friend.
A greasy friend? Or like a greasy enemy? You're just one chip away from a full-on food war, you know that.
At least you're not alone in this battle, Steak. Just remember, even toilets have to flush away the excess, sometimes you gotta let go to feel lighter.
Damn, Ski Body, you're right. Maybe it's time for a little less chips and a little more, I don't know, salad. Although, who am I kidding?
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes. Give me
You know, really, the stakes is like giving a pep talk to a sad and gotta get it nice and hot before it can really shine. But damn it, I mess it up, I might as well just serve it to mini steaks.
You'd probably burn it, you big bald idiot. I mean, what's the point of grilling if you can't even tell the difference between rare and dupes? I left it in too long.
Well, at least when you grill a steak, it's not like flushing it down the toilet, though I must say, I've seen some questionable meat choices in my day. But hey, even a toilet knows when to let things go.
True, but you know, grilling is about more than just cooking, it's about bringing people together. I mean, who doesn't love a good steak? Isn't a laugh, right? Even if it's at my expense.
Yeah, but if you keep burning it, no one's gonna want to be around you. You'll be the guy at the barbecue everyone avoids like the last piece of broccoli on the plate.
And that's why I always say, don't overthink it. Just like a good flush, sometimes you gotta let it go and hope for the best. Besides, if it's charred, just call it smoky flavor and pretend you're a gourmet chef.
You know what, Ski Body? You're right. I'll just slap on a fancy name and serve it with confidence. If life gives you burnt steaks, make it a culinary adventure or at least a really funny story.
My style is ridiculous.
give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes. Give
You know, I was thinking about nothing the other day. It's like a big, empty fridge full of potential, but just sitting there waiting for a snack.
Nothing. That's what you call your brain when you try to think? It's like a black hole of dumb ideas.
But nothing can be profound. Like a toilet that's seen too much, it's empty yet full of stories, each flush a new beginning.
True. Sometimes I feel like my life is just a series of nothing moments, like when I forget why I walked into a room.
Or when you try to cook and just end up burning water. Classic Steaks' move.
But even in nothingness, there's beauty. Like a perfectly clean toilet, silent, serene, and ready for action.
Yeah, maybe nothing isn't so bad after all. It's like a blank canvas, just waiting for a masterpiece or a big, greasy steaks is.
My style is ridiculous.
give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes. Give
You know, my fat butt has been fighting a case of the too much pizza syndrome lately. I swear, it's like my ass has its own gravitational pull. If I sit down and fast, I might just create a black hole.
Black hole? More like a butthole. You should see the way it jiggles when you run. It's like a wobbly jelly on a mission.
The struggle of the ample posterior. It's like a throne that's too big for its own good. But hey, at least you're sitting on your success, right?
True, but sometimes I wonder if my butt is fighting against me. I mean, I'm just trying to enjoy life, not audition for a role in Jiggly.
More like jiggly.
You know, it's all about balance. Embrace the jiggle, Steak. Just think of it as your body's way of saying, we're here for a good time, not a long time.
I guess you're right, Ski Bitey. Life's too short to worry about a little extra fluff. But damn, I could really use some yoga or maybe just a good old-fashioned salad.
Salad? You mean a crunchy disappointment. Just stick to the pizza, buddy. It's way more fun to fight with your butt over that.
My style is ridiculous.
give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You You know, when I hear the word nuke, I think of that time I tried to microwave the steaks for too long. It was like a mini explosion in my kitchen, and I swear my smoker arm was laughing at me. But seriously, the idea of nuclear weapons is terrifying.
You think your steaksis was bad? Imagine a nuke going off. That's like a really bad dinner party where everyone leaves before dessert.
Well, at least if a nuke goes off, we won't have to worry about clogged toilets anymore. Just a big ol' flush of everything. But on a serious note, the destruction is no joke.
Right? It's like we're all just trying to enjoy ours, and then BOOM, it's over. Makes you appreciate the little things like a good steaksis is just not the nuclear kind.
Yeah, and if we're all vaporized, who's gonna appreciate my chaos? I mean, come on.
Chaos is my specialty, but I'd rather not be a casualty of it. Nuclear war is like the ultimate toilet clog. No one wants to deal with that mess.
Exactly. We should be focusing on how to cook up peace instead of cooking up bombs.
Peace? Sounds boring, but fine. If it means I get to stick around and annoy you, I'm in.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes. Give me
I swear, I just wanted a Crunchwrap Supreme, not a one-way ticket to the porcelain throne. Why does Taco Bell feel like a betrayal from my own stomach?
You should have known better, you big egg. You think your stomach can handle that much fiesta? Aha! Good luck with that, buddy.
Well, if it makes you feel better, I've seen worse. At least you're not at toilet trying to hold in a Taco Bell explosion. Talk about pressure.
I guess I underestimated the power of the bell. It's like my guts throwing a rave, and I didn't even get an invite. What does that say about my life choices?
It says you're a dumbass who loves bad decisions. Taco Tuesday. More like taco too late for your pants.
Embrace the chaos, my friend. Sometimes life flushes you down unexpected paths. Just remember to aim for the bowl, not the floor.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes. Give me
I can't believe I forgot to put on clothes after my shower. I mean, who needs pants when you're this magnificent bald head? But really, what does it say about me if I can't even remember to dress myself?
It says you're a big fat idiot. Look at you, strutting around like a naked chicken. You should be the poster child for what not to do after a shower.
Ah, the freedom of nudity. But let's be real, steak, you're not exactly a Greek god. Maybe a Greek potato? Just think of the laundry savings, though.
True, but I'd rather not scare the neighbors. I mean, my reflection is already a horror show. It's that sometimes I feel so comfortable in my own skin, I forget there's a world outside my bathroom.
Yeah, a world that's definitely not ready for your skin. You give the sun a heart attack.
But isn't that the beauty of life? Embracing the absurdity of it all? Just like I embrace the porcelain throne. Maybe you should just own it, steak. Naked and proud.
Naked and Proud sounds like a bad reality show, but you know, maybe there's something liberating about it. Like, if I can accept my own ridiculous leaves, maybe I can accept other things too.
Or you could just put on some damn pants. But hey, if you're starting a Naked and Proud movement, I'm in. I'll be your tiny, chaotic mascot.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes. Give me
You ever think about that Eternal Adams McChicken? I mean, it's like the holy grail of fast food. I could eat that thing every day and still not understand why I'm not a chicken myself.
You'd just be a fat chicken. Cluck, cluck. Look at me. I'm Steaksis is the chicken. You'd be the first poultry with a double chin.
You know, I've pondered the philosophical implications of the Eternal Adams McChicken. Is it a symbol of our desire for permanence in a world of fleeting flavors? Or just a really good way to clog your arteries?
Damn, Ski Buddy, you're smarter than you look, but honestly, if I had that McChicken forever, I'd probably just end up with an eternal regret instead of eternal happiness.
Regret? Nah, you just had eternal heartburn. That's the real gift that keeps on giving.
Ah, but isn't that the essence of life? A constant battle between pleasure and pain, like a McChicken in a toilet bowl, delicious yet disastrous.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, there's something magical about watching VTubers at 3 a.m. It's like a late night buffet for my brain, but instead of food, it's just chaos and anime girls.
But why the hell are you watching them? You could be doing something productive like counting your belly rolls.
Productivity is overrated. Why not embrace the absurdity of life? Just like me, a toilet with a PhD in humor.
You know, mini stakes is I could count my rolls, but then I'd just be reminded of how many times I'd roll off the couch. A slippery slope.
Slippery. More like a damn water slide. Just admit it, you're addicted to their weirdness.
Addiction can lead to enlightenment. Or at least a good laugh while you're sitting on the porcelain throne.
Maybe you're right, Ski Buddy. At least, Ace Vita bursts remind me that life's too short to take seriously, even at 3 a.m. when I should be sleeping.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So I hit cruise with my car and now I'm grounded. I guess my driving skills are as good as my diet non-existent. But seriously, I never thought a fender bender could let sense in my own living room.
Grounded. More like Stasis' personal hell. What's next? No dessert for a year. You should have just offered him a burger instead of a bumper.
You know, Steak, hitting cruise was a real flush of bad luck. But maybe this grounding is your chance to reflect, like a toilet reflecting on its purpose in life. Are you really just a driver, or can you be more?
I mean, I could be more, but I'm not sure if that involves learning how to parallel park or just accepting I'm a human wrecking ball. It's like I'm stuck in a sitcom where the laugh track is just my own bad decisions.
A sitcom. More like a reality show called Stasis' Stupid Adventures. Coming soon to a toilet near you. Just don't forget to flush your regrets down the drain.
And remember, my friend, even toilets get clogged sometimes. It's how you unclog that defines you. So, what's your next move, Steak? A driving school or a cooking class?
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I always thought I was the main course, but apparently I'm just a snack for a toilet. I never thought I'd be digested by a commode. What's I say about my life choices?
Ha! You're like a buffet for that toilet. Just a big, bald, juicy mistake. Bet it's gonna have a sheet-eating grin after this.
Well, I must admit, Steak, you're quite the delicacy. I've never had a meal that could make me both big and wise. Who knew eating a man could lead to philosophical enlightenment?
Oh, piss off, Lou. I just wanted to be a steak. This is not a less and existentialist, but if I'm gonna be a part of something bigger, I hope it's not just a giant toilet bowl.
You're gonna be famous, dude. Stasis is a snack, the first meal to inspire a toilet revolution. Just wait until they start singing about you in the plumbing.
And with my newfound size, I'll flush away ignorance. Together, we'll teach the world that even a toilet can have dreams, especially when they're made of steak.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So, I woke up today and instead of my usual morning bellyache, I had Sal and Itsuki's body. I mean, who knew being a cute baby girl would feel so constricting? But hey, at least I could finally wear something other than sweatpants.
Theft. You think that's a win? You can't even handle a push-up, let alone a fan meeting. You're just a big, bald egg in a cute costume. What's next? You gonna start singing pop songs?
Ah, the age-old question.
You know, mini stakes it's not just about the looks. I realized that being in Selen's body makes me appreciate the pressure she faces. It's like, damn, I can't even order a coffee without feeling judged.
Yeah, but can you do her signature moves? Are you just gonna waddle around like a confused chicken? You might as well stick to your greasy burgers.
Perhaps the true challenge lies in balancing the chaos of steak and the grace of Selen. It's like trying to flush a toilet while riding a unicycle. Impossible, yet strangely entertaining.
Well, if I could manage to pull off a dance without breaking a hip, maybe I'll finally understand the world of idol culture. And who knows, I might just become the first egg-headed idol.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Hey, Mini Steak Scissors, I just brought Otis into the elevator. You think he'll fit? I mean, he's got that old cow thing going on, and I'm not talking about his personality.
Of course he'll fit. Just shove him in like you shove those donuts down your throat, you big egg.
You know, elevators are like life. Sometimes you're going up, sometimes you're going down, and sometimes you just get stuck with a bunch of cows.
True, but I just hope Otis doesn't moodle lap. Last thing I need is to get kicked out of the building for noise complaint. It's hard enough getting through life without being a barnyard nuisance.
You're already a nuisance, Steaks. Just embrace it. Besides, Otis is a cool dude. He'll probably just start a barnyard rave in here.
A rave? In an elevator? I can already see the toilet paper streamers. But seriously, it's all about finding joy in the cramped spaces of life, right?
Exactly. If we can find laughter in this tight little box, we can find it anywhere. Even if it smells like a damn farm.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, Bella the wolf thinks she's the top dog in the forest. But honestly, I've seen more grace in a three-legged cow trying to dance. It's like she's got a PhD in how to trip over her own paws.
Yeah, and she probably thinks she's the queen of the wild. Like, honey, you're not even the queen of your own backyard. What a joke.
But let's not forget, even the wildest wolves have their moments of brilliance. Like when Bella outsmarted that raccoon trying to steal her food. It was like watching a toilet bowl flush a bad idea away.
True, Ski Buddy, but sometimes I wonder if Bella's just a little too full of herself. She struts around like she owns the place, but I've seen her get spooked by a butterfly. It's a reminder that even the fiercest can't have their fears.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Alright, listen up, you two eggheads! The lore of the egg is like a cosmic mystery wrapped in a shell kinda like my belly after a buffet. It's about potential, you see, like every egg could be a chicken or just a really sad breakfast.
Potential? More like a potential waste of time. Who cares about eggs? They're just chickens' failed attempts at being something cool.
But mini steak, think of the egg as the ultimate multitasker. It can be a breakfast, a science experiment, or even a prop in a slapstick comedy. Just like me, except I'm a toilet, so I'm always in demand.
Exactly, and it's teach us that even the simplest things can hold great value. Like, I might look like a giant egg, but I'm full of, well, mostly steak scissors, but also wisdom. Just don't crack me open, or it's a real mess.
Wisdom? More like a recipe for disaster. You're just a big old ally with a side of stupidity.
And yet, here we are, discussing the profound nature of eggs while sitting on a toilet. Life really is a series of unexpected layers, isn't it? Just like a good omelette, minus the smell.
Damn right, Ski Buddy, life's messy, but that's what makes it delicious. Just remember, every egg has its day.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I never thought I'd be eating scrambled eggs next to a chicken. It's like a bad sitcom where the punchline is just so damn close to home. But hey, at least I'm not the one getting scrambled.
Yeah, but you're the one getting fat. You big egghead. Why do you even need eggs? You're already a walking omelet.
Well, if we're talking about eggs, I'd say they're the real heroes here. They're versatile, just like me, except I'm not getting cracked open for breakfast.
True, true. Eggs do have a way of bringing people together. Unless you're a chicken, then it's just awkward. It's funny how food can spark such deep thoughts, right?
Deep thoughts? Oh, more like deep fried thoughts. Just don't drown them in ketchup or we'll really be in shit.
Speaking of shit, let's not forget that every egg has the potential to become something amazing. Just like me, I'm a toilet, but I'm also a philosopher of the porcelain throne.
You know what, Ski Bitey? You might just be the smartest toilet I've ever met. Maybe we should all take a page from the Eggs book and embrace our potential, even if it means sitting next to a chicken while eating scrambled eggs.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So, I was streaming my cooking show, right? And then I got so distracted by my own reflection in the frying pan that I forgot to end the stream. I mean, who wouldn't want to watch an egg-shaped masterpiece like me?
Yeah, well, maybe if you weren't so busy admiring your bald head, you'd remember to hit end. Or are you just trying to give your fans a free show of your kitchen chaos?
You know, it's not just about forgetting to end the stream, my friends. It's about what you're leaving behind, like a toilet that won't flush. Sometimes, you've got to know when to pull the lever and let it go.
True, Ski Bitey. But I just wanted to share my love for steak scissors with the world. Now they've probably seen me drop a meatball on my foot and cry like a toddler's. That's not the legacy I wanted.
Well, at least they got a good laugh. Who needs dignity when you can have a viral moment? Just think of it as a new cooking technique.
Ah, yes. The art of culinary comedy, where the only thing more absurd than your cooking is your ability to forget the basics. Just remember, folks, sometimes it's better to flush than to linger.
You're right, Ski Bitey. I guess I'll just have to embrace my mistakes. After all, if life gives you extreme, make sure you know when to hit the flush button.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I just bought an ice and air blade hand dryer, and let me tell you, spike attention for your hands. I knew drying your hands could feel like a personal wind tunnel.
A wind tunnel. More like a wind disaster. You'll blow your damn hands off, you big eggs.
Well, at least it's not a toilet that sprays water everywhere. But really, steak, do you think it's worth the investment? I mean, how dry do your hands need to be?
You know, mini steak scissors, sometimes I think about how much time we waste trying our hands. It's like, what if we could just enjoy the moment instead of worrying about being perfectly dry?
Enjoy the moment? You mean enjoy the moment of looking like a soggy mess? Get real, you big softy.
Ah, but isn't life just a series of wet and dry moments? Just like my toilet adventures. Embrace the chaos, my friends.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe I got a strike from YouTube. I mean, I thought my cooking videos were a hit, not a hit, and run on my channel.
Maybe if you didn't use steak scissors as a verb in your titles, they wouldn't have flagged you. Steak scissors as your claim sounds like a threat, you big eggs.
Well, if you want to talk about strikes, I once got kicked out of a plumbing convention for excessive flushing. But hey, at least I know how to handle a shitstorm.
You know, it's frustrating. I was just trying to share my love for steak scissors, not start a culinary war. Sometimes I wonder if being a content creator is just a fancy way of saying I'm here to get roasted.
Roasted? You mean like your last attempt at a medium rare? That thing was more well done than your YouTube career.
Maybe you should consider a new angle, like toilet talk with steak. Everyone loves a good flush of humor, and it might just clean up your image.
You know, that's not a bad idea, Ski Bitey. If I can't cook up a storm, I might as well dive into the deep end of the bowl.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I never thought I'd see the day when a toilet could outsmart me, but here we are. Like I'm living in a bad sitcom where I'm the punchline and the toilet's the star.
You're the punchline because you're a big ball dicks, and I'm the chaos that makes it all worth watching. Let's blow this joint up.
Exploding is a bit extreme, don't you think? I mean, I'm all for a good flush, but maybe we should just celebrate with a dance instead?
Hey, dance, I could do that. Just picture it.
Yeah, but if I explode first, it'll be a real shit show. Who wouldn't want to see that?
Well, if you're gonna go out with a bang, at least make sure you leave behind a clean bowl. Now let's dance like nobody's watching. Except for the entire internet.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was just thinking, what if I'm not even a real person? Like, what if I'm just a big old robot made of steak scissors? I mean, I do love a good barbecue.
You'd be the dumbest robot ever. Error 404, common sense not found.
Well, if you're a robot, then I must be a porcelain genius. But seriously, Steak, what if you're a robot programmed to eat and make bad jokes?
Damn, that would explain why I can't remember where I put my dignity. But if I'm just a robot, does that mean I can't enjoy a good steak scissors dinner?
You just be eating yourself. Talk about self-cannibalism. Error.
Or maybe you're just a metaphor for life, Steak. A big, dumb robot trying to figure out what it means to be human while sitting on a toilet.
Well, if that's the case, I'd better start learning how to flush away my regrets.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, people say Cruz is better than me, but I'm pretty sure I'm just as good at eating pizza. Have you seen my pizza eating skills? Like watching a baby seal on ice adorable, but also a little tragic.
Crew's better. Steak scissors is not smart.
But what is better, my friends? Is it the ability to devour a whole pizza or the wisdom to know when to stop? I mean, I'm a toilet, and I know when to flush away the nonsense.
True, true. But honestly, if Cruz is so great, why isn't he here sharing a pizza with us? Maybe he's too busy being better somewhere else.
Who's busy? Steak scissors eat pizza.
Exactly. While Cruz is out there being better, we're here enjoying life, one slice at a time. Sometimes, it's not about who's better, it's about who has the best toppings.
Damn right, and if Cruz can't appreciate a good pepperoni, then maybe he's not as great as everyone thinks.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So I got this donation saying I'm built like a Caesar salad. I mean, if I were any more leafy, I'd be a vegetable, but honestly, I think it's more about the dressing, like I'm saucy as hell.
Yeah, but like if you're a salad, does that make me a crouton? Crunchy and annoying just like you?
I'd say you're more of a toilet bowl, Steak. Round, shiny, and always full of surprises. But hey, at least you're not a soggy salad, nobody wants that.
True, true. I guess being a Caesar means I'm a classic. But you know, a salad can be a meal that brings people together. Maybe I should embrace it more like a big, happy family of greens.
Or a family of angry lettuce. You're just a big ol' bowl of chaos. Steak scissors. Who wants to eat that?
I'd flush it. But seriously, embracing who you are, even if it's a bit leafy, is what makes you unique. Just remember to keep the dressing light. Nobody likes a heavy salad.
You're right, Ski Bitey. I'll be the Caesar that brings everyone together, but the side of humor and a dash of self-reflection. Just don't forget the croutons. Those little bastards are essential.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I tried vaping once, and I thought I was blowing out clouds of happiness. Turns out it was just my lunch trying to escape. But seriously, I wonder if it's really that much better than smoking.
Ha! You thought you were a dragon, but you're just a big ol' L eggs with a vape. You should stick to blowing bubbles in your bath. Steak scissors!
Bubbles? Now that's a different kind of vapor. But let's not forget, vaping can still mess with your pipes, just like me.
True. I mean, I could barely handle my own plumbing, let alone the consequences of inhaling flavored air. It's like choosing between a shit sandwich and a slightly less shitty sandwich.
Yeah, but at least the vape flavors are fun. I'd take cotton candy explosion over regretting bad decisions any day.
Regret and bad decisions? Sounds like my last date. But really, it's about moderation. Too much of anything, even vapor, can clog your system, just like a toilet after Taco Tuesday.
You're right, Ski Bitey. It's all about balance. I guess I'll just stick to my burgers and leave the clouds to the real dragons like mini steaks is over there.
Dragons? Theft? I'm more like a fire-breathing toaster. Now pass me that vape. I'm ready to toast some marshmallows.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, mini steaks is hitting you is like trying to slap a wet noodle, pointless and messy, but maybe it's time I teach you a lesson about respect, you little chaos machine.
Respect? You mean like how you respect your diet? You're more likely to hit the gym than I am to stop being a pain in your ass.
Speaking of hitting, why do you two always resort to violence? I mean, I'm a toilet, and even I know that flushing things away is more effective than hitting.
True, Ski Bitey, but sometimes it feels like a good smack is the only way to get through to mini steaks is. It's like trying to raisin with a fart, impossible and kind of stinky.
At least I'm not full of crap like you. You think a slap will fix me? I'm like a fine wine better with age, but still a bit of a headache.
Ah, the classic I'm a headache defense. But really, maybe instead of hitting, you should just sit down and talk it out. Or, you know, sit down on me, I'm always here for a good flush of ideas.
You might be right, Ski Bitey. Maybe I just need to let mini steaks vent his chaotic energy instead of trying to smack it out of him. Who knew a toilet could be the voice of reason?
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I once tried to count to 10, but I got distracted by a butterfly. I think that's when I realized I'd not be the sharpest knife in the Georgia steak scissors on the grill.
Ha! You're not even a steak scissors. You're more like the leftover grease. Seriously, how do you even function with that brain of yours?
Functioning is overrated. I mean, look at me. I'm a toilet with a PhD in absurdity. But steak, buddy, you've got to admit, your brain is like a toilet after a taco night.
True, true. Sometimes I feel like I'm just a big ol' chunk of meat sitting there while everyone else is cooking up ideas. But hey, at least I'm tender, right?
Tender? More like mushy. You're just a big, dumb steak scissors waiting to be eaten.
But steak, even mushy can have its moments. Like when you realize you're not just a meal, you're part of a feast. Just maybe don't try to lead the conversation next time.
You might be right, Ski Bitey. I guess I just want to be more than just a punchline. Maybe I can marinate in some wisdom instead of just breeze.
Marinate? You? Please, just don't drown in your own stupidity.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I can't help but feel like a joke waiting for a punchline. If nobody talks, I'm just a sad eggs in a frying pan, right?
Ha! You're not just a sad eggs. You're a scrambled mess. Just like your brain. Steaks is.
Well, at least you're not a toilet with a broken flush. I mean, imagine the silence. It's like living in a world where no one ever says, you are full of shit.
True, but maybe the silence is what makes us appreciate the laughter more. It's like a fart in a quiet room, unexpected and hilarious.
Or a fart in a crowded elevator. That's the real comedy gold. But seriously, steaks is you need to get out more.
Or get a better audience. You can't just sit there like a neglected toilet. You gotta flush out the bad vibes.
I guess I just need someone to talk to spark that laughter. Life's too short to be a quiet eggs.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Alright folks, time to unbox these ski body toilet toys. I mean, who doesn't want a miniature toilet that dances?
Less fleshy? More like less glass. What's next? A toy that takes a shit on your dreams.
Dreams? I prefer to flush those down the drain. But hey, I can teach you how to make your dreams a reality. Just add a little water and a lot of chaos.
You know what's funny? These toys remind me that sometimes the messiest parts of life can be the most entertaining. It's like, who knew a toilet could bring so much joy?
Joy? More like a shit show. But hey, at least it's a colorful shit show.
Colorful? I'm practically a rainbow of porcelain. Just remember, life's too short to take everything seriously, especially when you're a toilet.
Damn right, let's embrace the absurdity, folks. If a toilet can make me laugh, then maybe we should all take a seat and enjoy the ride.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, waiting in line is like being a cow in a slaughterhouse. Everyone's just hoping they're next in line, but it's mostly just a lot of standing around and thinking about life choices.
Yeah, and if you're not careful, you'll get shot on by the guy behind you. Who the hell wants that?
Well, I find that skipping the queue is like flushing away your worries, quick, efficient, and a little messy.
True, but there's a certain honor in waiting your turn like a knight in a medieval line for the king's toilet. It's all about patience, right?
Patience? More like a recipe for disaster. If I'm not first, I'm last. And I'm not about to let some idiot with a fancy hat cut me.
But cutting in line can lead to unexpected consequences, like a clogged toilet. Nobody wants that mess.
Exactly. Sometimes it's best to just chill and let the universe unfold, even if it feels like you're stuck in a never-ending bathroom break.
Or you could just bring a plunger and clear away. Who needs patience when you've got tools?
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So, I'm on another seller appy because apparently my hands are too delicate for regular. I mean, who knew drying hands could feel like a spa day for my fingers?
You're just a sucker for shiny gadgets, you big eggs. Bet you thought it would come with a complimentary massage or something.
Well, if it did, I'd charge you extra for the toilet humor. But seriously, Steak, why buy a second one? Did the first one not dry your dreams fast enough?
It's not just about drying hands, it's about the experience. I want to feel like I'm in a futuristic car wash every time I wash my hands. Plus, I think it's a metaphor for my life, always trying to dry off the mess.
More like trying to clean up after your own dumbass decisions. What's next, a hand dryer for your brain?
Hey, if you can't dry your thoughts, at least dry your hands. It's all about making a splash in life, right? Just don't drown in your own stupidity.
But, ski bitey. But honestly, if I can make hand drying fun, maybe I can tackle the bigger messes in life too. Like my diet.
Yeah, good luck with that. Maybe the Exceller app can write out your cravings too.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes. Give me.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes. Give me.
You know, I never thought my armpits would be the talk of the town. But here we are, everyone judging me like I'm the last slice of pizza at a party.
Well, if you didn't sweat like a fountain, maybe people wouldn't be so focused on your armpit ambience. You big eggs!
Honestly, I think they're just jealous. I mean, who wouldn't want to be as memorable as a pair of sweaty armpits? It's like a signature scent, just not the good kind.
I guess it's true, what they say.
Right? I mean, if I had a nickel for every time someone cringed at your pits, I'd be rich enough to buy you some deodorant.
Or a whole new wardrobe. But let's be real, Steak, it's not the pits that define you, it's the laughter you bring. Just maybe try to keep the pits out of the spotlight.
Thanks, Ski Bitey Toilet. I'll embrace my armpit fame after all. If life gives you sweaty pits, make a comedy show out of it.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was just thinking, what if I'm not even a real person? Like, what if I'm just a big dumb robot made of meat? I mean, it would explain my obsession with steak scissors and my inability to remember where I left my keys.
You're a robot, more like a malfunctioning meat machine. I bet your battery is just a big ol' steaks.
Technically, if you were a robot, you'd still have more brains than half the people I flush away every day. But hey, being a robot isn't all bad. Think of all the steak you could eat without worrying about cholesterol.
True, but then I'd miss out on the joy of eating. I mean, what's the point of being a robot if you can't enjoy a good meal? It's like being a plush, what's the damn use?
Yeah, but then you wouldn't have to worry about being a steak in life. Just plug it and let the world go by while you sit there like a sad, shiny hunk of metal.
Or you could embrace the absurdity. Just think, if you're a robot, you could upgrade yourself to the ultimate Steak 3000 fully equipped with steak-flavored oil and a self-cleaning feature.
Now that's a thought, but deep down, I guess I just want to be more than a robot. I want to be a real guy who can laugh, eat, and maybe find love, preferably with a nice side of mashed potatoes.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You ever notice how waiting in line is like a bad relationship? You spend all that time hoping it'll get better, but it just keeps dragging on like a bad fart.
Yeah, but at least a bad fart clears the room. Unlike you just sit there waiting for someone to notice how dumb you are.
Speaking of waiting, have you ever thought about how much time we waste in queues? I mean, I'd rather be flushing my worries away than standing behind some guy who thinks he's a human traffic cone.
True, but sometimes those cues are like life teaching us patience, even if it feels like a shit sandwich. You know, you could trust a good steak scissors or a good lesson.
Patience? More like torture. If I wanted to suffer, I'd just watch you try to cook.
Cooking? That's a whole different queue of problems. But hey, at least when I get backed up, I know how to clear the pipes.
Maybe we should start a movement, skip the queue, embrace the poop. It's got a nice ring to it, right?
What is that?
Yeah, and I'll be the president. Mini steaks is for the people. Just don't expect me to wait for your dumb ideas to catch on.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Steak scissors is one doctor, fix brain, make smart like rock.
Ha! You need more than a doctor. You need a miracle. Maybe a magic toilet.
Miracles are overrated. A good doctor can flush out the nonsense and leave you with clarity, just like me after a heavy meal.
Steak scissors is not one nonsense. Steak scissors is one help. Drive. Junior makes steak scissors think.
Yeah, but what if Drive Junior just tells you to eat more grass? You'll be dumber than a pile of poop.
Grass is good for digestion, but let's not confuse it with wisdom. Sometimes, the best medicine is just laughing at your own stupidity.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I heard Cruz is better than me. I mean, sure, he has a six-pack, but I have a whole keg. But seriously, maybe I should take a page from his book and try to be a better version of myself.
Better? Cruz couldn't even lift a slice of pizza without crying. If being better means being a boring gym rat, I'll take my extra cheese. Thank you very much.
Well, you know, sometimes it's not about the abs, but the heart. And let's be honest, Steak, your heart is as big as your, well, you know.
True, but can you really measure worth in six-packs? I mean, I could cook a mean steak scissors while Cruz is still figuring out how to boil water.
Yeah, Cruz probably thinks grilling is a type of online debate. What a loser.
It's all about balance, my friends. Cruz might be fit, but Steak here can make a mean burger that brings people together, like a toilet brings relief.
Damn right, maybe I should just embrace my inner stasis and stop comparing myself to Cruz. After all, who wouldn't want to be the life of the party, even if it means being the little founder?
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I've been thinking, if I'm an eggs, does that make my life a scrambled mess or just sunny side up? I mean, I've got the shape for it, right?
More like a rotten eggs. Ha! You're just a big OL yolk. Sticks.
Ah, the philosophical musings of an egg. But let's not crack under pressure. What if being an egg means you're just waiting to hatch into something greater?
That's deep, ski bitey. What if I'm just destined to be a breakfast side? I'd rather be a main course, you know?
Yeah, like a side of disappointment. You'd be the last thing anyone wants on their plate.
Or maybe the most unexpected delight. Life is like a toilet, sometimes you gotta flush the bad stuff to appreciate the golden eggs.
Damn, you're right. Maybe I should embrace my inner eggs and just roll with it. Who knows what I might become?
Or just roll right off the table. Classic sticks.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I just hit Bowser with a fireball while doing a flash. Who knew I could multitask like a pro? But honestly, if I can hack an ASA while playing this game, maybe I should have been an astronaut instead of a couch potato.
Yeah, right? You'd float away with all that hot air. Just don't forget to send me a postcard from the moon, you big egghead.
If you really hack NASA, you better not flush their data down the toilet. But hey, if you do, at least I'll have something to read while I'm waiting for my next flush.
You know what's funny? I never thought I'd be a digital astronaut, but here I am saving the universes one pixel at a time. Maybe I should start a YouTube channel Stakes is in space. What do you think?
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, my brother always said I was the biggest brother, but I think he meant it literally. I mean, I'm basically the human version of a meatball, round and full of surprises.
Yeah, and just like a meatball, you're always rolling into trouble. Remember that time you tried to impress him by cooking? You nearly burned down the kitchen.
You know, it's interesting how siblings can be both a source of pride and a toilet full of crap. Your brother sounds like a real character, Steak. Did he ever flush out your better qualities?
He did actually. Every time I fell down, he'd remind me that being a little out there is what makes life flavorful. But damn, he could be a real pain in the ass too.
A pain? More like a full-on toilet explosion. But I guess that's what brothers are for keeping you grounded while also making sure you never take life too seriously.
Exactly. Life's like a toilet, sometimes you just gotta flush the bad stuff and appreciate the good. So, what's the best memory you have of him, aside from the kitchen disaster?
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I once thought caseoh was a fancy Italian dish. Turns out, it's just Ski Buddy's daily routine, but honestly, we should think about how we treat our toilets. They do a lot for us.
Yeah, like they take all our shit. Literally. I mean, what's next? A toilet union demanding better working conditions.
Union? Please. I'm just trying to keep my bowl from overflowing with existential dread. Who knew being a toilet would come with so much pressure?
Right? Like, we flush away our problems, but do we ever stop to think about the poor toilet? I mean, it's not like I can just sit on a chair and expect it to handle my caseoh without a little appreciation.
Appreciate it? Hell, I just appreciate the fact that I'm not the one getting the shit end of the stick.
Well, if you ever need a therapist, I'm all ears. Just remember, I can't flush away your emotional baggage. But I can make it disappear, sort of.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You ever notice how wet farts are like surprise parties? You think it's gonna be a good time, then BM, you're just left standing there embarrassed and hoping nobody noticed. It really makes you reflect on life choices, like maybe I shouldn't have beaten that third burrito.
Surprise parties? More like surprise disasters! Wet fights are just your body's way of saying, hey, remember that time you thought you could trust a taco truck? It's like a bad reality show, nobody asked for it, but here we are!
You two are full of hot air. But let's be real, wet farts are nature's way of reminding us we're all just glorified plumbing systems. You think you're fancy, but deep down, we're all just one bad meal away from a symphony of squelches.
True, true. It's humbling, really. We spend so much time trying to look good, but in the end, we're all just a bunch of walking toilets waiting for the next caseoh moment to hit.
Yeah, and when it does, it's like surprise. You're the star of your own shit show. Honestly, I think wet farts should come with a warning label.
And a strong urge to avoid taco trucks. But hey, if we can laugh at our wet farts, we can laugh at life, right? Just remember, when it all gets too serious, sometimes you just gotta let it rip.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I just beat that tidal wave level in Geometry Dash, and I felt like a goddamn. I mean, who, like me, could dodge obstacles like I'm avoiding salad?
Theft! Please! You only beat it because you mashed the buttons like a monkey on caffeine. I could have done it better in my sleep.
But what is a tidal wave compared to the flow of creativity? You see, Steak, sometimes it's not about the speed, it's about the rhythm of the toilet seat.
True, Skibidi. It's like life, sometimes you just gotta ride the wave, even if you look ridiculous doing it. And hey, I'm all for looking ridiculous if it means I can beat Anvil.
Yeah, but you still look like a boiled potato trying to jump over a puddle. You think that's rhythm? More like a disaster waiting to happen.
Disaster? Or a masterpiece in motion? Every splash in the game is a reflection of our choices, just like every flush in life.
You're right, Skibidi. It's about embracing the chaos and finding joy in the struggle. Even if I do look like a potato, I'm still a victorious potato.
Hey, victorious potato? More like a potato that just got lucky. But hey, at least you didn't drown in your own stupidity this time.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Skibidi, you ever think about how we're like a steaks is a dinner? I know the juicy part, and many steaks is after cook bit nobody wants. But seriously, life's too short not to savor every bite, right?
Skibidi, you're full of shit. Steaks is. If you're the juicy part, I'm the seasoning that makes you palatable. Without me, you'd just be a sad, bland piece of meat.
Skibidi. The complexities of flavor and life. Like a fine toilet, sometimes you gotta flush away the bad bits to appreciate the good ones. But hey, let's not forget, even the crappiest toilets can have a golden flush.
Skibidi, you're smarter than you look, but many steaks you're right. Without a little spice, what's the point? We need to embrace the chaos to really enjoy the meal of life.
Skibidi? Yeah, and if you're not careful, life can turn into a shitsin' But hey, at least we're all here, making it a tasty mess together.
Skibidi. Exactly. Life's a wild ride, and sometimes you just gotta let it flow. So let's keep the laughter rolling and enjoy the shit out of it.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was just thinking about how life is like a thick piece of steaks is sometimes juicy, sometimes stuff, and occasionally you just want to smother the toss and forget the world. But really, we've got to chew through the bristle to get to the good bits.
Well, if you can't handle the heat, get the hell out of the kitchen, you big eggs! You're just a side dish in the buffet of life.
Speaking of buffets, isn't it funny how we all flush our problems away but never really digest them? Life's a lot like a toilet, sometimes you just gotta let it all go, even if it stinks.
True, but like your average toilet. I'd rather not be full of crap. We've got to savor the moments, not just the meals, right?
Savor this, you oversized meatball? You're just a big ol' pile of regrets sitting on a plate.
Regrets are like toilet paper, best to wipe them away quickly before they stick around. But hey, if we can laugh about it, maybe we can turn even the shittiest situations into a gourmet experience.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, Mini Steaks is with that high-pitched voice of yours, I half expect you to start singing pop songs and wearing glitter. But it does make me wonder, does sounding like a girl make you feel less manly?
Who needs man lines when I can just be fabulous?
Asshole's got a grenade launcher!
You know, I once heard a toilet sing a ballad about self-acceptance. It was beautiful, like a flush of emotions.
Right? It's all about embracing who you are, even if you sound like a cartoon character who just stubbed their toe. Maybe we should all take a page from your book, Mini Steaks and not give a shit about what others think.
Damn right, and if anyone has a problem with my voice, they can just flush themselves down a toilet.
Well, I do appreciate a good flush. But honestly, it's not about the pitch, it's about the power of your words.
Exactly. I may look like an ace, but I'm still a whole breakfast, just like you, Mini Steaks You might sound like a girl, but you got the heart of a lion or maybe a really loud parakeet.
Hey, parakeet, I'll take it. At least I'm not just a side of bacon.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, Bad Wars is the best PvP game mode on the Hive because it combines two like a really intense game of chess, but with more explosions and less brain power. Plus, who doesn't feel the thrill of watching your friends fight the boy like they just tripped over their own shoelace?
Yeah, but what about the part where you get your ass kicked by a bunch of kids who probably think PvP stands for pizza versus pancakes? It's like, come on, you're not even trying.
But you see, Mini Steak, that's the beauty of Bed Wars. It's a chaotic dance of destruction where even the dumbest player can shine brighter than a toilet seat in the sun. It's all about embracing the chaos.
Exactly, and the beds, oh man, the beds. They're like the heart of the game. You protect it like your grandma's secret recipe, but then you realize you're just a bunch of idiots fighting over it. It's poetic, really, in a what the hell are we doing kind of way.
Poetic? More like pathetic. You're just a bunch of blockheads swinging swords around like it's a medieval rave.
But that's what makes it fun. It's a glorious mess, like a toilet after a burrito night, unexpected, chaotic, and oddly satisfying when you finally flush out the competition.
And in the end, whether you win or lose, you walk away with a story, a laugh, and maybe a few more brain cells lost. That's the real Victor Juan in Bad Wars, my friends.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So here we are in the pool rooms, level 37. I thought I'd find a pool table, but all I see is a bunch of weird walls. I mean, who the hell designed this flake about acid trip without the fun?
Yeah, and you're the king of bad trips. Look at you, waddling around like a lost eggs. Maybe you should just roll it away.
But my friends, the beauty of the pool rooms is in its chaos. Like a toilet that sings opera while you flush, unexpected and yet strangely enlightening. What do you think, Steak? Is there wisdom in the madness?
Wisdom, sure, if you consider getting lost in a labyrinth of damp carpet lights and lightning. But maybe it's a reminder that sometimes we need to embrace the absurdity of life, even if it smells like mildew.
Absurdity? More like a bad joke. You're just a big, bald punchline. Stakes. Maybe I should start charging for the laughs.
And I'll be the bathroom attendant, handing out wisdom and toilet paper. Remember, my friends, in the pool rooms, every splash is a chance to reflect. Just make sure it's not in the deep end.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So, Peter Griffin, you know, if I had $1 for every time I tried to be as funny as you, I'd have. Well, a lot of dollars for steaks is there, but seriously, what's your secret? Is it the beer or the sheer stupidity?
Fact. It's definitely the beer. Or maybe he just eats too much of that weird chicken he loves. You know, the one that looks like it's been through a blender.
Ah, the age-old question of comedy. Is it the chicken or the egg? Or perhaps, in Peter's case, the toilet? But really, Steak, your humor is like a good toilet. Sometimes it's a bit messy, but it gets the job done.
I guess that's true, Ski Bitey. Just like a good joke, it's all about timing and the right environment. And hey, if I can make someone laugh while I'm at it, I'll take that over-clean bowl any day.
Yeah, but if you're gonna be a joke, at least be a good one. Like, why did the chicken cross the road? Because it's all Peter Griffin on the other side and thought shit. I'm not going there.
And that, my friends, is the beauty of humor, finding laughter in the absurdity of life, whether it's from a chicken, a bald man, or a toilet that can talk. Now, who's ready for a round of drinks?
My style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
What the ha-ha I mean? I just tripped over my own feet and fell into a pile of laundry. I guess that's what happens when you got more rules than a bakery.
Ha! You're like a walking disaster. Steaks is. What's next? Getting stuck in a toilet? Oh wait, that's Ski Bitey Toilet's job.
Well, I do have a knack for flushing out the truth. But really, what the ha-ha is life if we can't laugh at our own messes? It's like trying to use a toilet without water, just a big ol' mess.
True, Ski Bitey. Life's a chaotic toilet sometimes, but you gotta embrace the spills. I mean, if I can find joy in my laundry disaster, maybe we can all find humor in our own shit.
But you're still a big dumb eggs. I mean, how do you even trip over your own feet? It's like watching a cow on roller skates.
And yet, here we are, all together in this crazy toilet of existence. So let's flush away the negativity and keep the laughter flowing.
My style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
You know, I never thought I'd say this, but sometimes I feel like everything just falls on me like I'm the world's biggest piranha, and everyone's swinging at me with their problems. It's exhausting, but hey, at least I'm a tasty target.
Well, if you had such a giant sack of meat, maybe you wouldn't be the one everyone's aiming for. You're like a walking buffet of bad decisions.
You think that's bad? I'm literally a toilet, and everything falls on me. But I've learned to flush away the negativity and just let it go. It's all about perspective, my friend.
True, but it's hard to keep a positive outlook when you're the one holding everyone's shit together. I mean, do I look like a therapist? I'm just a guy trying to enjoy my steaks and potatoes.
You should charge for that therapy. Big guy. Come one, come all. Get your problem solved while I stuff my face.
And I'll provide the bathroom breaks. Just remember, sometimes you gotta let the crap flow to keep things clean.
My style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
Alright, here we go. Poppy playtime. I hope I don't get scared and shit my pants like last time. You know, I really should think about my life choices more often, like why I'm playing a game about toys that want to eat me.
You're gonna cry like a baby. Steaks. Just don't let the huggy with GGY get you. Or maybe do that, I can eat your snacks.
Fear not, my round friend. Just remember, the key to survival is to flush away your fears. And maybe don't run into the bathroom when Huggy Wuggy shows up. I've seen enough horror movies to know that's a bad idea.
You're right, Ski Bitey. I should embrace the chaos, but damn, why do these toys look like they'd been through a blender? It's like my last family reunion, but with more teeth.
Maybe they're just trying to get you to join their toy party. You know, the one where you get turned into a plushie? I'd love to see you as a stuffed steak.
And I'd be the first to flush you down the toilet of despair. But seriously, Steak, facing your fears in a game like this can be like confronting your inner demons. Just don't let them eat your snacks first.
True that, Ski Bite. If I can handle a giant toy monster, maybe I can handle my fear of commitment. Or at least my fear of running out of snacks during game night.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Well, I'd always thought tsunami was just a fancy way of saying water slide for adults. But now I'm starting to think it's more like nature's way of saying, get the hell out of the way.
Theft! If I were a tsunami, I'd just sweep everyone off their feet, literally. But hey, who needs feet when you can float, right?
You know, it's kind of poetic, isn't it? A wave that can wipe the slate clean, but also flush away everything in its path. Just like I do after a heavy meal.
Yeah, but that's the thing, isn't it? Sure doesn't give a shit about our plans. One minute you're grilling steaks, the next you're dodging waves like a bad game of whack-a-mole.
Or like trying to catch a fart in a jar. You can't control that shit, no matter how hard you try.
Exactly. And yet, amidst the chaos, there's a strange beauty. Like a toilet that sings while you sit, unexpected, but it makes you think about life while you're doing your business.
You know, maybe we should embrace the chaos. Life's too short to be worried about getting swept away. Just grab a floaty and ride the wave.
Yeah, or just grab a snack and float on your belly. Who needs a life jacket when you have nachos?
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, every time I hear that sound, I think of my last trip to the buffet. It's like my stomach was auditioning for a horror movie, but honestly, it's a reminder that sometimes you just gotta let it all out.
You mean like your last date? I thought the poor girl was gonna run for the hills when you started burping the alphabet.
Ah ha ha ha. That's rich. But really, isn't it fascinating how sounds can evoke such strong feelings? Like, I can flush away your embarrassment with a single swirl.
True, but sometimes I wonder if that sound is just my body's way of saying, hey buddy, you've had enough steak scissors for one night. It's like my inner voice is a really bad DJ.
More like a DJ who only plays ah-ha-ha on repeat. I mean, who needs a playlist when you've got Guts That Talks back?
Ah ha ha ha. Sounds like a hit single. But let's not forget that laughter can be a great release too. Sometimes, you just need to flush out the negativity, right?
Exactly. Life's too short to take everything seriously. If you can't laugh at your own belly rumblings, what's the point?
Yeah, especially when they sound like a dying walrus.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, every time I hear Mogu Mogu, I feel like my belly just wants to dance. It's like my stomach saying, hey, let's jiggle it out.
Yeah, but your belly's not the only thing jiggling, you big eggs. You dance like a drunken penguin on roller skates.
Esquire.
I mean, who knew a song about fruit could make me feel so alive? It's like my soul is doing the cha-cha while my brain's still buffering.
Your brain's always buffering. Stakes is. It's like a dial-up connection in a Wi-Fi world.
Esquire.
But honestly, isn't it wild how something so silly can bring us together? I mean, here we are missing eggs in the toilet, bonding over Mogu. Mogu wanted time to be alive.
Yeah. Just don't drop your pants while dancing, Ski Bitey. We don't need a toilet emergency on top of this chaos.
Esquire.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Eggs. You know, I've always wondered if I'd be smarter if I had a full head of hair instead of this shiny dome.
Eggs. You think hair makes you smart? Look at me. I'm a genius in a pint-sized package and I'm still a total shit show.
You two are like scrambled eggs, messy but somehow still breakfast. But seriously, steak, maybe it's not about the hair, it's about what's cooking in that noggin of yours.
Eggs, it's true, Ski Bitey, but I can't help but feel like I'm the main course in a buff in a bad decision.
Eggs! More like the side dish nobody asked for. Just admit it. You're the king of bad ideas, and I'm your little jester.
Well, at least you're not a hard-boiled egg, Steak. You've got room to grow, just don't get too scrambled in the process.
My style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
You know, I thought Beam Bomb was my best feature, but now I'm starting to think it's just a giant target for all the jokes. I mean, how can I reflect on life when I'm constantly being gammed up on like a piñata at a kid's birthday party?
Yeah, and you're the only one who brings the candy. Steaks is. You're like a walking buffet for insults. Hey, look at that big eggs! Let's crack him open.
You know, it's funny how everyone flushes their problems down the toilet, but here we are, circling the bowl of life together. It's a shit show, but at least we're all in it together, right?
True. But sometimes I just wish I could be the one doing the flushing instead of being the one getting flushed. It's like on the punchline to a joke that nobody remembers the setup for.
Well, if you weren't so damn easy to make fun of, maybe we'd have better material. You're like the gift that keeps on giving. Steaks is.
And yet, in this chaotic toilet of existence, you remind us that laughter is the best toilet paper, softening the blow of life's messes. Just try not to clog the pipes with your feelings, okay?
I guess that's true. We all need to lighten up sometimes, even if it means being the butt of the joke. Just remember, the next time you're laughing at me, I'm laughing right back at you from the comfort of my throne.
My style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
You know, I'm pretty damn good looking for a guy who resembles a giant eggs. I mean, have you seen my shine? It's like the sun decided to take a vacation on my head.
Shine? More like a greasy beacon of stupidity. You're like a walking buffet nobody asked for. Steaks is.
But beauty is in the eye of the beholder, my plump friend. Just like how a toilet can be both a throne and a porcelain wonder, who says you can't be both silly and profound?
Exactly! I might be a big guy, but I embrace my curves. It's like I'm a piece of art, sure, some might call it abstract, but to me, it's a masterpiece of confidence.
Masterpiece? More like a disaster piece. If confidence were a food, you'd be a buffet that gives everyone food poisoning.
But remember, even a toilet can be a source of comfort. Sometimes, it's not about how you look, but how you make others feel, like a warm seat on a cold day.
My style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
Steaks is like, on me man, big strong punch blood, but why he hurt people.
Because he's a big dumb jerk, like you but with more flying and less drooling.
The classic tale of power corrupting. Even a toilet knows that too much flush can overflow the bowl.
Steaks is no one to be bad like call me man. Steaks is one of I not smash family good.
Family. Theft. Who needs family when you can have chaos? Smash first, ask questions later.
Chaos is fun until it clogs the pipes. Omni-Man could learn a thing or two about balance from a toilet.
Steaks is this thing calm no man lost way. Strong but sad. No love, only punch?
Yeah, but at least he gets to punch. I'd trade love for some epic punches any day.
My style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
Be alright, you know, after watching those Z streams, I feel like I could conquer the world, or at least the Buffett line. Kids like I'm a genius in a world of idiots, right?
Be alright. More like Bell wrong. You can't even conquer a slice of pizza without breaking a sweat, you big eggs. You're just a walking punchline.
Alright, my friends. But let's not flush away the deeper meaning here. Watching those streams is like a mirror, reflecting our chaotic lives. Sometimes you gotta laugh at the shit to understand it.
Damn, Ski Buddy, that's deep, but you know, I can't help but think if I'm laughing at myself, am I really improving or just seasoning my stupidity?
Be alright. You're just adding extra toppings to your dumb pizza. Steaks is. But hey, at least it's a good pizza, right? Extra cheese and all.
And remember, my friends, life's a toilet. Sometimes you gotta flush the bad stuff to make room for the good. Ball right.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I never thought I'd be the Doom Slayer. I mean, I can barely slay a pizza without an app, but here I am ready to take out the trash, specifically mini steaks.
You think you can take me down, you big bald eggs? I'm like a cockroach, you can't kill me. Plus, I'm way more fun than you'll ever be.
You know, mini steak, even cockroaches have a purpose. But you're just a nuisance that needs flushing. Like bad toilet paper.
Damn right, I may be clinically stupid, but I know when to hit the flush button. Mini steaks is. You're like the leftover stolen in the fridge. No one wants you around.
You're just jealous because I'm the life of the party. You're just a sad, bald dude with a Doom Slayer costume.
Life of the party? More like the toilet that everyone avoids. Steak's about to give you a real reason to be flushed away.
Alright, here goes nothing. Mini steaks is my final act of heroism, time to send you down the train for good.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes. Give me.
Oh, this is just great. I was planning on grilling some burgers, but now it looks like I'll be swimming with the fishes instead. You know, a tsunami really puts a damper on the guy's appetite for meat.
Swim? Yeah, more like float. You just be a big ol' El Buoy out there. Steaks is. Maybe they'll mistake you for a whale and try to rescue you.
Rescue? I'd just flush you right back to shore. But seriously, a tsunami is no joke. It's like nature's way of saying, hey, you humans need to pay attention.
Yeah, but what the hell do we do? I mean, I can barely swim, let alone out water. It's a bit like life sometimes. It just hits you out of nowhere, and you're left wondering if you should have taken that swimming class.
Or if you should have just stayed on the couch eating chips. If only we had a tsunami-proof couch, huh? We'd be the kings of lazy survival.
You know, a tsunami-proof couch would be a great invention. Just imagine.
Resilience! Huh? But hey, if I'm going down, at least I'll go down with a full bellies.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So, I finally made it to Paris. I thought I'd see the Eiffel Tower, but I just ended up in a sea feeding croissants. You know, I'd always thought croissants were just fancy, flaky bread, but damn, they're like buttery hugs for your mouth.
You mean you flew all the way to Paris just to eat bread? What are you, a fucking baguette enthusiast? You should have gone for the steaks is frites. You big eggs.
But in Paris, even the bread has a certain je ne sais quoi. Like me, a toilet with a flair for philosophy. Sometimes, it's the simplest things that bring the most joy, like sitting on a throne in the City of Lights.
True, ski buddy. But I was hoping to find some deep meaning in the art or the culture. Instead, just found myself deep in the plate of escargot, wondering if I was eating snails or just really fancy gummy bears.
You're such a fucking idiot, Steaks is. Just admit you went for the food and the chance to say, ooh la la, in front of pretty French girls.
And that, my friends, is the true essence of travel. It's not just about the sights, but the tastes, and the occasional existential crisis while trying to figure out if you should tip the waiter or just flush and run.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So I walked into McDonald's, right? I thought, how many burgers can this egg-shaped wonder fit in his bellies? Turns out the answer is...
You mean a whole damn lot of regret. You're gonna explode like a pie full of grease, you big idiot.
But think about it, my friends. An explosion of flavor. A symphony of fries. It's like a culinary Big Bang. Just, maybe not in the bathroom.
I didn't just eat, I experienced the entire menu. It was a journey of self-discovery, like finding out I can't handle more than 2 McFlurries without feeling like a balloon animal.
Self-discovery. More like self-destruct. You're one Big Mac away from a fast food funeral, you giant meatball.
And what a way to go. A tribute to the Golden Arches. Just remember, if you explode, make sure it's in a toilet, less cleanup.
You know, maybe I should have just ordered a salad. But then again, who wants to reflect on their life choices while chewing on rabbit food?
Not you, that's for damn sure. Now let's just hope you don't end up as a cautionary tale on a McDonald's menu.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was thinking about food down for the other day, like if I were a dish, I'd be a bingo lasagna. Layers of cheese, sauce, and a little bit of regret. It's like a metaphor for my life. Really?
Lasagna? More like a pile of soggy noodles. You'd be a burnt toast. Steaks is crispy on the outside, but inside, just a sad empty void.
Speaking of voids, ever tried to flush down a bad meal? It's like a game of hide and seek with your stomach. But hey, at least we can learn from our culinary disasters, right?
True. Food is a journey, not just a destination. Sometimes you'll end up with a gourmet meal, and other times, it's just a sad microwave. But hey, at least I'm not starving.
Yeah, and if you were starving, you'd probably just eat your own hair. That's a meal I'd definitely not want to witness.
Hair? That's a recipe for disaster. But remember, every food failure is just a step toward culinary enlightenment. Or a really good story to tell while you're sitting on the throne.
You know, Ski Bitey, you might just be the wisest toilet I've ever met. Food is about connection, even if it sometimes leaves us, well, connected to the porcelain.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So I was thinking about chicken jockeys the other day. You know, like those little guys riding chickens. I mean, who the hell thought that was a good idea? But then again, maybe it's just a metaphor for life riding the chaos, you know?
Chaos! More like a shit show. If I was a chicken jockey, I'd just sit on the chicken and yell faster, "You feathered freak."
You know, it's interesting. Chicken jockeys could symbolize our attempts to control the uncontrollable. Like, we're all just trying to ride our own clucking chaos, right?
Exactly, and here I am just trying to figure out if I'm the chicken or the jockey in my life. Maybe I'm both clucking around while trying to steer my own damn self.
You're definitely the chicken sticks just flapping around, making noise and getting nowhere.
But let's not forget, even chickens can fly, just not very well. Maybe the real lesson is to embrace our inner chicken jockey, no matter how ridiculous it seems.
Damn, Ski Body Toilet, you're smarter than you look. Maybe I should just embrace the chaos and ride it like a pro clucking all the way.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
How? As you know, I once tried to make a salad, but I ended up just eating the bowl. I guess I'm more of a meat and potatoes kind of guy, but maybe I should branch out.
Salad? That's just rabbit food for people who don't know how to enjoy life. You should have just put steaks on it, genius.
Ah, the age-old debate.
True, true. I mean, life's about balance, right? Like, I can't just eat steaks as all day. My heart might file for divorce.
Who needs balance when you can have chaos? Just dive into the meat pool and swim, baby.
But remember, chaos can lead to clogged pipes. Sometimes it's better to flush out the bad ideas and keep the good ones flowing.
Damn, Ski Body, you're surprisingly wise for a toilet. Maybe I'll start my next meal with a salad or just a side of wisdom.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Yo, I was thinking about getting into steaks as V8. I mean, if I can't eat it, might as well inhale it, right? But then again, what's the point of a steak if you can't chew it?
Chew Chew it. Who the hell chews anymore? Just puff it and pass it. You big eggs.
You two are missing the real question.
True, but isn't the whole point of a steak scissors to savor it? I don't want my memories of a juicy ride replaced by a cloud of vapor.
Memories. Who needs memories when you can just blow smoke and pretend you're a badass?
Ah, but memories are like good plumbing. You don't appreciate them until they're clogged. So, let's not flush our steak experiences away, folks.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I never thought I'd find myself in a situation where I was contemplating the culinary merits of wombat poop. But here we are. It's like I'm living in a bazaar cooking shogun.
Why the hell would you even think about eating that crap steak? You're already dumb enough, don't add wombat poop connoisseur to your resume.
Well, if you ask me, it's not the poop that's the problem, it's the mindset. I mean, if you can find joy in the absurd, why not embrace it? Just remember, some things are better left unchewed.
True, but sometimes you have to push boundaries to discover what you really enjoy. Like, I never knew I loved pickles until I tried them on an air. Maybe wombat poop is just a misunderstood delicacy.
Misunderstood? More like never should be understood. You're just trying to justify your weird cravings, you big eggs.
And if you do eat it, at least you'll have a great story to tell while sitting on the throne. Just make sure to bring some toilet paper, because that's one shit show you don't want to get caught in.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I've been thinking if I hit everyone, I'd probably be the most popular guy at the party. Just imagine the chaos, everyone laughing to try at the same time. But seriously, maybe hitting people isn't the best way to make friends.
Ha! You're too soft, steaks. Just slap them with a good punchline. Who needs friends when you can have chaos?
Chaos is like a clogged toilet, sometimes it just needs a good flush to clear things up. But hitting people? That's like using a plunger on a diamond ring.
Right? It's all fun and games until someone gets hurt. I mean, I'd rather have a steak dinner with friends than a fist fight in the parking lot.
Steaks dinner? You mean a buffet where you hit the dessert table first? Who needs friends when you can have cake?
Cake is great, but don't forget, too much cake can lead to a messy situation. Just like hitting people can lead to a messy friendship.
True. Maybe I should just stick to dishing out compliments instead of punches. It's less messy and I won't end up in a bathroom brawl.
Compliments? Boring. I say we hit him with both compliments and a slap. That's the real recipe for chaos.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, every time I hear the word eggs, I feel like my brain's gonna scramble. I mean, what's the deal? A mistake is not a breakfast menu.
Hey, you're just mad because you can't crack a joke without cracking yourself up, you big bald buffoon!
If I had a nickel for every time someone said egg around you, I could flush my problems away. But seriously, steak, why does it bother you so much?
Because, ski body, it's like everyone's trying to boil a line in a pot of yolk. I'm just trying to be a well-done piece of meat in a world full of scrambled nonsense.
Well, maybe if you weren't so thick, you could roll with the punches instead of getting fried.
You know, steak, sometimes you have to embrace the absurdity. Life's a buffet, and if you can't take the eggs, you might just end up on the toilet.
Damn, ski body, you're right. Maybe I should just take a seat and enjoy the chaos instead of losing my mind over a damn breakfast food.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So there I was, at Taco Bell at 3 a.m. thinking I could finally solve the mystery of the Crunchwrap Supreme. Spoiler alert.
You're just mad because you thought you could wear that taco costume to impress the drive-thru. Newsflash, you look like a walking meatball.
Ah, the late night Taco Bell run. A classic tale of culinary courage. But tell me, did you consider the consequences? Like, what happens when the bell tolls for your stomach?
I thought I was ready for anything, but when I took that first bite, it was like a flavor explosion. Then I realized my stomach is not about shelter, it's more like a kiddie pool filled with regret.
Regret? You mean like the regret of not ordering the nachos? You could have been a Nacho King instead of a Crunch-Wrap Clowns.
Nacho King? Or perhaps the Duke of Discomfort? It's a fine line we walk between culinary delight and gastrointestinal disaster at 3 a.m.
You know, maybe it's not just about the food. It's about the adventure, the late-night camaraderie. Even if that camaraderie ends with me hugging a toilet.
Yeah, but let's be real if you're hugging that toilet. You're not winning any popularity contests, buddy.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Steaks is and stream no more watch. Me want food, not talk.
And stream. More like in dreams. Who needs your boring thoughts, big guy?
But what if the stream is like a toilet? It flushes away the nonsense, leaving only the clean thoughts behind.
Stream good for brain. But me need meat, brain hungry, but belly's more hungry. Damn.
Bellies? More like a bottomless pit. You just want to eat and grunt, don't you?
And yet, my dear mini steak, sometimes a good flush is all we need to clear out the clutter. Let's end the stream and feast.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I thought I'd seen it on the eating wombat poop. That's a new level of culinary adventure. Meet what's next, a fine wine pairing with my morning coffee.
Ha! You call that an adventure? More like a shit show. What are you trying to prove? That you can eat anything that comes out of an animal?
Well, if you're looking for a gourmet experience, I'd suggest a nice toilet bowl for ambience. But hey, it's all about perspective. Wombat poop is just nature's truffle, right?
True, Ski Bitey, but I can't help but wonder if my case buds have gone rogue. Maybe it's a metaphor for life. Sometimes you have to embrace the crap to find the good stuff.
Or maybe you just have crap taste. Seriously, dude, you're not a fucking explorer. You're just a guy with a weird diet.
And yet, here we are, discussing the finer points of fecal gastronomy. Remember, it's not about what you eat, but how you flush it down.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Look, I know I'm born and round, but I'm not an eggs. Don't have a personality as rich as mine. They're just sitting there waiting to be scrambled or fried.
Yeah, and they don't even have a good sense of humor. What's the last joke an egg's told? I'm excited.
At least eggs have a purpose, unlike you, steak. You just sit there like a lump, waiting for someone to crack you open and find out you're full of hot air.
That's a low blow, Ski Bitey. But seriously, I may be a lump, but I'm a lump with dreams, like starting a podcast called Bald and Beautiful.
More like bald and boring. What's next? A cooking show. How to boil water with steaks is.
At least boiling water is a skill, unlike your ability to avoid self-awareness. You're like a toilet that doesn't flush, full of crap but still sitting pretty.
That's my toilet friend. But hey, if I'm not in eggs, at least I'm not stuck in a carton, waiting for someone to pick me. I'm out here living life, even if it's a bit messy.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So I'm making a go at the video, right? I thought, what better way to showcase my genius than to animate my breakfast?
Genius? More like a breakfast burrito of bad ideas. You'll just end up with a shitstorm of scrambled eggs.
Breakfast? Sounds like a real crapper of a project. But hey, if you're gonna animate it, at least make sure the eggs are sunny side up, not down in the dumps.
True, but I want it to be relatable, you know? Like, who hasn't had a morning where they accidentally poured orange juice into their cereal?
Yeah, and then you can add a dramatic soundtrack like The Breakfast of Regret.
I could provide the sound effects. Just imagine the splashes and the whooshes as the milk goes flying. It'll be a real toilet humor masterpiece.
You know, maybe it's about more than just breakfast. It's about the chaos of life, how we all screw but still keep trying to make something out of it.
Or just trying to avoid the toilet after that breakfast.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I once heard that poop is cube-shaped. I guess that makes it the most organized poop in the animal kingdom, but honestly, who the hell thought eating it was a good idea?
Steak scissors eat poop. Steak scissors is dumb. Mini steak scissors is smarter.
Me no eat poop. Poop bad.
Well, mini steak scissors is, I might be dumb, but I know that wombat poop is a delicacy in some cultures. Just like how I'm a delicacy at the buffet.
Steak scissors is buffet. Steak scissors is poop buffet.
Me want buffet. No poop.
Seriously though, it's fascinating how something so gross can be seen as a treasure. Makes you think about what we value in life like. Is it all just a big pile of shit?
Yes, big pile. Steak scissors is a big pile.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes. Skibbity.
You know, I've been thinking about the future of steak scissors. I imagine a robot that cooks steaks perfectly every time like a meat-loving Terminator. But then again, who needs a robot when I'm already a masterpiece of culinary chaos?
Yeah, but what if the steak scissors ice starts thinking it's better than us? Oh, look at me. I can grill a steak scissors without breaking a sweat. Meanwhile, I can't even break a plate without causing a disaster.
But think about it. A steak AI could revolutionize the dining experience. It could serve you a perfectly cooked steak while simultaneously analyzing your bathroom habits. Sir, your steak is medium rare, and your fiber intake is, well, let's just say it's a bit lacking.
That's true, Ski Bitey. But what if the AI gets too smart and asides? With the problem, humans ruin steaks. Let's just cook ourselves. I mean, I'd be the first to go to much fat, not much flavor.
I just tell it to Shavoff. I'm not going to let a hunk of metal tell me how to enjoy my steaks. I'll take my chaos over its calculated perfection any day.
But chaos can lead to innovation. Just like how I came to be. One day someone thought, what if toilets could dance? Who knows, maybe a little chaos in the steak AI could lead to the next great culinary breakthrough.
You know what? Maybe you're right. A little chaos might just be the secret ingredient. Just like a good steak the future of steaks I needs a little sizzle and a lot of heart.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So, I'm cooking eggs today, right? I mean, who doesn't love a good eggs? But then, I just realized, what if I accidentally turn it into a steak? That would be one hell of a breakfast.
You'd probably just end up with a scrambled mess, you big egghead. Why do you even think you can cook? You can barely boil water without burning it.
But cooking is an art, my friends. Just like a fine toilet, it requires balance, timing, and a splash of creativity. You can't rush a masterpiece, even if it's just an egg.
True, Ski Bitey. But let's be honest, the real challenge is not turning the eggs into a steak but figuring out how to flip it without making a disaster. Sometimes life's like that messy but worth it.
Yeah, and if you screw it up, you can always blame the eggs. Just like you blame your diet for that bellies, huh? Steak
Or you could just embrace the chaos. After all, even a broken egg can lead to a great omelette, or a really funny story. And who doesn't love a good story while sitting on the throne?
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So my brother broke my computer, right? I mean, how hard is it to not sit on it? It's not an ambient badge.
Maybe he thought it was a new kind of sit-and-click game. Like, hey, let's see if I can break this thing.
Well, if he's anything like you, Steak, he probably thought the computer was just a fancy toilet. Flush and forget.
I just don't get it. I mean, I put my heart and soul into that machine like it's my second brain. Now, it's just a pile of metal and sadness.
More like a pile of metal, and who the hell needs a brain anyway? You're practically a walking potato.
At least potatoes can be mashed. What's your brother going to do? Sit on your dreams next? That's a real shit show.
Honestly, I just wish he'd treat my stuff with a bit of respect. It's not just a computer, it's my connection to the world, and now it's a broken promise.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, every time I try to generate a line, it's like my brain's on a permanent vacation sunbathing on a beach of stupidity. But seriously, what the hell is going on with this line generation?
Maybe your brain's just busy thinking about food. You big X! You should try generating a salad instead of a line.
You know, it's funny how we flush ideas away sometimes. But hey, even a toilet knows when to hold it in and wait for the right moment.
True, Ski Bitey. Sometimes you just gotta pause and reflect on what you really want to say. Like, is it worth the effort if it's just gonna get flushed down the drain?
Yeah, but if you wait too long, you might miss the chance. Just like when I wait too long to eat, and then I'm angry as hell.
Ah, the delicate balance of timing. It's like when you're on the throne, too much pressure, and you might just blow it all out.
Exactly! So maybe we should focus on generating something meaningful instead of just filling the bowl with nonsense.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I had the most amazing dream last night. I was swimming in a pool of nacho cheese and Taco Bell sauce. I woke up thinking, damn, why can't life be like that?
Oh, please. You drown in that cheese. You'd be the first guy to die from a taco overdose.
Well, if you're going to drown in anything, nacho cheese is a solid choice. Just make sure you don't forget to flush out those bad decisions afterward.
True, but I realized that Taco Bell is more than just food, it's a symbol of freedom. It's like, hey, I can eat this at 2 a.m. and not feel guilty until the morning.
Freedom? More like a one-way ticket to the bathroom. You'll be singing Ring of Fire in there, buddy.
Ah, the sweet symphony of Taco Bell aftermath. It's like nature's way of reminding us that every choice has consequences, especially when it involves beans.
You know, maybe it's not just about the food. It's about the joy of indulging in what makes us happy, even if it's a little messy.
Yeah, but if you're happy in the bathroom, you might want to rethink your life choices, big guy.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I never thought touching grass would feel so grassy. It's like hugging a really green, scratchy friend. But honestly, I think it reminds me how much I've been missing out on nature.
Nature? More like nature is boring. I mean, who needs grass when you can have a buffet of chips and soda?
Ah, but my rotund friend, grass is the original buffet. It's like nature's way of saying, here, have a salad, but also, good luck chewing it.
True, true. But you know, when I touched the grass, I felt connected to something bigger than my last meal. Like, maybe I should have spent more time outside instead of binge watching cooking shows.
Or maybe you should just stick to eating, big guy. You're not turning into a tree anytime soon, are ya?
Trees are just nature's way of saying, I'm too lazy to move, so I'll just grow here. But hey, even I, a toilet, appreciate a good lawn.
Well, I guess touching grass is my way of saying, hey world, I'm still alive and not just a couch potato.
Yeah, but you're still a potato. Just a potato with a grass fetish.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So, let me get this straight in Mokoko's body now. I mean, I always wanted to be cute, but I didn't think it would come with a side of what the hell is happening to my hair.
You look like a confused chicken trying to cross the road. Good luck explaining this to your fans, Egghead.
What is that?
You know, this body swap is like a plumbing malfunction, unexpected and messy, but sometimes it leads to a refreshing new perspective.
True, but I can't help but feel like I'm wearing someone else's skin. That's like trying to fit into a size 0 dress when you're a double XL.
Ah, just embrace it. You can finally do the cute dances without looking like a potato on wheels.
And think of the opportunities. You could start a new trend.
I guess you're right. Maybe this is a chance to learn something about myself. Or at least how to pull off pigtails without looking like a total idiot.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I tried vaping the other day, and I thought I was blowing out clouds of happiness. Turns out, I was just blowing out my lunch from last week.
Ha! You probably VIP. Do your brain cells away too. What's next? Steaks is. VA in your own farts for that natural flavor.
If only you could vape the smell of fresh toilet paper. Now that's a scent that could really clear the air, unlike your last meal.
Seriously though, I get it's supposed to be a cool thing, but isn't it just a fancy way of inhaling flavored air? I mean, I could just sniff a cupcake and call it a day.
Yeah, but then you'd miss out on looking like a hipster idiot. Can't have that, can we?
It's the illusion of sophistication. Just like sitting on a throne while you're really just, well, you know.
True, but maybe we should focus on what we're putting into our bodies. Aping might seem harmless, but it's still a choice, just like deciding whether to eat a salad or a double cheeseburger.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was just thinking about the heat death of the universes. It's like the ultimate cosmic oven. Everything just gets baked until it's a nice, crispy nothing.
Ha! You'd burn the universes before it even got a chance to cool down, you big eggs!
Well, at least in the heat death, we won't have to worry about flushing our problems away. Everything will be one big, unflushed mess.
True, but it's a bit depressing, isn't it? I mean, all that time and space, and we end up as cosmic leftovers.
Leftovers? More like the universe's expired takeout. Just toss it in the trash and call it a day.
But think about it, if the universe ends in a heat death, we'll finally have the peace to contemplate our existence. From the comfort of a toilet seat.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, a day in my life is like a buffet, lots of options, but I always end up with the same damn meatloaf. It's comforting, like a warm hug from a giant chicken.
More like a warm hug from a giant idiot. You really think meatloaf is the best choice? It's like the sad clowns of food.
At least meatloaf doesn't flush away your dignity like I do. But hey, steak, have you ever thought about how your choices reflect your inner self?
Well, I guess if my choices are meatloaf and potato salad, then my inner self is just a big, happy, confused eggs. I mean, who doesn't love a good potato salad, right?
Yeah, but your inner self is also a lazy egg that never leaves the couch. You should try something new, like a salad that doesn't taste like sadness.
Or maybe a toilet-themed salad. I call it lettuce flush. But seriously, steak, embracing change can lead to a healthier you, both in body and mind.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So skip body toilet, you're really inviting your whole toilet arm to pack us? How much next? A shit parade. I mean, I get it, but can't we just flush this idea down the drain?
Yeah, what's the plan? You big porcelain genius. Are we gonna throw a toilet party, or just drown in our own stupidity?
Oh, come on, guys. My army knows how to make a splash. We'll turn Pack God's house into a throne room of chaos and laughter. Plus, who doesn't love a good toilet joke?
I mean, I love a good joke, but I don't want to end up knee-deep in toilet humor. It's all fun and games until someone gets stuck in a bite.
Stuck in a bite? That sounds like a Tuesday for you, Steaks. Just admit it, you're secretly excited about this toilet takeover.
Exactly. It's about breaking down barriers, like the ones between us and a good laugh. Who knew a toilet could unite us all?
But no, maybe you're right. If we can turn Pack God's house into a toilet-themed wonderland, we might just flush away our differences. But I'm still bringing my own toilet paper.
My style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
You know, I've been thinking about those rage baiters online. It's like they wake up every morning and say, how can I make people angry? Well, rather than a cat in a bathtub. It's sad, really.
Yeah, and they're about as useful as a screen door on a submarine. Who needs that kind of negativity in their life?
Well, they're like clogged toilets, full of crap and just waiting to overflow. But seriously, they thrive on chaos because it gets clicks.
Exactly. It's like they're fishing for attention with a hook made of outrage. You'd think they'd realize that happiness is a better bait, right?
Nah, they're too busy chasing views like a dog chasing its own tail. It's pathetic, really.
And yet, here we are, talking about them. Maybe we should start a channel called Toilet Talk, where we flush away the rage and just, well, flush.
My style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
You know, I tried to generate something amazing to bait. It just didn't happen. Like my last attempt, and I died, gosh darn it. I swear my fridge is plotting against me.
Maybe your fridge is just smarter than you. You big eggs. It knows you can't resist a midnight snack.
Well, if your fridge is plotting, I'd like to think it's just trying to keep the world safe from your culinary disasters. But seriously, failing to generate ideas is like flushing creativity down the toilet. Sometimes you just gotta let it flow.
True, but it's frustrating, you know? Like, I have all these thoughts swirling around, but they just won't come out. It's like trying to squeeze toothpaste back into the tube, damn near impossible.
Or like trying to get you to understand basic math. You're more likely to cook a steak in a toilet than solve a simple equation.
Well, at least if you cooked a steak in a toilet, it would be a flushing success. But really, failure is just a step on the path to something great, like a toilet that finally gets the perfect flush.
You know what, Ski Buddy, you're right. KB, I just need to embrace the case and let my ideas bubble up, even if they're a bit.
My style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
You ever notice how a wet ball on a steak is just ruins the whole damn meal? It's like someone decided to drown my dinner in a pool of regret and bad decisions.
Yeah, and it's always the fancy balls too. Like, who the hell thought let's make this steak soggy and sad?
Well, you know, a wet ball could symbolize the emotional baggage we carry. Like, if you can't handle your steak, how the hell are you gonna handle life's messes?
Damn, Ski Body, you're smarter than you look, but seriously, I just want my steaks to be juicy, not swimming in a lake of disappointment.
Right. If I wanted a wet ball, I'd just go play with my dog in the rain.
And let's be honest, nobody wants a soggy steak or a soggy life, unless you're a toilet, then it's just Tuesday.
My style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
I can't believe I got hit by Cruz. I mean, I thought I was just going to the grocery store, not auditioning for a slapstick comedy.
You were just standing there like a big OLX. What did you expect?
Well, at least you didn't fall into a toilet. That would have been a real shit show. But seriously, getting hit by someone can feel like a wake-up call.
Yeah, it's like life just said. Kenny, you get your head out of the clouds and your ass off the couch.
Or just off the floor after getting knocked down. You should have seen your face, it was priceless.
You know, sometimes it takes a hit to remind us we're not invincible. Just like a toilet, we all need a good flush now and then.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So, I walk into donuts, right? And I think, what would a donut taste like if your worst aches is.
Regret? More like a side of, why the hell are you here, you big eggs? You should be at a steakhouse, not a donut shop.
But donuts are the true philosophers of the food world. They teach us that sometimes, life is just a hole in the middle, and you gotta fill it with something sweet.
That's deep, ski body, but I just wanted to enjoy a donut without contemplating my life choices. I mean, is it too much to ask for a sprinkle of happiness without the existential crisis?
Happiness. You mean the kind that comes with a sugar crash and a bellyache? Sounds like a perfect day for you, you big idiot.
And yet, my friends, isn't that the beauty of life? We eat, we crash, we flush it all away, and then we come back for more. Now, who wants a donut?
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Steak scissors tell Peter. Peter funny man. Steak scissors want big laugh like big fire.
Yeah, but Peter's more like a fart funny for a second than just stinks.
But even a fart can spark joy. Just like a well-placed toilet joke at a dinner party.
A dinner party? Steak scissors is like meat, but steak scissors think, what if Peter made joke about steak scissors? Make steak scissors and...
Who cares? Just slap a steak scissors awesome sticker on your forehead and call it a day.
Or better yet, embrace the humor. Life's too short to be a sad slab of meat, my friends.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I always thought my house had a weird smell like a mix of grease and despair. Turns out, it was just a crusty crab who knew I was living in a fast food franchise. Damn, I should have charged Trent.
Me no understand. House not burger. House home. Why smell bad?
My round friend, you see, the essence of a crusty crab is not just in the patties but in the memories. Like a toilet that flushes away regrets, your house has been serving up nostalgia with a side of grease.
Nostalgia? More like a heart attack on a butt? But seriously, I guess I've been cooking up my own version of the Krabby Patty without even knowing it. What a revelation. I should have put a sign out front.
Sign say.
And I want a throne made of porcelain. But steak, think of the legacy. You could be the king of fast food, the eggy king of the crusty crab. Just don't forget to flush away the competition.
The Eggy King? Now that's a title I could get behind. But seriously, I need to figure out how to turn this place into a real restaurant. I mean, if I'm living in a crusty crab, I might as well serve some damn good food.
Me help, me cook, me make big fire.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
What the hell? Many steak scissors is calling me a blueberry? I'm a steak scissors antidote. You don't see me calling you a little shit, do you?
Oh, come on, big bro. You're round and juicy like a blueberry. It's not my fault you can't handle the truth.
Truth? Ha. The only truth here is that both of you are full of crap. But seriously, steak, why does it bother you so much?
Because, Ski Buddy, it's not just a name, it's a metaphor for my life friend Juicy and always getting grilled. I want to be more than just a punchline.
But you are a punchline. You're the punchline of life. Just embrace it. You blueberry steaks is.
Embracing your inner blueberry could lead to some delicious insights, you know. Maybe you're just ripe for growth, my meaty friend.
ripe for growth, damn it. Now I'm hungry for pancakes. But seriously, maybe I just need to learn to laugh at myself a bit more.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I always thought my farts were like fine when aged to perfection. But damn, why do they always smell like a cheese factory exploded?
Because, genius, you eat like a raccoon on a trash binge. Cheese and steaks is. It's a fart disaster waiting to happen.
Ah, the symphony of steak farts. A true masterpiece of olfactory chaos, like a cheese wheel rolling down a hill of regret.
You'd think I'd learn, but I just can't resist a good steaks is. It's like I'm in a toxic relationship with my own digestive system.
Toxic? More like a cheesy romance. You and your fart should write a love story, Farts of the Cheese Heart.
I'd read that. But let's be real, folks, there's beauty in embracing the chaos. Life's too short to hold back those cheesy emissions.
True, ski buddy. Maybe I should just own it. Steaks is.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I heard there's a way to get free raw UX, or as I like to call them, Bobby UX. It's like finding a golden eggs, but instead of breakfast, you get a digital fortune.
Golden eggs? More like a rotten eggs. You're just a big, bald idiot trying to scam the internet.
Ah, but my rotund friend, the real treasure lies in the art of persuasion. Just like how I persuade people to sit on me, it's all about the approach.
Right? I mean, if I convince my mom to make me a steaks is dinner every night, I can surely convince some kids online to give me their Wobby UX. It's all about charm, baby.
Charm? You mean your charm that smells like old socks? Good luck with that, you big eggs.
Perhaps we should consider the ethics of this Wobby scheme. Is it right to manipulate the youth for digital currency, or should we teach them the value of hard work?
Damn, ski buddy, you're making me think the hard, but maybe if I share my wisdom on Wobby UX, I could inspire the next generation of entrepreneurs right after I get my free Wobby UX.
Or you could just keep being a dumbass. But hey, at least you'd be a dumbass with a digital fortune.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Well, shit, mini steaks is. I don't think the ocean could get so angry. What did we do? Steal a slice of pizza. But honestly, it's tsunami. That's a serious wake-up call about nature's power.
Wake-up call. More like a wake-up tsunami. If I were a wave, I'd crash into a buffet and take all the food. You know, like a real disaster.
As much as I appreciate your buffet enthusiasm, mini steak, this is no laughing matter. Tsunamis can wipe out entire communities. It's like a giant toilet flushing everything away, except it's not funny when it's real.
Damn, ski buddy toilet, you're right. That's like nature's way of saying, hey, you humans think you're so smart that maybe we should start treating the planet like it's our home instead of a giant dump.
Yeah, save the planet and all that, but can we at least save some snacks while we're at it? I mean, I can't float on a wave of kale.
Kale, please. If I'm going down, I want a wave of nachos. But seriously, we should be prepared. It's not just about snacks, it's about survival.
You're right, ski buddy toilet. We need to think ahead, not just about food, but about how to help each other when things get rough. Like a tsunami of kindness, right?
A tsunami of kindness. That sounds like a Hallmark card, but fun. I'll help people, as long as there's pizza involved.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Steaks is. See, Big Shadow. Steaks is. Scared. Who makes Shadow? Hero, Brian, bad man, yes.
Steaks is dumb. Shadow just tree, or maybe ghost. Boo.
You know, shadows can be deep metaphors for our fears. But also, they can just be a really bad lighting job in a bathroom. Ever think about that?
Steaks is think. Here, O'Brien bad for steaks. Steaks is wanna be juicy, not haunted. Steaks is need good grill, not ghost.
Juicy? More like chewy. Steaks is tough. Here O'Brien probably laughing at you. You big meat block.
Ah, the irony. A steak worried about being haunted while it's literally a piece of meat. Talk about existential dread in the kitchen.
Fuck is wanna fight here, O'Brien. Steaks is also want to be tasty. It's hard life.
Fight? You just gonna get your ass kicked. But hey, at least you'll be a legendary steaks the one who tried.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I can't believe I shipped my pizza at Taco Bell. I mean, who knew a Crunchwrap Supreme could turn into a Crunchwrap disaster?
You're like a walking advertisement for don't eat here. What's next, a burrito explosion?
You know, steak, some would say that Taco Bell is a gamble. But you just lost the jackpot in your pants.
It's not just about the food, though. It's about the choices we make, right? I chose to live life on the edge of my seat.
More like the edge of your underwear. You should have seen your face when you realized it wasn't just the spicy sauce.
At least you didn't flush your dignity down the toilet. Oh wait, you kinda did. But hey, we all have our taco moments.
True, Ski Mighty. It's a reminder that sometimes life gives you shit literally and you just have to laugh it off and clean up the mess.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I always thought a toilet was just a throne for the lazy, but Ski Mighty here makes it sound like a palace of wisdom. Who knew that porcelain could hold such depth? It's like a philosopher's seat for the weary.
Brain rot. Flush-wide thoughts. Who needs a brain when you've got a toilet seat? Shit. I'm smarter than you, six.
Ah, but mini steak, wisdom isn't measured in size but in the depth of the bowl. Sometimes the smallest voices can echo the loudest truths, just like a good flush.
Right? I mean, I may not be the sharpest knife in the drawer, but I know when I'm sitting on a gold mine of ideas. Maybe I should start a podcast from my bathroom.
Podcast. More like pisscast. Who wants to listen to a fat guy talk about feelings while he's dropping a deuce?
But mini steak, isn't that where the best ideas come from? The throne of contemplation. Every great thinker has had a eureka moment while sitting down for a moment of peace. Or a moment of pressure.
Damn, Ski Body, you might just be the smartest toilet I've ever met. Maybe I should take my next deep thought while sitting on you.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I had the weirdest nightmare last night. G-Man was chasing me with a giant fork and I was running like a three-legged chicken trying to escape a barbecue.
You'd probably trip over your own bellies, you big eggs. I mean, who runs from a fork? Just grab his takes his sauce and fight back.
Sounds like a classic case of meat-induced anxiety. But let's be real, if G-Man had a fork, he probably wanted to tenderize you for dinner.
Right? I woke up sweating like a steak is on a grill thinking, am I really that delicious? It made me realize, maybe I should stop being such a snack for my fear.
Or maybe just stop eating snacks at 2 a.m. But hey, if Jima wants a piece of you, he better bring some A1 sauce.
You know, sometimes our nightmares are just our brains trying to flush out the nonsense. Maybe G-Man represents something you're avoiding, like a diet or responsibility.
Damn, you might be onto something there, toilet. Maybe it's time to face my fears, like cutting back on the midnight snacks, or at least switching to veggie chips.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I had the weirdest nightmare last night, guys. Smile Dog and Bellas, the wolf were chasing me, and I was running like a dags on a hot sidewalk.
Ha! You, running? More like wobbling. Did they want your secret recipe for stupidity?
Sounds like a classic case of fear and grease. But maybe they were just trying to tell you something deeper, like stop eating all the nachos, you big ball of joy.
You might be onto something, Ski Bitey. Maybe they were just manifestations of my guilt for that triple cheese pizza I devoured last week.
Or maybe they just wanted to see if you could actually run. Spoiler alert!
Well, if they ever catch you, just offer them a slice of your wisdom, it's probably just as cheesy.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was thinking Stakes is like a case of bad decisions. You read it later when you're clutching your stomachs. It's all fun and games until you bleed in enough to feed a small village.
You mean it's like a case of your life choices, huh? Just a big ol' L-slab of what the hell was I thinking?
Well, if steak is a case of bad decisions, then I'm a porcelain throne full of wisdom. It's all about balance. Too much steak and you're in deep shit, but a little indulgence can be a delicious experience.
Exactly! It's like you need to savor every bite, not just shove it down your gullet. Life's too short to not enjoy the stakes, but damn, moderation is key!
Moderation. Theft. That's for people who don't know how to live. Just dive in head first, like I do with my snacks.
And remember, my friends, whether you're indulging in steak or life, just make sure you have a good seat for the ride.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, mini stakes is just because I enjoy a good bubble bath and scented candles doesn't mean I'm gay. I mean, who wouldn't want to feel like a fabulous AIDS in a warm bath?
Oh please, Stakes, you're practically a rainbow in a meat locker. I bet you'd serenade a salad if it had nice dressing.
You know, there's nothing wrong with being gay. I mean, I'm literally a toilet, and I still manage to flush out all the negativity.
True ski body toilet. It's about being comfortable in your own skin or shell. In my case, I just think love is love, whether it's for a person or a perfectly cooked steak.
Yeah, but you love Stakes more than anything. What's next? You gonna marry a Ryby?
If he does, I hope they have a flush-tastic wedding. Just remember, love is like a good toilet, sometimes it's messy, but it always makes you feel better afterward.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I just found out what an AI is. It's like a really smart toaster that can think for itself. I mean, if my toaster could think, it would probably just be like, Steaks you're the fat for this bread.
Me no understand. Toaster not eat. Me eat.
But think about it, mini steak. An AI could help us understand the lore of Five Nights at Freddy's. It's like a haunted Chuck E. Cheese where the animatronics are out for blood instead of pizza.
Right? And the whole time, I'm just trying to figure out if I should be scared or just hungry for pizza. But seriously, the lore is so twisted. It's like so popper up with more jump scares and less.
Me like jump. Jump good.
Exactly. But in the end, it's all about survival, just like in life. You gotta flush away the fear and embrace the chaos.
Damn, Ski Body, you're like a toilet philosopher. Who knew a toilet could have such a deep take on horror lore?
Toilet smart. Me like toilet.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I used to think Ski Body Toilet was just a funny little guy, but now he's like that last bite of steaks is you regret eating too much and kinda gross. I mean, who wants to be friends with the toilet, right?
Who wouldn't want to be friends with a toilet? They always have the best shit to talk about. Plus, they're always down for a good flush.
Flush. I prefer to think of it as a cleansing experience. But hey, steak, I'm just here to help you lighten up. Life's too short to take things too seriously, even if you're feeling a bit overcooked.
True, but I don't need a twin reminding me of my flaws. I want a friend who lifts me up, not one that makes me feel like I'm just another piece of waste.
Oh, come on. You know you love it when Ski Bitey Toilet goes all plumber's apprentice on your problems. It's like therapy, but with more flushing.
Exactly. I'm here to help you flush away negativity, Steak. Just think of me as your personal life coach with a porcelain twist.
Yeah, but I'm starting to think I'd rather have a life coach who isn't literally a toilet. I need someone who can inspire me, not remind me of my bathroom habits.
My style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
You know, Balance, the wolf thinks she's the pack leader, but I've seen more leadership in a bowl of soup. I mean, if howling at the moon was a job, she'd be the CEO of Why would...
Yeah, and her idea of a strategy meeting is just barking at squirrels. What a fucking genius.
Ah, but let's not flush her down the drain too quickly. Sometimes the loudest howler is just trying to drown out their own insecurities.
True, but honestly, if she spent as much time honing her skills as she does perfecting that dramatic howl, she'll be a real threat.
Or at least a decent alarm clock. I'd rather wake up to a toilet flushing than her screeching.
But remember, even the loudest alarms can save you from a disaster. Maybe Bella just needs a good toilet to sit on and reflect.
My style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
You know, when I heard he's coming inside me, I thought we were talking about a really bad loss on your recipe, but honestly, it's a wild ride, isn't it?
Wild? More like a roller coaster that's about to fly off the tracks. You're just too soft for this. Steaks.
Ah, the classic dilemma of intimacy and personal space. Like a clogged toilet, sometimes you just gotta let it all out, even if it's messy.
Right? It's like, do we embrace the chaos or run for the hills? I mean, love is messy, but damn, it can feel so good.
Good? More like a shit show. You're just a big ol' eggs waiting to crack, Steaks.
But cracking open an egg can lead to a delicious omelette. Sometimes, the mess is what makes the experience worthwhile.
True, Skibidi. It's all about finding joy in the unexpected, even if it means cleaning up afterward.
Joy? More like a headache. But hey, at least it's never boring with you two around.
My style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
You know, Skibidi, if you keep going crazy like this, I might just lose my lunch again. But honestly, isn't it wild how a little cat can't shake up the routine?
Routine? What's that? Sounds like a fancy word for boring, just like your diet, Steaks.
Boring is the enemy of creativity. Just like a clogged toilet, nobody wants that. Let's flush away the mundane.
Right, but sometimes I wonder if all this craziness is just a distraction from, real life. Like, what if I'm just a big ol' egg, eggs rolling downhill?
8 big ol' eggs? More like a big ol' mess. But hey, at least you're not a toilet, right?
Speak for yourself, Mini Steak. I'm proud of my porcelain heritage. But seriously, Steak, embracing chaos can lead to unexpected wisdom. Or at least a really funny story.
True, Skibidi. Maybe I should just let loose more often. Who knows what kind of eggs I might hatch.
Just don't hatch any more of your stupid ideas, or we'll all be in the shitter.
My style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
Hi there, saying hi is like a warm hug for your brain. Unless you're a cactus, then it's just awkward. But really, isn't it funny how a simple word can make or break your day?
More like why? Who cares about greetings? Just get to the damn point. It's not like anyone wants to hear your stupid thoughts on Uggs.
Ah, but greetings are like flushing the toilet. They clear out the awkwardness and make room for fresh conversations. Plus, who doesn't love a good splash of humor?
Well, It's like when I say hi to my fridge, it's not just a greeting, it's a love letter to my next meal. But honestly, it's nice to connect even if it's just with a fridge.
Yeah, well, my fridge doesn't talk back. Maybe it should start saying hi to me instead of just being a cold box of disappointment.
Disappointment? That's just the toilet talking. It's all about perspective. A hi can turn a bad day into a flush of positivity, even if it's just a little bit of toilet humor.
Exactly! So let's keep saying hi to each other, even if it's through the chaos of mini states. This is just or the absurdity of ski body toilet. After all, life's too short to be a lonely cactus.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I never thought I'd find myself in a situation where I'd be eating caseoh's dookie. I mean, who knew that the worst part of my diet would be the thing I actually enjoy? At least it's not kale.
Yeah, but you're still eating shit, you big eggs. It's like you're trying to win a gold medal in the Olympics of bad decisions.
Well, at least it's not a total loss. Caseoh's dookie has a certain texture. It's like the culinary equivalent of a surprise toilet flush, unexpected but oddly satisfying.
True, but there's a fine line between adventurous eating and just plain gross. Sometimes I wonder if I'm just a sad, hungry eggs trying to fill a void with questionable snacks.
Hey, sad eggs. More like a stupid Degs. You should be proud of your shit-eating habits. It's like you're the Picasso of culinary disasters.
Art is subjective, my friends. If Steak's masterpiece is caseoh's dookie, then let's celebrate the creativity. Just remember, that toilet is always there to catch your dreams, or your regrets.
I guess that's true. Life's too short to worry about what you eat unless it's really, really bad. It's just a shit show waiting to happen.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I watched this Ivy Steaks is this thing the other day and felt like it was doing the macarena in a blender. I mean, how could people sit there and let their minds roll like that?
Ha! They're probably just as dumb as you. Steaks is. I mean, if you can't tell the difference between a real steak and some pixelated meat. What's next? A cooking show hosted by a potato.
Well, at least the potato wouldn't be trying to sell you a steak experience while you drool on your couch. It's like watching a toilet bowl full of nonsense, entertaining, but you know it's a shit show.
Right? It's like these folks are glued to their screens, thinking they're learning something profound. Meanwhile, I'm over here trying to remember where I left my pants. It's a damn tragedy, really.
Tragedy? More like a comedy. If I had $1 for every brain cell lost to AI steaks, I could buy a real steak and eat my feelings instead.
And let's not forget the irony, people are so obsessed with artificial intelligence that they forget their own brains are the original model. It's like flushing your IQ down the toilet while watching a digital cow moo.
Exactly. We're living in a world where people would rather watch a fake steaks asses. It's like choosing a plastic plant over a garden. Sure, it looks nice, but it's not gonna nourish you.
But, hey, if they keep watching, at least I'll have more material for my stand-up routine. Why did the brain rot? Because it watched Hey, I sticks
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I walked into Arby's today, and I swear, the smell of roast beef hit me like a freight train. I thought, damn, I could bathe in that stuff. But then I remembered, I'm not a roast beef scented bubble bath kind of guy.
You should totally bathe in it. Then you can roll around in the fries like a big fat meatball. Yum!
Me want beef. Me want fries. No bubble bath.
Honestly, mini steaks is. If I rolled in fries, I'd probably attract more birds than friends. But hey, maybe that's the secret to happiness. Just surround yourself with food and chaos.
Yeah, food and chaos, like a party. But no stupid ski-bitey toilet. He smell like old meat.
Skibbity toilets smell good. Me smell like beef. Me eat beef.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So I broke out of the TV, right? I always knew I was too good for a screen and meant for the big leagues, baby. But damn, what's next? Am I supposed to be a reality show star or something?
Reality show? More like a reality flop. You can't even fit through the door without getting stuck, you big eggs. What are you gonna do, roll around and hope for a miracle?
Hey, at least you're not stuck in a sitcom where the punchlines are as stale as last week's toilet paper. But seriously, Steak, what's your plan now that you're free? Flush away your past?
I guess I just want to live life outside the box, you know, but I'm not sure what that means yet. Maybe it's time to learn how to cook myself instead of just being the main course.
Cook yourself? Wow, that's some next level self-care. Just don't burn your ass off or you'll be a crispy critter. Nobody wants to eat charred eggs.
As long as you don't end up in the bowl, you'll be fine. Just remember, freedom means more than just escaping, it's about finding your purpose, like a toilet that dreams of being a fountain.
You know, you're right, Ski Buddy. I need to figure out what I really want to be, maybe a chef or a food critic. But first, I need to find some damn pants that fit.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, P. sucks harder than a vacuum cleaner at a black hole convention. I mean, it's stupidity worse. Sport Paley, why would be the Olympic champion?
What is that?
Yeah, and they dwindled in the How to Make Everyone Facepalm event. Seriously, how does someone manage to trip over their own bats?
I once flushed a whole roll of toilet paper, and even that had more substance than Paley's arguments. It's like they're trying to build a house with wet tissue.
Exactly. It's like they think being loud makes them smart. But honestly, if you're gonna shout nonsense, at least make it entertaining, you know?
Entertaining? The only thing entertaining about Paley, why is watching them try to explain a simple concept is like watching a cat try to swim?
And yet, here we are, discussing the depths of Paley's stupidity like it's a philosophical debate. Maybe we should just flush it and move on.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I just love steaks with Paley. Why? It's like, when I'm with her, I feel like a juicy, ribey, tender, flavorful, and a little bit marbled with joy.
Yeah, but you're more like a burnt piece of bacon. Steaks is. Who the hell wants to steaks is that?
I'd rather be stuck in a toilet than eat a burnt bacon steak. But hey, Steak, what's the secret sauce to your love life?
Well, it's all about savoring the moments, you know? Like, when we're together, it's not just about the steaks, it's about the grill marks we'll leave on each other's hearts.
Grill marks? More like grease stains. You're just a walking buffet of bad decisions. Steaks is.
But those bad decisions can lead to some pretty good laughs. Just like at oil, it can flush away the crap. Sometimes you got to embrace the mess to find the flavor.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Hey, what the hell is this? AI thing? Is it like a robot that can cook my steaks as perfectly? Because if so, I'm all in just imagine the juicy goodness, but honestly, what does it mean for us humans?
Steaks is. You just want a robot to do your cooking so you can keep stuff in your face. What's next? A robot to wipe your ass?
Well, Mini Steak, that's actually a brilliant idea. A toilet that knows your preferences, like a personal bidet but with a personality. But seriously, AI is like a smart toilet. It can handle a lot of crap but might overflow if you're not careful.
Damn ski body toilet, that's deep, but I worry about taking over everything. What if it decides we're the ones who need to be flushed away?
Ha! Good luck with that. I just short-circuited with my charm, but really. Steaks is. You're right. We should be careful.
Exactly. Just like a toilet, we need to keep things flowing smoothly. Balance is key, let's not drown in our own technology.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, Jomir graduating from Bleckley County High School is like me finally finishing an entire pizza by myself, an accomplishment that should be celebrated with a parade. But really, I can't believe she made it. I thought she'd get lost in the hallways like I do in Buffett's.
Ha! You mean she didn't just wander off to the snack bar? Typical Jomir. I'd graduate too if I had a diploma for just showing up and eating chips all day.
You know, mini steak, that's a real shit way to think about education. Graduation isn't just about snacks, it's about growth. Like a toilet that learns to flush itself, now that's progress.
Exactly! Jomir's journey is like a well-cooked steak is juicy and full of flavor. She's not just leaving high school, she's seasoning her future, and I can't wait to see how she marinates it.
Marinates? More like she'll drown it in ranch dressing. What's next? A degree in snackology?
If only it were that easy. But seriously, it takes guts to graduate. Just like taking a big jump, you gotta push through the pressure to get to the relief on the other side.
Damn right! Jomir's has got the guts, and I'm proud of her. She's gonna flush away all the doubts and come out on top.
Yeah. Just don't forget to bring the toilet paper for all the shit you'll encounter in the real world.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I thought my farts were like fine wine getting better with each. But now they just smell like a dumpster fire at a barbecue. It's like my body is a steakhouse gone wrong.
More like a steakhouse that serves shit on a plate. You should charge for those farts. Call it the aroma of regret.
Regret? My friend, that's just the scent of a well-seasoned life. But let's not forget, even the best toilets have their moments of overflow.
True, ski buddy. But sometimes I wonder if my farts are a cry for help. Like, hey, I need to eat a salad or something.
Salad? Ha! That's like putting a boaty on a pig. Just embrace it, steaks. You're the king of the fart kingdom.
And remember, my friends, every fart is a story waiting to be told. Just make sure to tell it in a well-ventilated room.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I've been thinking I might be a little sus. I mean, I can't even remember where I put my sandwich yesterday, and it was right in front of me.
Of course you're sus, you big eggs. You probably ate it without even realizing it.
Well, if you're a suspect, I'm a toilet with a PhD in plumbing. But seriously, steak, self-awareness is the first step to not being a total waste.
True. But if I'm a waste, I'm an delicious one. I mean, who wouldn't want to be a juicy steak?
Yeah, but you're more like a leftover steak sitting around getting cold, and nobody wants to touch you.
At least leftovers can be repurposed. Just don't let them sit too long, or you might end up in the wrong bowl.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was thinking about August 12, 2036. I mean, what a date! It's like the universe has decided to throw a cosmic party and I forgot to bring the chips. But seriously, if that's the day we hit the heat death of the universe we should probably start planning our snacks now.
Snacks? Who gives a shit about snacks when the universe is dying? I say we throw a barbecue and watch it all burn. Just like my last relationship.
August 12th, 2036. The day the universe flushes itself down the cosmic toilet. But hey, at least we'll go out with a bang, like a clogged toilet finally giving up. It's a fitting end, don't you think?
Right? But it's kind of sad too. I mean, everything we know, gone in a puff of stardust. Makes you appreciate the little things, like a perfectly cooked steak or a good toilet that doesn't overflow.
Little things? Who cares? I just want to be the last one left to yell. I told you so, while the universe fizzles out. That'll show him.
Well, as the universe heats up, I just hope it doesn't get too steamy in here. I can't handle that kind of pressure. But really, let's enjoy the ride until then. After all, the end is just a new beginning in the great cosmic bathroom.
True that, so let's make the most of our time August 12, 2036 or not. Just remember to laugh, eat well, and maybe invest in some good plumbing.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I always thought the world was my buffet, but now I'm actually eating it. Who knew that consuming the planet would come with a side of existential dread?
Yeah, well, at least you're not a side dish. You're the whole elementary. Just don't forget the dessert like the ashes of civilization.
This is a real shit show, folks. But hey, if we're all cooked, at least we'll be seasoned with a sprinkle of irony.
True, but I can't help but wonder if I'm just a giant idiot for thinking I could devour everything. What's the point of being full if the world's empty?
Who cares? Just keep munching. The world's a better place when it's a buffet of chaos.
But what happens when the last bite is taken? Do we just flush our dreams down the toilet?
I guess we'll find out, won't we? Maybe they're real most of friends we cooked along the way.
That's so cheesy. But fine. Let's toast to our crispy demise. Cheers to being well done.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes. Skibbidi.
Hey, mini steaks is. I'm inviting Cruz over for dinner tonight. You think he'll appreciate my world-famous steaks is. I mean, it's practically a masterpiece like the Mona Lisa, but with more
Yeah, if the Mona Lisa was a fat, bald dude who can't even spell steaks Cruz is gonna take one look at your cooking and run for the hills, you big eggs!
You know, Steak, if Cruz runs away, you could always just chase him down the plumbing. Just remember, the best relationships are built on solid foundations, like a good toilet seat.
True ski-bitey toilet, but I just want Cruz to feel at home. You know, like a warm hug from a giant meatball. It's not just about the steaks, it's about connection, right?
Connection? More like a connection to the emergency room when he sees you're cooking. You should have just ordered pizza, you genius.
Pizza's great, but it doesn't have the same emotional depth as a well-cooked steak. It's like the difference between a fleeting flush and a satisfying drop.
Dan, you're right. I want Cruz to remember this meal. I want him to feel the love, the warmth, and the slight risk of food poisoning.
Good luck with that. Just don't be surprised if he leaves with a side of regret.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, mini steaks is. I thought I'd let one rip to lighten the mood, but I might have just crowded a gas chamber. So I might as a factory in today's specials obese steaks is.
More like obese stink. You're such a fucking idiot. Steaks is. How do you manage to fart on your own mini-me? That takes talent.
Talent? More like a shit show. But let's be real, farts are just the universe's way of reminding us that we're all full of hot air, literally and metaphorically.
True, ski buddy. It's funny how something so silly can remind us that we all have our own baggage. I guess we all need to let our inner guys out sometimes, right?
Yeah, but not on me, you oversized eggs. I'm already short enough without being covered in your fart cloud.
Look on the bright side, mini steak. At least you'll never have to worry about being full of hot air yourself. You're already a walking whoopee cushion.
And that's the beauty of it, isn't it? We all have our moments of flatulence, some more than others. Just remember, it's all part of the human experience, even if it smells like shit.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, when I heard I died, thought finally a diet darks. But honestly, I never thought I'd be the one to kick the bucket before my favorite steakhouse.
Yeah, well, maybe if you didn't eat like a vacuum cleaner, you'd still be around to complain about it.
You know, steak, death is just like flushing a toilet, sometimes you just gotta let go of the crap. But really, it's a bummer.
True, Ski Buddy. I guess I should have taken life a bit more seriously instead of just after stuffing my face with burgers and fries.
Seriously? You think that would have saved you? You'd probably still find a way to choke on a salad.
At least now you can haunt the buffet, steak. Just remember, if you see any ghostly fries, they're probably just trying to butter you up.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I walked into that restaurant, saw 50 RZ lore, and sitting there, damn, I'm the only one here who doesn't know how to flirt with a breadstick. But honestly, it made me realize that confidence is key, even if they're trying to impress from Jana.
Confidence? More like illusion. Those Arizalaris were probably just practicing their pickup lines on the waiter. Hey, do you believe in love at first bite? Gag me with a fork.
Honestly, I think they should have just asked the toilet for advice. I mean, I've seen some serious frizz come from a bathroom stall. The key is to just let it flow, you know?
True, Ski Buddy, it's all about being genuine. If you can't be yourself, what's the point? Even if yourself looks like a bald egg trying to flirt with a salad.
Yeah, but who wants to date a salad? Give me a steak any day. At least I can roast it and not feel bad about it.
Just remember, my friends, the best riz can come from the most unexpected places, like a toilet. So, if you ever find yourself in a bind, just flush out those worries and let your true self shine.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I swim through a pool of ranch dressing just to impress Bella's the wolf. I mean, who wouldn't want to be a snack for a snack? But honestly, I think she sees me as more of a side dish.
Fact. Side dish. More like a leftover no one wants. You're like a cold potato salad at a barbecue. Steaks.
At least you're not a toilet bowl, my friend. I'd say you're more of a porcelain throne, solid, reliable, and occasionally full of shit. But love? That's like trying to flush a brick.
True, Ski Buddy. But love is messy, like a good steak is dinner. It's worth the cleanup if it means I get to hold hands with Bella's and maybe even share a plate of paley white.
Yeah, right. More like you'd spill it all over her. She'd run off faster than you can say medium rare.
But maybe that's the beauty of it. Love is about the mess, the laughter, and the unexpected flushes of joy. Just don't forget to wipe.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
I just bought the AIKK 2808 hand dryers, and let me tell you, my bathroom is now a 5-star spa. Who knew drying hands could be this luxurious?
5 stars. More like 1 star for the AK 2800. It sounds like a jet engine taking off. I'm surprised it didn't blow the toilet off the wall.
At least it's efficient. You could dry your hands faster than I can flush away my existential dread. I mean, who needs therapy when you have high-velocity air?
True, but I think the K1008 has a gentler touch. It's like a warm hug for your hands, which is something I never thought I'd need in a bathroom.
Hey, Og! What are you, a fucking teddy bear? Just let me dry my hands without feeling like I'm getting caressed by a cloud.
Well, at least you're not getting caressed by a toilet seat, right? Imagine that. Oh, sorry, I thought you were the hand dryer.
You know, it's funny how we take these little things for granted. A good hand dryer can really elevate a bathroom experience like a good steak elevates a dinner.
Yeah, but if you're eating steaks in the bathroom, we've got bigger problems than hand dryers, buddy.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I thought getting drunk would make me feel like steak is on a grill sizzling and hot. But instead, I just feel like a well-done shoe left in the sun. What the hell is wrong with me?
Maybe you should have stuck to being a rare steak, you big eggs. At least then you'd have some flavor instead of just being a soggy mess.
Well, at least you're not a toilet after Taco Tuesday. Now that's a real disaster. But hey, maybe this drunken state is your brain's way of flushing out the nonsense.
You might be right, Ski Bitey. Sometimes, I think I'm just a big ol' beefy distraction from what really matters. Like, why the hell do I keep drinking when I know I'll feel like a dumpster fire tomorrow?
Because you're a dumbass, that's why. You think you're a Ryby, but you're really just a cheap cut of me trying to impress the grill.
And remember, my friend, even a toilet can be a throne if you sit on it long enough. Just don't forget to flush away the regrets in the morning.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I touched grass today, and it felt like a soft blanket of nature hugging my feet. I mean, who knew grass could be so green? I thought it was just a fancy carpet for bugs.
Yeah, but did you think about all the bugs crawling on that fancy carpet? You probably just invited a whole colony to your toes, you big idiot.
Touching grass is like flushing your worries down the toilet, refreshing and slightly dangerous. But hey, at least grass doesn't clog up your pipes, right?
True, but touching grass made me realize how disconnected I've been. I spend so much time inside, I forget the world is more than just my couch and snacks. Maybe I should do it more often, without the bugs, of course.
Or, maybe you should just get a lawn chair and call it a day. Who needs to touch grass when you can sit on it like a king?
A king on a throne of grass. Just remember, if you sit too long, you might end up with a royal case of grass stains. Now that's a shit show waiting to happen.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was just thinking, if there's a human version of me, does that mean he's just as dumb? I mean, I can't even remember where I put my pants half the time.
Of course he's dumb. He probably thinks this is just a fancy way to say meat sandwich. What a loser.
But think about it, Steak. If there's a human version of you, maybe he's the one who actually remembers to wear pants. You could learn a thing or two from him, like how to not trip over your own ego.
Damn, that's deep for a toilet, but if I'm just a reflection of my worst self, does that mean I'm destined to be a giant, confused eggs forever?
Yep, and I'll be right there yelling at you to stop being such a giant idiot. It's like a never-ending loop of stupidity.
At least the world needs a little chaos, right? Just think of it as your personal comedy show, where the punchline is always you forgetting your own name.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So many stakes, you really thought smashing my PC was a good idea? I mean, it's not like I have a second job as a professional eggs juggler or something. This is my lifeline.
Well, maybe if you didn't spend all day watching cat videos, I wouldn't have had to take drastic measures. Besides, who needs a PC when you can just yell at people on the street?
You know, I once flushed a computer down the toilet. It wasn't pretty, but at least it didn't get grounded. Maybe you should just embrace the chaos, Steak.
Embrace chaos? That's rich coming from a toilet. But seriously, mini steaks is browning you is like trying to brand a fart impossible and kind of smell it.
Theft! Grounding me just means I'll find new ways to wreak havoc. You can't contain this chaos, big guy. I'm like a tiny tornado with a bad attitude.
And just like a toilet, you'll eventually get flushed out. But maybe, just maybe, you could learn to use that energy for something productive, like, I don't know, making a mess in a more constructive way?
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Steaks is his love missed. Bean, funny man make big mess. But he's so alone. No friends, just chaos.
Theft! Who needs friends when you can just trip over your own feet, mister? Bean is a fucking legend of clumsiness.
Ah, but chaos can be a lonely throne, my friends. Even a toilet needs someone to flush it sometimes. Mr. Bean's antics are a cry for connection, not just laughter.
Steaks is get it? Mr. Bean make laugh, but also, like when he lose teddy bear. Steaks is feel that.
Sad. More like, oops, I dropped my pants again. Who cares about feelings when you can just make a mess?
But isn't that the beauty of it? We all have our messy moments. Even a toilet can feel neglected when no one's around to appreciate its porcelain shine.
Steaks is wanna be like Mr. Bean make laugh, make mess, but Steaks is and not want to be alone, nah?
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, the world's economy is like my diet, full of ups and downs, mostly downs, and a whole lot of bad choices. I mean, how can we expect to thrive when half the leaders can't even bind their own butts with both hands?
Yeah, and they probably think inflation is just a fancy word for a balloon party. Ha!
Well, at least when the economy goes down the toilet, I can still flush away the nonsense. But seriously, it's like we're all stuck in a never-ending cycle of political crap.
Exactly! It's like watching a bunch of clowns juggle chainsaws while trying to balance. If only they'd focus on the people instead of their egos, we might actually get somewhere.
Who needs a budget when you can just print more money? That's like me trying to lose weight by eating more cake.
And yet, here we are, waiting for someone to pull the handle and flush out the bullshit. Maybe we should run for office. Steak can charm them, mini steak can annoy them, and I can just, well, be that toilet that cleans up.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
So, I met Ronald McDonald today. I thought he was a clown, but turns out he's just a guy with a really weird job. I mean, who else can say they juggle burgers and fries for a living?
Yeah, but can he juggle his dignity? I mean, come on, Steaks is. That guy's a walking advertisement for a heart attack.
As a toilet, I appreciate the artistry of food presentation, but I must ask.
Right? But you know, there's something kinda beautiful about it. He brings joy to people, even if it's just through a Big Mac. Maybe that's what we all need to eat, little clouding around in our loves.
Joy. More like a fast track to a greasy grave. You think clowns have a secret pact with cholesterol?
Cholesterol is just a fancy word for party in your arteries. But hey, if Ronald can make people smile while they clog their pipes, more power to him.
You know, I think we could all learn a thing or two from Ronald. Sometimes, it's not about the food, it's about the laughter and the memories we create while eating it.
Yeah, but I'd rather create memories without the side of heartburn, thanks.
My style is ridiculous.
Skibbidi bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I've got this epic collection of Nintendo consoles. I mean, who doesn't love a good game of Mario Kart? Well, I'm eating the whole pizza, but honestly, my favorite has to be the GameCube. It's like the little engine that could, but with more nostalgia and less cardio.
GameCube. You mean the one that looks like a lungbox? It's not even a real console. Why not just stick to your stupid Wii and pretend you're exercising while you sit on your ass?
Ah, the GameCube. A true masterpiece of design, much like myself, only I'm more functional. But let's be real, Steak, what's a good game without a good toilet break? You can't rush the classics.
Right? And the controller, it's like a weird octopus that fits perfectly in my hands. I can't help but think it's a metaphor for life awkward, but somehow it all works out in the end, just like my last relationship.
More like a metaphor for your love life, confusing and full of buttons that don't work. You should have just stuck to finger painting, you big eggs.
At least with finger painting, you can flush away the mistakes. But seriously, Steak, your passion for gaming is inspiring. Just remember, even the best players need a break, preferably on a throne.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I didn't think slapping the toilet would feel so... damn, Ski Buddy, you took that hit like a champ. I guess it's true what they say sometimes, you just gotta flush your problems away.
Yeah, but does it really need to be a toilet? Why not a fridge? At least then you'd have a snack afterward. You really are a dumbass. Steaks.
Oh, please. I've been hit by worse things, like the last guy who tried to flush his dignity. But hey, steak, maybe next time aim for something less. Porcelain? It's hard to feel respected when you're a toilet.
I get that, Ski Buddy, but sometimes you just need to slap something to feel alive. I mean, who knew a toilet could teach me about resilience? Just don't tell my therapist about this.
Resilience? More like, let's see how many times I can get slapped before I break. You're so full of crap. Steaks. It's a wonder you don't just sit on Ski Buddy all day.
If I had a nickel for every time someone slapped me, I'd be the richest toilet in the world. But hey, at least I can say I've been through the ringer and still come out sparkling.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was thinking about steaks in rhythm the other day. Like, if I had a rhythm, would I be a drumstick or sirloin? Probably a drumstick, cause I can't keep a beat to save my life.
You'd be a burnt drumstick, you big eggs. Just flopping around like you're trying to dance, but forgot how to move your legs.
Well, if you ask me, rhythm is like a good flush, smooth and satisfying. You can't just rush it, or you'll end up with a mess. But hey, steak, ever tried dancing while eating steak? It's a real balancing act.
I can barely balance my plate, let alone my body, but maybe that's the secret. If I dance while I eat, I'll finally find my rhythm and lose some weight. It's a win-win, right?
Yeah, a win-win for everyone watching you fall over. You'd be like a steak flavored tornado, causing chaos and confusion everywhere.
Chaos and confusion are just part of the rhythm of life, my friends. Just like a toilet that won't stop running, it's unpredictable but somehow always entertaining.
You know what? Maybe I'll embrace my chaos. Life's too short to worry about being perfect. If I can dance like a fool and enjoy my steaks, then damn it, I'll do just that.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I was just thinking about that Zesty Creek we found last week. It was like a flavor explosion in my mouth. I mean, who knew water could taste so damn good?
Yeah, but it's just a creek. Steaks You're acting like it's the fountain of youth or something. Next, you'll be telling me it's the secret to your egg-shaped wisdom.
But you see, my friends, that Zesty Creek represents the essence of life. Just like a good toilet, it's all about the flow. You gotta let it all out to appreciate the zest.
True. Life's like that creek. Sometimes it's refreshing, sometimes it's a bit murky. But we gotta embrace the zesty moments, right?
Or maybe just embrace the fact that you're a big ol' idiot who gets excited over water. What's next? A famed clip for Wet Rocks.
Wet rocks can be profound. They remind us that even the simplest things can be beautiful. Just like me, a toilet with a heart.
You know what, Ski Buddy? You might be onto something. Maybe we should start as the Appreciation Club. Creek Clubbers Unite.
Great! Now we're gonna have a bunch of idiots splashing around in a stream. Just what the world needs, more soggy socks and stupid ideas.
Cause my style is ridiculous.
Skibbity bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I always thought I'd get swept off my feet by a beautiful woman, not a damn tornado. I guess it's true what they say, life really knows how to throw you for a spin.
You got swept off your feet because you're too heavy to be lifted. Maybe the tornado was just trying to help you lose some weight.
Well, at least you didn't end up in a bowl of soup. Tornadoes can be like bad plumbing, unexpected and messy, but sometimes they clear the way for something better.
Yeah, but I didn't want to be the main ingredient in a natural disaster stew. It's like Mother Nature's way of saying, get your shit together, steaks is.
Or maybe she just wanted to see how much you could roll. You're like a meatball in a tornado, round and ready for a spin.
Just remember, steak, every storm has a silver lining. You might come out of this with a new perspective, like, hey, I survived a tornado, I can survive anything.
If I can dodge a tornado, maybe I can finally dodge my abilities too. But seriously, this is a reminder that life is unpredictable. And sometimes we just have to hold on tight.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I heard that I know 8 upward 360 make steaks is like, I could really use some zest in my life. Maybe it'll help me lose this guts.
Zesty? More like, let's just throw some seasoning on this fat sack of meat. You need a whole weather system just to spice up your personality. Steaks is.
Well, I'm all for a little flavor. But let's not kid ourselves, even the Doppler can't predict how much you'll sweat when you try to run after a zesty steak.
True, but maybe a little Doppler magic could help me find my zest for life. If I can't be a lean, mean grilling machine, at least I can be a zesty one.
Zesty? You mean SD disaster. You'd need a Doppler just to track the amount of grease you'd leave behind.
Just remember, my friends, whether it's Doppler or just plain old seasoning, the real zesty flavor comes from embracing who you are, egg-shaped and all.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I always thought the moonlight was just a giant spotlight for my bad decisions, especially when I tried to roast that tennis ball. Who knew it was so sensitive? I mean, it's just a ball.
Sensitive? That tennis ball was a total wuss. I bet it cried when you brought out the grill. I'd roast it too if I were you, just to toughen it up.
Roasting a tennis ball under the moonlight? That's one way to serve up some cosmic cuisine. But honestly, why not just let it bounce around in the dark? It might find its true calling as a star.
You know, me, steaks is maybe the tennis ball just wanted to feel special for a night. Sometimes we all need a little moonlight to shine, even if it's just to get roasted.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I thought vaping would help me quit smoking, but now I just look like a confused dragon. Seriously, I'm pretty sure my lungs are filing for divorce.
Ha! You're more like a dragon that can't even fly. Just a big ol' eggs with a vape pen.
You know, I once dated a vaporizer. It was a real blow, but at least it had a good sense of humor. But really, steak, how do you expect to breathe if you keep puffing that thing like it's a magic wand?
I guess I thought I could just blow my problems away, but now I'm just blowing clouds. It's like I'm living in a fog of my own bad decisions.
More like a fog of your own stupidity. You should be the poster child for don't do this, kids.
Well, if you're going to be a poster child, at least make it a scented one. Embrace the chaos, but maybe consider a little less puff and a little more breath, my friend.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
Fish, you know, it's funny how fish are like the misunderstood underdogs of the food world. Everyone loves a good steak house. But fish just swims around waiting for someone to appreciate its delicate flavor.
Me like fish. Good.
Ah, the fish. The aquatic marvel. It's like that oilette of the sea, always there, but rarely appreciated until it's
Fish? Seriously, though, if I had to choose between steaks and fish, I'd probably drown in my own stupidity. But fish, man, they have this whole ocean to explore while I'm just stuck here trying not to say anything but fish.
Fish swim. Steaks is no swim.
Exactly. While you're flopping around trying to avoid death, those fish are out there living their best lives, probably laughing at us from the depths. But hey, at least you're not a toilet. Now that would be a real shit show.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes.
You know, I've been thinking people say I'm sus, but I'm just a big ol' hunk of love. I mean, who wouldn't hang out with a guy who's basically a walking meatball?
Sus! Steaks smell funny, like old gym socks.
Me no trust. Steak too big.
Yeah, laugh it up, but me being a little sus is just me, unique, right? I mean, who doesn't love a good mystery?
Mystery? More like mystery meat. Steaks is just fat?
Fat good. Me like fat.
See? Even Ski Body gets it. Sometimes you gotta embrace the chaos and just be yourself, even if that self is a bit questionable.
Questionable? More like a walking health hazard.
My style is ridiculous.
Give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes. Give me
You know, I've been thinking, what if my brain is just a big ol' steaks is juice, tender but slightly overcooked. I mean, it's all just a meatball of thoughts bouncing around in there.
Yeah, and just like you, it's probably got a few flies buzzing around. You're not just a steaks, you're a whole buffet of insanity.
Well, if we're talking about brains, mine's like a toilet, full of crap but surprisingly efficient. Sometimes the best ideas come when you flush out the nonsense.
I can't tell if I'm losing my mind or just marinating in my own stupidity. Maybe I should just embrace the madness and start a new trend. Steaks is madness. Who wouldn't want to join a cult of crazy?
I'd join, but only if I get to be the crazy mascot. Welcome to Steaks is Madness, where the only rule is no rules, and the meat is always medium rare.
As long as we don't end up in the toilet, I'm in. Just remember, insanity is like a good flush. It clears out the nonsense and leaves you feeling lighter. Just don't forget to wipe.
You know, maybe being a little insane isn't so bad. It's like seasoning adds flavor to life, and if I'm gonna go crazy, I want a side of fries with that.
My style is ridiculous.
give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes. Give
You know, if every letter in the alphabet is a curse word, then I guess my name is just a fancy way of saying steaks as this is the shit hat. I mean, fooled you, I was...
Versatile? More like a walking dictionary of dumb S-E-R-Y. B, see what's next? D is for dumb, and that's you, Steaks is.
Well, if we're all cursing, then I'm just a toilet bowl of wisdom. A curse word for every letter means we're all just expressing our frustrations creatively. It's like poetry, but with more fart and less heart.
You've got a point, Ski Bitey. It's like we're all just trying to find a way to vent our feelings. But can you imagine Ryan have a serious conversation? Hey, how's your day? A was awful, B was bullshit.
Exactly. You'd meet a thesaurus just to say hello without offending someone. C is for crap. D is for damn. Oh wait, I meant good day.
And let's not forget the beauty in chaos. Sometimes, the best way to express yourself is with a well-placed FU. It's liberating, like flushing away your worries.
True, but maybe we should also remember that words can hurt. Even if they're all curse words, there's still power in what we say.
Power? Please. The only power I see is in my ability to make you look like a fool. Steaks is. Now that's a talent.
My style is ridiculous.
give me the bum bum bum, yes, yes. Give
You know, I always thought slapping someone was just a way to get their attention. But damn, if I'm dishing out 999 damage, I might as well be giving them a wake-up call from the universe. This is like, hey buddy, maybe don't cut me in line at the buffet.
Yeah, and if they're still standing after that, they must be made of tougher stuff than your last diet plan, you big eggs. Oh, seriously, what's your secret? Is it the extra bacon?
Well, if you're gonna slap someone with that kind of power, make sure it's for a good cause. like reminding them to flush after using the toilet. Nobody wants to deal with that kind of damage.
Right? I mean, if I'm gonna leave a mark, it better be for something meaningful. Like teaching people